Hello, everyone. I don't feel like waiting for the timer today, so let's get into the game, shall we? Now, I'm going to say, first and foremost, I'm exhausted. I stayed up till like 3 a.m. Tetris in this stupid gun. So be prepared for me to be tired today. I will showcase what we got so far, and did I save it? Oh, God, I swear to God, if I didn't save it. Okay, I did save it, good. So I re-Tetris the Port Royale guns for the quad cannons because I realized I didn't really want to build a new battle carrier, especially when I already had one from 2017. Let's show off that first. I'm gonna get this as the back piece and then we can yap for a bit, but I wanted to show off what I did last night. All right, there's the inspiration. Here are the new guns, Tetris. Now, give me a second to get the music going and we can get started. The ADHD is real today. All right, there we go. Music's on. The ODSD. Hey, there we go. I feel like listening to some Halo today. All right, now we've set the mood. How's everyone doing today? Eviston true. Congrats to M3 Lee for getting first. Hello to Gremlin driver Morgana. Oh, Morgana gave us the sacred rights of building an FTD. Thank you. Watch Kicker, good to see you. How have you been? Hello, how are you? I'm doing pretty good today. I'm tired, but I didn't think I was gonna wake up in time for stream today, and then I woke up at like 9 o'clock, fully rested. It was wild. People executed. Oh my god, a year of Prime. Thank you. That's wild to think about. 12 months in a row. But again, there's some people who already are at 24 months worth of subscriptions, which is crazy to me. But we are rapidly approaching the 2-year anniversary on the 19th there. We gotta think of something for the anniversary this year. I'll probably end up thinking of something, but if I don't, chat, I need you to carry us. I'm building Tetris for my remade faction style build. Nice. MVP2 is so fair. Get subbed, thank you. I appreciate it. I understand the Tetris addiction. Yeah, I've been having fun with it. So I switched to free clip over 4-clip, and these are little Hesh shitters because it's based off of a gun Pathos did back in 2017 that I stole for his build, and I wanted to keep the style similar, so I just made them a little bit more powerful. Because 2017 Tetris was quite different from 2026 Tetris. But we now have our inline guns. Enjoying APS. That's just who are you and what have you done with the roasting? I don't know. 2026, I've just been doing a lot of functionality and I've been having fun with it. To the point where it's like I've wanted a break from deco work because it's been so intensive lately. And then I've been doing functionality as a break. At my final in 5 minutes, good luck, Monster Kicker. Well, actually, it's more like 20 minutes. Yeah, still either way, good luck. Rory, evil Rorston be like, I actually enjoy doing functionality. Henry, you missed it last Friday. I actually reviewed people's APS Tetris, and holy shit was I disappointed. Gonna spend time with you? No worries, Crow, you have a good work. Evil Rorston be like, I will make functional ships. Oh yeah, the Selkie's done. It has armor. Wait, you just said it. Yeah, true. Yeah. Evil Rorston be like, I will armor my ships. If I'm warned with one roast B, I will submit what I have of this build. 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's usually the submission deadline. All right, before I get back... Oh, sorry, also, I was just Tetris... I have 3 of these like this. That's the flight deck, don't worry about that. I have 3 of these like this because I wanted to test how the shell works with a broadside. The answer is pretty good, honestly. I'm pretty happy with it. It does what it needs to do, because this is going to be my flagship for the Deepwater Guard portion of the campaign on YouTube. So I'm not going to stream the campaign just because it's going to be too hard to get narrative shots and whatnot if I'm streaming, because I'm going to have to constantly pause. So what I've decided I'm going to do instead is I'm going to set it up in a way that makes it fun, but not too, how do you say? How do I say, actually? I'm forgetting the word right now. You go here. You go... What am I testing against? What am I doing? Who am I? Alright, let's get the Vanguard for the last one. There we go. Alright, all y'all in God mode, all of y'all turned off. Alright, so these are, surprisingly enough, Hesh rounds. Hence why I've gotten away with just 2-meter. Yeah, so this is the round right now. This is a really silly round, but again, I'm basing it off of what we had in 2017, which was an interesting shell, to be sure. And so I've improved it a little bit. And for those of you wondering what the 2017 Tetris looked like, this was not me, this was Paphos. This is all I had to work with from this. So you can understand how I struggled a little bit to get the Tetris how I wanted it to be. Oh, okay, you say you, but actually this was really good Tetris for 2017. That's the funniest part. Not even 2017, was this 2016? This was like when APS first released. How did you get a shot off when it was paused? How did you manage this? Also, how did you only fire 3 of your guns without a 4th one? I'm so confused. Alright, Hudo's gonna hit. Hey, did I not turn your flares off? Alright. Alright, we'll take out the Vanguard first because he's a fast mover. As in his sails that prevents him from stopping. Oh, I'm on the Mammoth right now. Whoops. I was like, why? That's not, there we go. I want the big guns. Alright. Yeah, so obviously Hesh is just going to kill anything that doesn't have, like... From my understanding of what I've been testing out with the shells right now, is that, Hesh is really good against fins that have no armor, and really good against fins that have heavy armor. And then Heat is kind of, happy against medium stuff. Does that make sense? Biblically accurate Hesh? Truly. Yeah, so like the Corsair, for example, pretty much anything smaller than the Port Royale, which is going to be the entire easy roster, is just going to get eviscerated by these guns. Which I'm very happy about. Especially as I have like a broadside of 12 guns firing at once. And at 20 rounds a minute, that's pretty good. I should go now. No worries, Master Cookie, you have a good one. Yeah, so this is what I was Tetrising last night. It was a fun time. I also just really enjoy Hesh now. Yeah, good luck on your exam, monster. Yeah, so the Jacob's Folly, it's actually surprisingly, remarkably hollow. I want to build more stuff like the Jacob's Folly. It's such a cool design. There's Carson's Coyote, this one's just personal. Carson declared he had free will last night, so we gotta, you know, keep him down. There we go. And then obviously the Humble Marauder. I think if we hit, like, right here, it just goes straight through it, pretty much. Oh, no, it gets... Okay, yeah, there we go. But yeah, so I'm pretty happy with these guns. Like I said, it's a carrier anyway. It doesn't need to be the strongest guns. Like, this is not a brawler. This fin is my flagship, which shouldn't even be in the battle. There we go. So, like, if we're at the point where Visfin's in battle, we've already made a mistake. Does that make sense? And aside from that, I've just been modernizing the look of the hull, so you can see here how I went from this to this. Pretty simple stuff, honestly. Nothing too complex here. I'm pretty happy with how it's looking. I gotta work on the transition pieces at the back there, but I am decently happy with this right now. Do we have any questions? The floor is now open, chat. You're allowed to ask your silly little questions. All right, there we go. Now we will take these off. Go and over here. There we go. Now I will say, free clip Tetris is way easier than 4-clip, which isn't like I get it why, but I do still want to try and make 4-clip work for some of our guns at some point. But I have one silly little question. Of course, ask your question. How does one deco plasma barrel? What style are you going for? It depends on your style. So I would normally do plasma either very high tech or as magic. Those are my two go-to options. Because I use a lot of the energy weapons to represent magic in my world, like for my CC, so... I use plasma as a way to generate, or as to like... I kind of use plasma as a magic missile, if that makes sense. Where it's just like generic combat magic. Think Zoltrak from Freerin, right? Big ship. Hello, Jonas. How's it going? Welcome in. Go see 2-clip Tetris. Really, Horsenator? You mean style? Why not Tesla cannon? Because I would argue that a Tesla cannon fits more to pack than to plasma. 146 stream streaks. Oh my good lord. JJ, make it a 45. Oh my god, dude. Hell yeah. Should be able to deco normally. Thank you, driver. All right. So before we get into building this day, let's actually break down what we need for the campaign. So in our completed designs, I should probably, you know what, no, I'll reorganize the folder later, but we need to rebuild the barnacle still, because that's just a little resource gatherer, and I want to have a Deepwater Guard version. Maybe we'll do that today instead, actually. That should be super easy to do. We have the freebooter, which is our heavy cruiser. I'm going to knock it back down to a heavy cruiser when I redesign it. I think it got a little bit too big with the battle cruiser version. I like it, but it's a little bit bigger than what I wanted. Can't do these numbers, darn time zones. Can't we just get rid of them? I mean, how often do you see sunlight anyways? I went outside this morning. It was actually quite nice. I go outside most mornings. Another freebooter? Yes, another freebooter to the pile. The owl is... I want to replace the owl with the Sky Viper as a recon craft. So we'll add that to our... Here, I'm going to start a little document. Actually, no, I have notes, don't I? I have Steam notes. Okay. There's my notes. Oh, was it? Jesus Christ. I just ran into the names for ships we had last time we did campaign on stream back in 2024. We have the Sarroar, the Democracy Manifest, the Purple Pearl, the Estallion Manifest, the Incorrigible, and the Colon Tree Booter. Usually done with my stuff by the time Roar streams, so I have some free time to watch them. Hell yeah. Roar. What does that mean, driver? Speak English! Alright, I'm just gonna quickly switch this note around. Ships. We need to do episode 1. Alright, there we go. So we need to redo a barnacle. We need the Sky Viper. We need the Port Royale, which we already have. The Privateer and the Selkie's done now. Well, I say done. I still have to deco it. It's functionally done, though. So if I wanted to, I could actually use this in a battle, because Potad and I over the week, actually sat down and got it working properly. So now he goes properly, he floats properly, and he does combat properly, which is really cool. And he's also really good at taking on hordes of the Deepwater Guard Easy Craft with that Sea-Wiz gun. Deepwater Guard is not really strong, so you don't need that many ships. Yeah, sure. But the thing is, it's not about, oh, can I just beat campaign? Because the answer is, yeah, I could use a brick and I could beat campaign. I want to do it with proper fleets, and I want to do it as Deepwater Guard Horsenator. Because, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I see all these campaigns on YouTube that are just like, oh, I beat FTD on its hardest difficulty. That's not a hard achievement. I'm sorry, guys. Beating FTD on very hard isn't difficult. Difficulty comes from making it look good while you do it, and from having fun while you do it. Playing with one ship isn't fun to me. My face when people complain the starter faction is easy. No, Horsenator's not complaining. I'm just explaining my my thought process here. So for me, the reason why I want to have as many types of ship as possible is because A, it means I get to build more ships, which is always fun. And B, it makes it fun for roleplay reasons, because maybe sure, maybe the Port Royale could beat the entirety of Deepwater Guard. But the Selkie sure can't. So now I have to think a bit more strategically. I have to actually use a strategy in my strategy game. Actually, I'm quoting you. No, I know you're quoting me. I say that all the time, but for most people, beating Nidar on very hard is very difficult. Oh. Okay, well, maybe I've played this game too long then. But for me, at least, beating this game on very hard is not difficult. For that matter, beating Nidar on easy is hard too. Just making fun of Deepwater Guard. Well, that's just... Why don't you build some Deepwater Guard, see how easy you have it. Oh, I gotta stretch. Get a load of this Nidar beat. Okay, you can't say it like that. Jesus, dude. Alright, so very hard is harder than hard. You know what, this is true. Many such cases. My point being, beating campaign isn't difficult for me. The difficulty is keeping me interested enough to actually want to beat it instead of just fighting with the same damn ship all the time. which is why I'm building an entire fleet. Because I want to have, like, say, the Port Royale escorted by 2 privateers, or maybe a freebooter and, like, you know, 2 privateers and a few Selkies, right? I want to do actual fleet combat. It takes skill to beat neither of the hardest difficulty, but it takes even more skill to make it look fun and interesting to the average YouTubers. That's true, too. That is also true. Because I will say, that's always the hard part, right? So how do you make FTD fun to watch? So my shoulder blades are killing me today. Call me a pirate because I'm a poverty. Poverty. That just sounds like you're in poverty. Anyway, so we have the Selkie, we have the privateer. Where is he? He's over here. I still need to put the engine in him, so he's not quite done yet. But goddamn, does he look good? And then I just gotta redo it. I thought this was Breath of the Wild at first. No, but this is Halo 3's ODSTs. No, this is Breath of the Wild. I swear, why is this? No, this is technically Deference for Darkness, but... Alright, that's not the vibe right now. There we go, that's the vibe. Meteor hammer like 2 hours per day for the past 3 to 4 days because it's been dry enough for once. Nice! Fucking British weather. How I feel. I feel your shoulders to kill you. Yeah, I believe it. Alright, so we have... I'm going to use the Selkie as a Corvette slash like artillery platform, obviously. Plus Escort because it has the Sea-Wiz. Privateer doesn't have a Sea-Wiz because it's too small. So it's kind of our destroyer slash light cruiser role because it has the torpedo run as well. Think of those Japanese torpedo cruisers, right? That's what the privateer is. And honestly, now that I'm looking at it, I could definitely sculpt out the top here a little bit better so that it fits the superstructure a bit better. I don't like that it like I know Pathos ships just have it sit flat. I still don't like when it sits flat like that. And then obviously we have the freebooter, which honestly we could probably get away with just using the freebooter. I don't think I necessarily need to, what's it called? Rebuild it. I want to at least redo it turrets. But, well, actually, a rebuild would be faster, and it would give me the armor as well. We'll see how it goes. Are we rebuilding it again? Probably, yeah. I've already said that 2026 we're going to rebuild it. I especially want to redo back down here as well. We'll probably end up rebuilding it. That's fine. Because the Privateer's hull with its armor is just better right now, right? The freebooter is just, it's a little bit... I was just kind of like all over the place when I built it. And just said, fuck it, whatever, it's good enough. Like, it doesn't even have actual sloped armor. It got no armor in it. And then also this is just heinous. I want to do something more like this one. Is this not good? This looks like Neko designed it. And he'll know what that means, but I won't tell you guys what that means. But he'll know. Soap armor, go for it. Oi! And now I stretch, so I'm deemed innocent by the court. Hey, welcome in. Thanks for joining the assemblage. Alright, so... those are our main... I think this is going to be our main fleet, and obviously the Port Royale will make the flagship once we rebuild that as well. So what else do we have to do? We need a cargo ship. That's what we have the Tributary for. Tributary works decently well as a cargo ship. I just have to replace its fuel engine with a steam engine is all. But aside from that, it's pretty much done. It really, I might put a little AA gun on the front. But it's pretty much done for what it is. And then maybe just some deco work, right? Cargo ship, amphibious vehicle. True. So we have that. So that's what the fleet looks like right now. We have a good mix of Goldwater and Pathos-style ships, and then we're going to have a Riker-style flagship, which means I would technically, if I want to have everything represented, I would need Fitzgerald, which I have with the planes. So the planes on the... Here, actually, let's spawn those in as well. Everyone is here today. Let's just get everyone in here. So I'm allowed to use in-game builds as long as I build them. That's my rule. So I can't use, like, the Tarbon, for example, but I can use the Razorbill, the Puffin, and the Cormorant, right? There we go. Just have you guys perish. So that's all good. Interesting. Anyway, so just ignore that for now. So we have 3 planes. I can use the Shrike, but I'm probably gonna make I want to make a separate fighter bomber. Even if it's just a Shrike fighter bomber build, I would like to have something a little bit different from the Shrike. And then the frigate bird I am allowed to use, so we can spawn him in. Not recovered from what Captain Paphos asked me. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, but Pirate Lord Paphos did in fact plunder Neko. So I am allowed. Where's the frigate bird? Where is my frigate bird? There we go. There we go. So we're also allowed this guy because ostensibly I did build it. It's not in game yet, but I did build it. So we're good to have him. And then what else are we allowed to have for our initial campaign? I think so far, like, combat-wise, we're golden. I think we're gonna be fine combat-wise. But I will absolutely use the frigate bird at least once. And then actually maybe I ban myself from any godlies. Should I ban myself from any godlies pre-defeating Deepwater Guard? Alright. Let's go back to Clair Obscure as well. This isn't the right vibe today. There we go. Why is that seaplane not swimming? Because it doesn't have its floats down. See? The float is stored in the floats. It's a seaplane. It's a float plane. It's not a seaplane. Okay, so now I could do a yellowfin, which was a build Carson rebuilt for me. But I don't know if we really need its niche anymore because we have the privateer, right? That's the only thing I'm concerned about. So like Carson did a great job on this. I just don't know if we need it anymore. So let's remove him for now. We might build some of those as a quick relief force. It's actually a submarine. Oh, true. Thank you for reminding me. We have submarines. I do at some point have to rebuild the Sea Jackal. So let's save that for the Onyx Watch segment of the campaign. We won't use submarines against Deepwater Guard. We'll use submarines against Onyx Watch and like actually do like merchant ship and raiding. I think against Deepwater Guard though, we go fleet and B in doctrine. And then we'll do commerce raiding against Onyx Watch, and then after that we'll figure out our doctrines. Because then I can also explain historical doctrines in the video, which is really cool. I think that'd be really fun. Alright. What else do we have available? What else do we need? That's another question too. Why are you still moving? You stop that, you. Alright. One second, I gotta blow my nose. Alright, there we go. So what else do we need? I'm at a loss. Okay, yeah, so we want... I'm gonna add it to my little notebook here. We want a air superiority fighter. Or just, let's call it a heavy fighter. Heavy fighter / bomber. Now, we can base that off the Shrike. Maybe we just make a heavy or a fighter bomber version of the Shrike. Maybe that could be really fun. Or we could do our own. What do you guys think, chat? I'm curious. I would love feedback on this. Because I think it would be fun to make another plane, but also I am too plane build and I make too many. Make an original one? Yeah, okay. Not a bad idea. That works for me then. Alright, so we add a heavy fighter / bomb. The Strike feels too heavy to me for an air superiority fighter. Okay, well I'm thinking like heavy fighters, like, you know, like the Lightnings or the what was the American like double Mustangs taped together? I want to see more plane, no buys at all. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, so we will make another plane. Okay. And that one's, for the record, I want the heavy fighter / bomber to be a land-based airfield. I do not want it to be a carrier-based plane. E38? Yeah. It's F82. Okay, thank you. But yeah, so I want that to be a land-based or an airfield-based plane and not a carrier-based plane. Because that means we have to build airfields in the future, but I can do it on my own time. An airfield will be pretty easy to build. Twin Mustang and P-38 Lightning. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, does one more person wanna say it? P-61 Black Widow? I'm not familiar with that one, I don't think. But okay. So we have Fighter Bomber, we have our Free Planes over there, we have the Sky Viper for recon. Sorry, I had the cough. What else would we need? Recon, we have the Resource Gatherer, we have our main... The Port Royale is going to have a shipyard at the back. So like that's going to be like a mobile base, because this is going to replace our main fortress. If this fin dies, then we lose the campaign. I was a slightly more conventional twin boom heavy fighter. Well, honestly, I'm okay with twin booms. I love twin booms. Hey, Melazar, how's it going? What else do we need? Theoretically, if I finish the Marlin in time, we could use the Marlin for Sveno representation. So we have all 5 factions. Because we'd have 2 Paphos, 5 Fitzgerald if you include the, or 6 Fitzgerald if you include the Sky Viper and the Heavy Fighter. We have a 2 Goldwater, and then we have 1 Riker build. All right, that's not bad. I feel like that's a pretty good representation. A sub. I'm gonna save the submarine for Onyx Watch because we're gonna do full-on commerce raiding against Onyx Watch. So we're gonna have the Sea Jackal, the River Wolf, and the Coral Grief. So that's all Onyx Watch stuff. All right, so let's just write this. I'm just doing management right now for those of you wondering why is he just staring at a battle wheel. Okay. Well, honestly, let's work on the flagship today, and then we can worry about the other stuff later. I did a lot of work on the flagship last night, so I don't know how motivated I'll be to work on it today. But we'll see how it goes. At the very least, I might just get it done. Or get it done? No, I might get it shaped out. What am I saying? Get it? Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna get the entire thing done within the next 2 hours. You have a small cheap plane or stuff just to capture territory? We have the Razor Bill. But honestly, I don't think I'm gonna allow planes to capture territories. They have to be either airships or ships. I think planes capturing territory is silly. And it also just doesn't make sense. Because by virtue of being a plane, it doesn't have much staying power, right? It's a plane. If it was a VTOL or an airship, sure, but not these little guys. So we can either assign Selkies to territory management, because that's what they're like. These are pretty much just the border patrol craft, or we can, you know, we can use like other stuff. BF-109 Zwilling and the Messerschmitt MU-609. Okay, cool. Also just looking at the Savoia Marchetti SM-92. Thank you, Morgana. Alright. So you can see I started to do a superstructure here because the 2017 version didn't leave a lot to, How the fuck is this detail painted? Every time I look at this, I'm always so confused. I feel like it just gets worse every time I look at it. Alright, let's place in the guns on the side. I do want to keep this as accurate to the original. Excuse me, my keyboard? Hello? Wait, WASD isn't working? Oh, I'm paused. Forgot I was paused. No? Did I break something? Okay, well, it's no longer paused, and yeah, I'm still... Why is my WASD not working? Oh, my tab was held... Oh, my tab was sticking in. Weird. The Borderwise patrol, you say, on the lookout for canoes. True. Gotta make sure Borderwise isn't entering the video. Plan to unlock technologies as you progress through the campaign? I do, yes. So, actually, yeah, let's talk about the... Do we want to talk about the tech tree? Do we want to talk about the format for the campaign, or do we just want to build and yap about it? Hey, Shark, how's it going? It's going pretty good for me today. I'm having a fun little time. We're just yapping about the future plan, because I have the majority of the fleet laid out here now. Holy shit, he is making a run for it. So we have our carrier planes, our Corvette, light cruiser, heavy cruiser, Vatfin, our flagship over here eventually, and then our cargo ship who is currently trying to make a run for it. How about both at this time? Oh, you guys gonna make me multitask? Okay. But yeah, so the biggest thing for the tech tree that I want to have is I want to make sure that it's feels like I'm actually progressing. I don't want to have it where it feels like I'm stagnant at any point. So the biggest thing for me is I don't want to have it set up as a way of like saying like, oh, look at this now. Ooh, maybe that should be metal up there actually. I'm not sure about that. We'll see how that goes later. Sorry, I got distracted. Doing fine, it's very Friday today. Don't know if I've ever seen this game be played before, just shipbuilding and evaluating all. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna actually be playing it, crazily enough. We're almost at the point now where we can play it. I just needed to build up a few more assets. So one of that is my flagship here, which is also gonna count as my base. And then we need to build up a little recon balloon guy, and we need to build a heavy fighter. And then we are ready to go. Because I think that's all we're gonna need against Deepwater Guard. And then, so for the tech tree, I have standard Deepwater Guard restrictions, with one exception being the Hesh on the Port Royale, up until I beat the Davy Jones outpost. Then I unlock all of Deepwater Guard, and I don't remove any restrictions from my builds, but I unlock all the Deepwater Guard builds. So like, for example, if I wanted to spawn a Tarpon, I could. I probably won't do that, but if I wanted to, it would be fun. Then after that, let's say I go again. It depends on who I fight next, right? So lightning hoods will unlock most energy weapons. Depends on how I use them. So like, for example, if I want to use a pack cannon, it has to be a Tesla coil. That's where the electric eel comes in. If I want to do if I want to go against Onyx Watch, I unlock heavier armor. Stuff like that, right? But it still has to be Deepwater Guard style heavy armor. It can't just be put Onyx Watch pieces of hull on my ships. It has to be actually like it's more metal, but it still looks Deepwater Guard. That's the hard part, right? Is having to balance that. And then if I want to, like, let's say I fight the white flares, what would I unlock if I fight the white flares? I actually haven't thought that far ahead. Honestly, I'm pretty sure white flares and Deepwater Guard have the same restrictions, hilariously enough. Maybe I get more autocannons, maybe I get like solid shot, I don't know. Oh, you know what? Maybe, yeah, beaten white flares will remove my shell restrictions on APS. Wait, what? For what? Don't white flares have railguns? Do they? Oh, yeah, we'll have white flares unlock railguns then. Because I just realized, yeah, because like getting energy weapons, it still doesn't mean we still won't be able to have railguns if we beat lightning hoods, because lightning hoods don't have railguns. If white flares have railguns, then yeah, they absolutely unlock railguns. Hey, Speedwagon. Sorry, let me say that again. Speedwagon. Speedwagon is best girl. But yeah, so white flares will unlock railguns for us. And then what else? GT would unlock. I guess GT would unlock better airships, but I like Seno style airships are already pretty based. Honestly, I think past the first 3 factions, or the first 4 factions, I think the tech tree is pretty much filled out by that point. So I think at that point, we just build to match what we're fighting against. So for example, when we go against Steel Striders, our flagship will be the Barbarossa, and a lot of our, like, we're going to have an upgraded freebooter. We're probably going to build a few extra, like, Paphos-style ships. Because I kind of wanted to have, like, Paphos-style ships to go against Steel Striders. You know, match them ship for ship. That style of it. Because I don't want to completely cheese the factions. Unless it's thematic. So, for example, using submarines against Onyx Watch in order to do commerce raiding. So, against Onyx Watch, we're going to have the Anglerfish. I said River Wolf earlier. I don't know if we'll keep that one. But Sea Jackal, Anglerfish, Coral Grief, which is going to be really fun. And then I want to make the Barbados. Are you guys familiar with tandem wing aircrafts? I think making it so you cannot make your own railgun is fair, only using existing captured railguns. No, because capturing stuff in this game doesn't work like that. Deepwater Guard mech after TG? No, Deepwater Guard mechs to fight TG. Because probably how the story beat is gonna go is we beat Deepwater Guard pretty easily, obviously, because we are Deepwater Guard. We go up against Onyx Watch, we get our asses handed to us, we go back to the drawing board, we create submarine warfare. Unrestricted submarine warfare. Capture white flare ships and then prefab the gums off them. Yeah, and that just doesn't sound fun. That just sounds tedious and not fun. I'm sorry, that's not fun. Also, that removes half the point of the series of me building more ships. Deepwater Guard orbital laser spacecraft when? We'll see. But, so, like, a big fin, for example, is... I'll use the Onyx Watch example still. So, like, we get our ass handed to us by Onyx Watch. Presumably. I assume Onyx Watchcraft with the crams will probably beat my ships. Because these guys are not heavily armored, right? So let's say we, like, lose a fleet against the Onyx Watch, and we're like, oh shit, we gotta think about what to do now. So we switch to submarines in order to do unrestricted submarine warfare on their shipping... their ships. Their merchant marine. And that will let us contest them that way, right? That's thematic. That's not necessarily... Like, yeah, we're technically cheesing them, quote-unquote, but it's also thematic. It's a thematic way to fight them. And then by the time we get the Steel Striders, though, we're probably going to be at the point where we have enough tech acquired from the other factions that we can just say, alright, we can fight Steel Striders on equal footings and then just go shot for shot with them, right? We'll probably still lose numerically. We'll probably have more numbers, but, like, lose... on a design-by-design basis, but as long as we have the numbers to take out some of them, I'm happy. So that's, for example, why I was testing the Privateer against Steel Strider craft like the Argonaut. What happens to the submarine after Onyx Watch, though? They're used as garrison forces if they're obsolete against the other factions, or they would be used in tandem against other factions. No faction is a monolith. So, for example, I'm still going to be using these carrier craft against, like, TG or Steel Striders, right? I'm still going to be using the Selkie as an escort craft. Actually, he may fall off over time. But, like, the Freebooter will probably just get upgrades over time. Same with the Privateer, and then the Selkie might be too small going forward. I don't know, we'll see. But his Sea-Wiz will probably always be helpful. And let's say the Electric Eel that I use against Lightning Hoods, right? Then we're probably gonna use that against other factions. It's gonna be mainly fought against Lightning Hoods as a way to counter them, because hit scan counters Lightning Hoods. Pack especially, like Pierce packs especially, are pretty good against Lightning Hoods. Or I don't know about EMP pack, but I would like to do it kind of like the Casket Bolt, where it swaps between all the different types of damage on a breadboard. Because I think the Casket Bolt doing that was really cool. Does that make sense? I hope this makes sense to those of you listening, because it'll make more sense once I can explain it in video, but upgrade the Selkie until it beats everything to Godly. Yeah. Well, you know what? Missiles make up the Godly. Technically speaking, at his like 60 FP to 51 cost, he is already technically in Godly tier, I'm pretty sure. Which is really funny to me. Privateer getting upgrades instead of being entirely rebuilt? Preposterous. I know, right? That's how I currently intend it to be. But keep in mind, like Lightning Hoods is going to get its own sub-faction to fight against it. Because I do want to build those Tesla units. And then Onyx Watch will have its own sub-faction of submarines. And then GT, I'll probably just build Sveno. Steel Striders, I'll build Pathos style. White Flares, I was thinking of, like, what if we had a sub-faction that was a little bit more violent of the Deepwater Guard? Like, maybe it was prisoners from Yanwal who want to redeem themselves, and so, like, we send them in, like, melee craft against White Flares. I think that would be really funny. Oh, you know what you use against White Flares? We build the Flamer sub-faction. I think that's what we do against White Flares. Flamer sub-faction. How do we feel about that? I think that could be really fun. Because I was thinking, like, I do want a Deepwater Guard, like, Incendiary Corps. Think of, like, sub-factions kind of like the ones from Helldivers, right? Where you get, like, the different brigades. And plus, that way, if we do a Flamer sub-faction, then we can use that in the Deepwater Guard custom campaign afterwards. Because all these designs are... Are you familiar? Okay. In order to understand my Deep Underground custom campaign idea, you have to understand the Wars of the Diadochi. Or the Diadochi. I say Diadochi because I don't know about Hard Greek, but I know Classical Latin didn't have a soft C sound. So like Diadochi, Diadochi, I just say it like that. I don't say soft C's normally when I'm speaking old languages, just because I learned that from Latin. Anyway, so the idea for that is going to be that, like, you know, my pirate lord in the YouTube series conquers the world, right? Beats everyone. And then dies. Just keels over. Which then leaves all these different sub-factions I've created to fight each other. So, like, the Tesla faction will probably take parts of the LH lands. The, you know, these guys will be the Deepwater Guard lands, right? A lot of my my upgraded Paphos stuff will go against the, like, you know, the Steel Strider lands. Pretty much, we pretty much just replace every Neater faction with Deepwater Guard factions. And then we sprinkle in actual Deepwater Guard designs with them, alongside my custom-built ones, and maybe some from the community if you guys do some community design service. Pictured behind him as he keels over is a set of blue cat ears barely peeking in the frame. No, Neko, you need to do like the Sly Cooper, where it's like the little Colin card, but instead of a raccoon mask, it's just like your little blob cat as the Colin card. And it's just like a vial of poison next to it. But yeah, that's my idea right now, so... Empty tunic, yeah. Like the lid's like still like cracked open, like hanging on by a thread of metal. Yeah, so that's my plan right now. So I'm doing all this in the effort to build up a Deepwater Guard only campaign, custom campaign, where you, a player, would then go against a bunch of different Deepwater Guard designs. That's my current plan. Because I figured it would also just be nice, because imagine, you know, like I do a full narrative campaign, and I'm like, hey, if you want to fight against my designs, here's the sequel to my campaign as a custom campaign. I just think that would be really cool. And so, like, I don't stream it, I don't, maybe I'll stream playing for my own custom campaign, but I mean, like, for the most part, I'm just going to have it as a sequel to my YouTube series. And that's where the custom campaign starts off. Okay, yeah, that's a cool idea. Yeah, because that way we have audience interaction, right? Why do you think I've been yoinking so many people's Deepwater Guard craft? I've been acquiring Deepwater Guard craft for this one day. Oh wait, you're starting an LRCC? No, I'm not starting another one. This one has been in progress since I started in 2024. This has been the idea since 2024. Is there any lore written for it? I just told you the lore. The idea is that the lore gets written as I do a YouTube campaign, and then I die at the end of the YouTube campaign, which sets off the events of the custom campaign. And then that's just kind of like a war of the Diadochi situation. The Deepwater Diadochi... Okay, honestly, the Deepwater Diadochi sounds incredible. But, but yeah, that's the, that's the current premise of this. But it's not a custom campaign like Runes of Carthian, Henry, where it's like I have to build everything from scratch. Most of the roster is already filled out from Deepwater Guard. And then it's just, I need to build my own designs to beat the baseline campaign. Those get shipped into the custom campaign. I maybe take one or two designs from the community. Because let's say I build my Tesla coils, and then someone else gets inspired to build in the same style. I'd be like, okay, cool, that would fit in the custom campaign. Hand that over. Because that way there's still audience participation, right? But it's not going to have any bounties. It's not going to have like any specific stuff like that. Because the majority of the roster is already filled out. Because Deepwater Guard has like 60 craft or something like that. I'm sure I could make a bunch of new factions out of like 60 craft with some specific cool parts here and there. But every faction in, like every sub-faction is going to have access to the mainline Deepwater Guard stuff, and then they're just going to have a few unique craft to make them special. It's actually cool, would play? Hell yeah. Now the question, Horsenator, is would you play as Deepwater Guard only, though? Because at the end of the day, these are still going to be Deepwater Guard craft, even if they are, you know, replacing the SD. It's definitely going to be easier than Neater. But it's going to be, you know, very fun to build. Alright, let's go back to building our flagship now. So we have one of our guns in already. And that shows us where the Tetris is. I do want to keep these little balcony pieces. Also, not the brag, guys, but I'm just saying. 0 decos on this bad boy. No truss. Monkey Man could never. But, I want to keep this balcony here. I do want to redo a lot of this stuff over here because there's a lot of stuff in this that is just wrong. And I think the blueprint also got corrupted over the ages because I swear I finished putting in pieces down here. But who knows, honestly. This build is 10 years old. And then that's just how Stearns looked back in the day, I guess. I just gave up over here, Jesus. So that's 137 by 43. It's already at 30k volume, and this one is empty as hell. So presumably, if we make ours filled, we'll probably end up with something like 45k volume, which is good because that's what I was aiming for. What is that stern? That is 2017, 2016 stern. Actually, I think that's 2015 because I think this is Paphos's battle barge that I then stuck a Marauder on the front of. Sure, that ship has less abs than I do. Indeed. Use my 120 material gunship with 450 millimeter. And we'll win. What is this? Hydrogen bomb versus coffin baby? Okay. I'm on phone today. Hello. Bone mobile. Bone mobile. Holy shit. Sorry, bone mobile. There we go. Very unkissable stern you have there, Roar. Yes. We're gonna redo it, don't worry. Right now we're already at 103. That's 137. Let's the flight deck is about as far back as possible, so let's get the flight deck done, because we know it ends at 137. Let's get the flight deck done today, and then I'm probably going to switch over to the Sky Viper if we still have time, because I actually want to build that right now. The only reason I don't want to do this again right now is because I just spent like 7 hours on this last night in a VC with Paphos. I was just yapping away in Discord VC as I was building. And I don't like having the same build back to back. I like switching it up sometimes. Actually, I commented last night saying like, oh, I should probably not do too much on this because like, I want to have some for stream tomorrow. I was like, I'll be okay. I was in fact not okay. All right, there we go. So that's 135, which honestly, I'm okay with the flight deck only being 135 because that still gives me room for 9 flight, like, you know, free Razor Bills, free Cormorants, free Puffins. I think we'll be okay. I just realized how I did the cranes back. Oh, that's cool. I had the offset crane. Dude, okay, you know what? Some parts of this I was absolutely cooking on back in the day. And then other parts, I burnt the hell out of it. Like, what the fuck is this? But up here, the quad crane assembly is pretty cool. Then again, planes were also a lot smaller back then because you didn't have to shape the wings as much. I wonder if the planes are gonna... if the planes look too big, that's fine. It's not like I have to actually take off from the flight deck. Let me just clear a sleep out of my eyes. I wanted to take a walk before stream today, but I was like, you know, like... Well, I say I was like, I just woke up too late, and then I showered, and I was like, I don't have enough time. I was already late to stream anyway, because I wanted to get food. I started making this new, like, peanut-based sauce. Like, it's like, you know, like those, like, Thai spicy peanut sauces? I don't know how many of you have, like, this type of food, but I've been really enjoying it. I got photos. Okay, that's a little bit better. I feel like my brain just came out through my nose with that one. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this always makes me want to spend my precious FPD time building Deepwater Guard instead of my faction. I must resist. Okay, but hear me out, Melazor. If you build more Deepwater Guard, you have a chance to get it into the custom campaign. Even into the YouTube video, if it's good enough. Think about it. No, I'll keep this. I was gonna say, do I want to... The issue I have with, like, flight decks for Deepwater Guard lately is that it's always so hard for me to decide how I want to do them. Because, like, I know pattern-wise I want to do the arrows and whatnot. But then, like, do I want to do, like, the double metal rim, or do I want to do, like, wood? You know what I mean? Take my meds. True! Please, meds check, everyone. Go take your meds. If you have them. Please take them responsibly as well. If you've already taken them today, do not take them a second time. And that covers my bases. So, like, for example, here, What I should do, honestly... Oh, not that. That's not what I should do. Let's do that. I should actually... No, let's go get the fan from the Tortuga. No, we'll do that later. I don't feel like doing that right now, actually. Me. Hey, everyone, you should take your meds. Also me, highly unmedicated ADHD today. Oh, we should do this. I'm just like... I haven't even finished my coffee. I don't know why I'm like bouncing off the walls. Wild. Alright. So there's our flight deck path. Now, obviously, we should probably make it look a little bit better. Question is how? So obviously the front has the edge slopes, but the middle here is going to have not that. What does the middle have? It's just flat wood texture off to the sides. Okay. So, yeah. That means we have these styles of turrets again. So let's put them in... how are we gonna get these guns into? Now that we have Tetris down below, we can't just put it... We're gonna have to move the paddle wheel out, I think. Which is nice, because that means the paddle wheel can be ablative armor. And then this transition piece down here, I can just figure out as we go. God damn it, why do I always make stuff so difficult to me? Well, the nose is so satisfying when you finally unclog the nose. I know, right? It's very nice. Especially if you have it where you can't unclog your nose and then you get it all at once. It's disgusting, but it's very satisfying. That's a future roasting problem. Unfortunately, it's a right now roasting problem. I also realized I'm gonna have to fit masks and a bunch of other stuff in this to make it look Riker style. Let's just put this at the far back here. And then we'll build as if this is the edge piece, because it is. Then did we put how I think we did? We did, okay. Alright, that works. And how do we do this? Okay, offsets into 2 meter. Okay. And is that just, yep, that is, okay. That works for me. I guess that works. I could have probably done that as offsets now that I think about it. Oh, well. There we go. So that's where that goes past where I wanted it to. Let's move him back in a little bit. Actually, let's move him back in a little bit because, it'll make him shorter, I understand, but let's give us an entire beam of the back flight deck there. Similar to what we have over here. Because we also have to build out the stern. But now we have our dimensions at least. Do all the easy stuff chained together, like by spins and shoulders. Oh, you're talking about, okay, you're talking about meter hammers. I know how to make it look like what I would do with a meter hammer. Nice. Yeah, that's a big part too, is just confidence, right? Like, a lot of people are like, oh, like, you know, like it's like speaking a language. Once you become confident in a language, people will notice your mistakes a lot less. Did I do that right? I did. It just feels wrong. Why does it feel wrong? Curious. All right. So you need to be here. There we go. Nice. Okay. Best way to learn stuff is to be comfortable with failures. Exactly. And like, even when you do get good at something, still be comfortable with failure, right? Like, not all of my builds are successful. I have some damn good builds. Not all of them are. You know what I mean? And that's okay. Not everything needs to be a winner. There we go. There we go. I want to play more Clair Obscure. Just gotta... Taking a break from it offline because I want to finish Persona 5 first and then go back to Clair Obscure on my own. But I haven't had time. Ellen, technically, your hammer isn't covered by Hema. It's still covered by Wushu and certain forms of Kung Fu, like Shaolin, but I'm learning independently of those. Okay. Neat. There we go. Alright. Where would we like to go from here? So we got our second turrets in, which means our third turrets need to go in here somewhere. Is this... This is even width, okay. No, this is... Yeah, that is even. Oh, wait a second. Yes, that is even width. I need to move it over by 1. I need to do that entire deck pattern again, damn it. Yeah. There you go. Move you up by 1. And back out to where you belong. You know what, we're gonna do this easier. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. There we go. Actually, I probably could have moved it over by 2. There we go. I just wanted to make sure that the inside there is odd width. So that way we can fit the third gun without having to worry about spacing. And I actually am going to make sure of this now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 4. Perfect. Okay. There we go. That means you can fit the paddle wheel and the third gun in perfectly fine. Because the third gun is going to be higher up than these guns. And this is a very old way of building Deep Water Guard with having like the inset casemates almost. But something about it just feels very nostalgic to me, you know? Thank you for the stretch. Oh, and the hydrate. Very generous today, Joe. We're entering our first ad break here, so I might go grab some more water during... actually, no, I'm going to build for the ad break. I feel like building for the ad break today. Alright. So once again, I'm asking, do we put this as metal? I think we put this part as metal as well, in all honesty. And we just, you know, just make it solid as possible. And then that way too, it does frame the turret better, so you can actually see where the turret ends and where the top bit begins. I think I'm okay. I think I'm happy with that. Now, actually, instead of doing it like this, what if I do it a different way? What if I do use 2-meter offsets here? I do like that better, actually. That just looks a lot nicer. Question is it gonna look like too much metal, though? Honestly, I don't care. This one's allowed to... This is a flagship. It's allowed to be a little bit stronger. I'm making the executive decision, chat, but I do not care. Plus, worst case scenario, we can always texture over it or paint it something else. We can always redo it. It's not exactly a hard piece to do. And while I do have to follow Neater rules, I don't have to do everything to the exact letter. I'm allowed exceptions, because the Neater campaign has exceptions. Funny how that works, huh? So we have our superstructure on the right there, which will go up into the bridge, eventually. TM. And then the one on the one on the right will be the smokestack, the one on the left will be our bridge. Alright, now how are we looking in terms of... Okay, that doesn't look bad. This fin actually can't fire exactly forwards, which is pretty funny to me. That's actually pretty funny. We cannot aim directly forwards. But, alright, I guess we're always going to be approaching at an angle. This is the opposite of a front sider. This fin literally cannot front side. I think we might be able to get 2 flak guns facing directly forward. Yeah, we can, okay. And even then, these guys are better off if we put them in... That's hilarious, that we can't actually aim directly forward. I never realized that on the old one. This is a pure broadsider. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's like the BTD6 boat Paragon's cannon layout. I'm not familiar with that, honestly. BDT6 boat. Is that Balloon's tower defense, for fuck's sake? You're really gonna make me look up Balloon's tower defense? Nave Arc of the Seas? Oh yeah, it kind of does look like that cannon layout, doesn't it? That's cool. Yes, okay, yeah. I've never played Bloons Tower Defense, so I wouldn't have known. How much muzzle burn do I need for this, by the way? Switch muzzle velocity, barrel length for propellant burn. I only need 3.4. Okay, so I can shorten these barrels down significantly, so I will do that. They're a tad long right now, if you ask me. So we'll shorten that down, and that way we can have them face forward, outwards, and left, very similar to the boat Paragon, as you just pointed out. Thank you for ruining my day. Oh my god, he's still running. I forgot to delete him. Get out of here, you troglodyte. Alright. I will say, actually, aside from, like, I just need to redo these torpedo bays. I really like the privateer. He's a handsome lad. He does sit a little bit high in the water right now, because he's not full. He's a little bit higher in the water than the freebooter, for example, but once he gets down to where he's supposed to be, it's fun. Hey, cruiser, how's it going? We're building up the Port Royale today. Privateer is a fine boy. Yeah, and the fact that he's armored, too, is crazy. Like, he actually takes a few hits from Steel Strider stuff. Which still wows me, because I honestly... I don't know, I never expected to really do armor much. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll redo those torpedo bays on the sides, and then also put a walkway over top of the water wheel. That will provide, like, a roof for the torpedo bay areas. And just provide more walkability, which is nice. And honestly, that superstructure I'm very proud of still. That's definitely one of the better looking superstructures I've made. I love this little truss bit right in here. Then I still need just to make some catwalks over here for them to get down onto the smokestack area. And then just do railings. But we'll worry about that later. Because now, for now, I have to convert this fucker into a usable superstructure. Alright, how much higher are you than... So your base is at the roof of the previous turret. Okay. Okay, I can work with that. So... let's get you in now. Because where this turret goes will define also where the paddle wheel goes. You go to the roof of this one. Go. Measure you in here. There we go. Let's have you go to the let's have you a little bit higher up, like here-ish. That's centered. No, it's off a little bit. Let's do our beam trick again. We know it's 4 beams either direction. Alright, so we know height-wise we want it to be lined up with the top section up here, so we did have it right in the area here. Okay. In that case, yeah, you go here, buddy. Look at that, pudding cake. Okay, and then you come down here. And then honestly, we're gonna wait for you to get the rest of your forehead built up before we put you in. Alright, that's good. This is gonna be fun. I'm excited to have this guy again. Because, like, I remember back in 2017, these guns would absolutely destroy stuff. Now, obviously, I know these guns aren't as good as they used to be, because these were single-shot, just implode builds, whereas these are almost rapid-fire Hesh spewers, right? Snub-nosed Hesh spewers at that, because we only need, like, 4 meters of barrel length. So we're just gonna do, we can shorten it down, because I think it's at 10 meters right now of barrel length. We're gonna shorten it down to like 6. Because I still want them to look proportional to the build. But, oh god, the old Hesh rage bait turrets. I know, right? But also, Bone, look at the Tetris. I re-Tetrised my quad cannons because the old ones just... Oh yeah, you saw it last night. Where it used to be just the single 2-meter autoloader. I actually got these balanced and they're quite nice now. Also, I just like synchronizing quad guns like this. Pretty solid new Tetris. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm surprised, like, I managed to get the actual Tetris part first try. And then it was just the coolant sticks as I edited the shell that I had to worry about. But I'm pretty happy with this. I didn't check the stats on them, though. That one doesn't have a shell loaded. Oh, 1 second. I took the ammo off the bridge, didn't I? There we go. Alright, show me your stats. Probably not that great. Oh, no, that's better than the Kopesh. That's actually a lot better than the Kopesh, my god. It's like, thank you for the hydrate, Morgana. You look at this, with all of its, with only half of its payload right now, we still have 2 more guns to add. It's already at 215 APS firepower. That's also with 4 flak guns, but I have a distinct feeling that these guys aren't adding to the equation. You know what I mean? So this one already has almost as much firepower as the Freebooter's main gun. Actually, it has more firepower than the Freebooter's main guns. And it has more firepower than the Privateer. Okay, so this one... We have successfully made a capital ship. It has more firepower than everything else we've built so far. I think it's just because it's like decently high DPS. But, you know what? It's still fun, and that's what matters. The only issue is I gotta figure out how to put a visible tracer on it. Alright, let's get the last one in. Alright, 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 there we go. Got you. Got you. Alright, I'm just gonna be, I'm not gonna lie, today's just gonna be a random noise today. I am exhausted. I stayed up far too late Tetrising that turret last night. But I've been having the issue lately where I'll start Tetrising something and it's like, I just get so locked in that I cannot stop playing the game until I'm done Tetrising that thing. Which is probably a good problem to have, because it means I get my Tetris done, but oh my god, does it ever eat into my time. That one far out. That's one too far out, isn't it? No, because the last one... Okay, yeah. I see. Okay, we're good. There we go. And then right here is going to be this little guy here. No, it's not, because he needs to be moved 1 in. Here you are. Because we do not want to jeopardize the flight deck whatsoever. And I just don't know how we're gonna connect this to. The transition areas with the superstructure are gonna be the hardest part. It really makes time fly fast, honestly. What's your policy on spam in a single redeem? I don't think any of them should be spammable. They all have timers on them for cooldown. Why? Is there one that needs to put a cooldown on? Basically, my policy in general is if you spam something or if you do something, like, I just take it away. Like, for example, TTS got taken away because people were spamming it with not so great messages. And also, Forsen just also had a breakdown, and so I'm still trying to fix them, but I'm blaming chat for giving him a breakdown because you guys spammed mean messages. Alright, so I just... Oh, on God, I just ended it like that, Jesus, okay. What the hell? What we'll do then is this. I do still want to do this deco railing style, like with the simple railing. I do quite like it. Hey, Livel, how's it going? I see. Yeah, what's your plan? What's your plan, Belazor? Alright, go. There we go. Hey, look at that. So now we can put in our last little turret down here. You can see what the total combined firepower of this fully operational battle carrier is. I just gotta reload him. I really should just put ammo in the stamp pen. 322. Okay, so that is more APS firepower than the Privateer points total. And that is just... The main guns of the Port Royale are just a tad shy of the entirety of the freebooters' firepower. That's insane. No, I'm just a little gremlin that likes to imagine chaos. Okay. Currently edited in a Foxhole video. Nice, Aperture. How's that going? I try not to record Foxhole because I don't want to... I care about OPSEC, so I tend to avoid recording Foxhole, honestly. Oh, let me stretch. Alrighty. How are we gonna protect you from criminals? Maybe... Are you forever out? You are. You forever out? Oh my god, you are. Why? Did we get that at the right angle? We did, holy shit. We got that at the exact same angle as the old one. I was only measuring side to side. I wasn't measuring how far out we go. That's hilarious. Alright, so we put down... We should probably get their armor pieces in place. Yeah. Okay. So we need the 11 by 11 Tetris. That's what this is. That's the wrong button. Try again. There you go. That's not supposed to go there. Alright, we'll take you. Delete you. There we go. Should delete. We make the entire front heavy armor. Because this is a broadsider. Get some slopes in there as usual. There we go. Alright, looks good. Realized that I made it one too far down. But also, bet this is perfectly 4 Tetris. That's huge. Nice. Alright, let's grab that prefab. Oh, Control P is prefab mode? How did I never know that before? Amazing what happens when you read the bottom right corner for the tutorial, eh? Crazy. There we go. Okay, that works. And then the back will just be, let's say the back is just metal, and then the top can be metal followed by wood. But can we talk about how we actually designed proper roof armor for once? Why is it bad to stream it? OPSEC. So for example, let's say so if you're live streaming a Foxhole operation, the enemy can look at your live stream and then counter you. So it's just not smart to do. I was gonna say OPSEC stands for Operation Security, but then it was gonna remind me of that video where it's like, oh, you definitely didn't do that without a calc. Calc means calculator, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen that video, but it's so fucking funny. But yeah, no, the main reason is OPSEC, because you don't want to be the reason why one of your teammates gets hit, and you don't want all your hard work getting immediately demolished because the enemy decided to watch your stream, right? Because stream snipers just happen, even if people, like, you know, you want to wish the best from people. You hope that people act the best, but they don't, and it's unfortunate, but it is. I just didn't know where it came from. That's fair. Galvia deserves to be conquered. Shut it, baby, eat it. Oh, I'm pro Warden. Are you a collie, Aperture? Oh, is Aperture a collie? Wait, which one's Callahan? I don't know. To be fair, all of my Foxhole opinions are based off my friends who play it. I actually don't play it, but a lot of my friends do, and so most of my friends are Wardens. So no dive bomber L. True. L plus carrier down. Okay, look, to be fair, I was pro Warden before I saw the carriers. I will say that the carrier almost made me convert to Collie, but scout planes in your water, Watchy. Okay, guys, what do we say? You're not... Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh boy, I sure hope everyone's being nice to each other and not at each other's throats because of Foxhole. Oh boy. Go. Alright, give them some roof armor, because otherwise chat will complain. Probably has the machine gun truck. No, I know which the factions are. I'm just saying, for like the Praise Callahan meme, I don't know which faction that is. Curious convinced me to buy the game and be a Collie loyalist. That's crazy. To be fair, the Collie carrier isn't anything special either. It's literally just a carrier. Like, it's not exactly the most, how do you say, inspired design. I just realized what I did. I'll say the Collie carrier is nice. It used to be, used as a landing strip for our paratrooper plane to kill a BB. Oh, hell yeah. That does sound cool. Alright. Let's do this a little bit more processed. So we stay off the slopes. The exterior slopes, at least. There we go. There we go. Be consistent, please. I beg you. Alright, there we go. That looks a little bit cleaner, doesn't it? It's a little bit better. Alright, that I feel a little bit better about pre-venom now. But yeah, is Foxhole one of those games? Maybe, I don't know. Neko, Foxhole is one of those games maybe I will get into. We'll see. We shall see. The issue right now is I have too many games I want to get into. All right, there's our turret armor. We have one room left over for the deck. No, Aperture, he just saw whatever the fuck the Mercy was and had a valid crash it. They don't know what the fuck. Oh yeah, Warden. You know what's funny? The Warden Commander saw that fucking excuse of a carry and actually fell to his knees and cried, claiming that he saw a god. That's crazy. It carries like what, 2 planes? At best? Like it's, I despise it. I hates it. All right, let's come over here. Let's come over here. Just fill up these little corners with the heavy armor. I'm sure no one will complain about this. Okay. Now the question is, how do I justify slope armor on this? Or maybe honestly, maybe we just crosshatch some poles and call it a day. Because I need to figure out, like, especially that top one. I guess it'll have the paddle wheel a little bit in front of it. Maybe we use the paddle wheel as ablative armor, and then, bro, what do you mean, bro? I will kill you if you cross poles. What do you mean, Potet? I need a very space efficient armor scheme. Think of the health, Potet. It's a free plane seaplane tender converted from a battleship. Yeah, no, it's so weird to me that you convert a battleship and only use it for fucking free planes. Like, our battleship conversions were full-on carriers at that point. Crossbows is inferior to just straight-up beams? Oh, okay. Even with having the open in space to... as an air gap? Excuse me. Quill carrier can carry 9 fighters. Collie carrier can carry 9 fighters. Warden carrier gets free and they're only for A2A. Oh, yeah. How many meters you got? Well, I don't know. That's what we're deciding right now. Because width-wise at the moment, we are 45 wide compared to 43 wide. That's because the barrels... Let's trim off the barrels, and then we can figure out where we are. There we go. Because we only need like 4 meters of barrel length for this Tetris. Outward to inside. Lots of medium armor, go solid beam, pole. Okay. Alright, that could work. And then we have the turret armor, which will suffice. Let us grab these. Let's redo the barrels on you. So if we only need 4 meters of barrel, we can probably get away with just doing our same usual barrel techniques, but smaller. So instead of 4, we'll just do 2. 2. And then we can just do... There we go. There we go, that works. Those are our barrels now. Look how small they look. Pretty much this is pretty much a snub-nosed Heshfire, now that I realize it. You're seeing none of yours? I had nothing to torp for days. Wonder I'm seeing nothing about your navy in YouTube. Yeah, I just checked on the wiki. The color carrier can store 20 planes. Let's say I seem free on the deck at least. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like the Wardens got robbed in terms of navy. And in terms of planes, even their plane, I didn't like a lot of the Warden plane designs either, like aesthetically. Which is unfortunate, because you'd think you'd want them to be relatively on par with each other, right? I realize I could prefab these again, but honestly, that would take more effort than it's worth. And I don't feel like doing that. There we go. We snubbed our noses. Look at that. It actually will look a lot better for what this fin is intended to do. Foxwell devs consistently release half the stuff they should for a major update. They did this for Naval as well. Now if I fire over here. Hey, why are you waiting for the synced weapon? What happened? Oh, your weapon ID changed, I see. Okay, so you're not synced. You're synced to ID 11. How? There's no ID 11 here. How did you sync to that? Why are you synced to this one? What the fuck? Anyway, back to fromage devs. True. And AA like 5 towers or something, they're quick to making no AI. Yeah, oh yeah, having like I understand why they wanted to have player AA on the ships, but it just doesn't work in a game like Foxhole. Alright, so you're 15, 13, 12, and 14, okay. I'm just gonna pretend I do not see that. So you sync up to 15. You sync up to 12. You sync up to 13. And then you sync up to 12. So now you should fire. There we go, that's what I want. Perfect, okay. That makes me happier. So now I have to go through and sync all of these ones up too, probably, yeah? So you should have... No. No, okay, good. So your weapon ID 7. You're 5. You are 4. Oh, I can do weapons on the same turret. That's nice. And then that means you're 6. Okay, so you sync up to 4. There we go. So now they should all work how I'm thinking, right? Alright, that middle one isn't firing correctly. Where are you synced up to? You're synced up to 7. And you should be synced up to 5. There we go. There we go. Okay, so those ones work now. This is literally all of this is just so I can have a nice broadside with the boom, boom, boom. This is so unnecessary. For those of you wondering why I'm doing this, if you're not familiar with the game. This is a very unnecessary feature to make it look cool. And technically, when you sync it up so that they fire sequentially like that instead of all at once, there's stuff to do with recoil that makes it a little bit easier for accuracy, and then there's also stuff to do with, like, you can have shells land in the same place. So, for example, you can have one pierce the armor, one goes through into the internals, one goes out the back, right? I was gonna say... You're drilling now instead of punching? Exactly, yeah. Nah, don't worry, Potat. As much as I love rage baiting you, I wasn't gonna rage bait you today. Actually, did you know that pierce lasers are completely useless, and nobody should use them? I should make that a short. Potat will kill me, but that would be such a fun short to make. I'm just like, yeah, pierce lasers are actually fucking useless. Wow, I sure hate using pierce lasers, chat. Gaslight the casuals, true. Lightning Hoods uses pierce lasers, and they're dog shit. Alright, let's not fire. Okay, why are you guys firing on the same one? You're firing on 20. There we go. Alright, you work. Good. You work. Alright, good. Now it's you guys. Oh no. Otat will keep breaking and bonk you with his hammer during the short. Just the... What's the, like the one Scottish where it's like, disgusted! I knew it was fucking Warriors! Alright, or it's Potat, you know like the Markiplier run and punch? That's what Potat does. He does like the run and punch. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna have to deco these barrels all individually later. That's fine, I'm sure. I'm sure nothing bad will come of this. I will say about this, Tetris is also small enough that I could probably get a quad gun in Ashes of the Empire if I really wanted to. Simply Escanor miniature, you son your Escanor miniature, son your ass. I was not expecting the 7 deadly sins represent and make them suffer the instant they enter Ashes LH territory. They're already gonna suffer when they enter Ashes LH territory. Like some of the devious like concepts we have cooked up is gonna be crazy. I feel bad for I feel bad for Stren. Stren's gonna get absolutely cooked. Why are you using Hesh against Deepwater Guard? Hesh is good against Fin armor. Because it pretty much immediately smalls and just shreds internals. So stuff that has like a lot of area or like Fin armor, and plus this way I'm not overpennant as well. Also, I just like using Hesh. It's a fun little change. Any other questions? Hesh tastes better than Key. True! That's what a reference, my god. Hesh tastes better than Key. I'm sure Potet will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know, I've had good success with Hesh against Deepwater Guard, and there's no reason not to use it because it looks cool as hell. Seeing everything spall as it goes. Coffee tastes better than water. This is why I don't hydrate. That reminds me, I went like 15 hours without water yesterday. Because like I fell asleep super early the night before. And so I just ended up like not having, and I didn't bring a water bottle with me to bed because I left it in my office by accident. Because I had been working on the Stellaris video. And so like I woke up and I was like, I'm gonna go back to bed. So I went back to bed and then I woke up with like the driest mouth possible and I was like, oh, where am I? And I was like, oh fuck, I need water because I realized I hadn't had water in like 15 hours. And then realized I left it over in my office, so I was forced to get out of bed in order to get myself water. It was a very tragic tale. That's just funny against anything without air gaps, but has significantly less damage output against wooden shit rigs. Really interesting. Because I know the way Hesh works now is that it averages the AC of all the blocks it goes against with a weighted against the last block, right? So like, yeah, I'm still getting wood spall liner, but I guess to be fair, APHE would probably still do more. But Hesh is so much fun. Just full on frag shells? Ah, I see. I'm still using Hesh though. I agree with you and I understand your point. Still using Hesh though. Be like me and have my bedroom also function as an office too. No, because that's very unhealthy. I refuse to do that again. I was like that in university and it was the unhealthiest mentally I've ever been. Besh for the funny though, true. Yeah, no, I very much enjoy having a separate bedroom and office space. Because it means when I go to my bedroom, it is sleep mode. And then when I go to my office, it is work mode. And I do not combine the two. Honestly, if I ever get large enough where I could have a third room to myself, I would probably get a gaming room separate from my office. It's just having those separated out spaces really helps me mentally with like my work and just like mentally in terms of like, all right, I'm in here, therefore I'm working, etc. Versus I'm in here, therefore I'm gaming or relaxing, or I'm in here, therefore I am like, you know, trying to rest. Stuff like that, and it just works better for my brain. Plus, it also gets me to leave my room. So that was an issue I had in university too, where like if I was working on a project, I just wouldn't leave my room for like a day on, like, you know, days on end, which was not healthy. But also, that's just university in general isn't healthy, because you send a bunch of young adults who don't know how to live their lives yet, and you tell them like, all right, you're on your own now, figure it out, and that's where bad habits develop. Maybe I'll go to work mode when I'm in my bedroom, despite the fact I'm really tired. Well, see, and that's an issue, because now you're not getting good enough sleep. So you can see how that's an issue, eh? Alright, that works for now. Now we just need to figure out how the hell do we armor up this front part. The better question is, if we're only playing easy mode, do we need the armor? Okay, I was gonna say, do we need to armor up this front part? And then I realized, if we lose this ship, we lose the campaign. Full disclosure. If this ship dies, we just lose. This is our main objective, is making sure this ship lives. So I should probably be a little bit more careful with it. I guess it works. Yeah, if it works for you, I'm not going to tell you to change it like your entire life. I'm just explaining what I did something similar. It didn't work for me. Really tired and brain is foggy. Okay, see, that's not great. Okay, I don't think that's working for you, man. You and I have very different opinions of what working for us means. Because I would also constantly wake up groggy and tired, hence why I didn't consider it working for me. Alright, so this needs to be this. Alright, I'll worry about that later. Actually, I can do that right now. Go. Let's do this, sure, why not? Put you in there. And then actually, let's just do a full beam here. And how did I do the front? Probably 4 meter weird shit. Yeah, 4 meters weird shit. Okay, I was right. I could do like one of those slope kind of runways, but honestly, I think I'm just gonna do a deep-water guard curved runway. I don't think we need to be too fancy with this, you know? I say that as I go look how I did it at the front. 4 meter offset, one, okay. 4, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Yep. Alright, that'll work for now, and then if I want to like switch it to like the ever style, I can. So how on, actually, yeah, that feels too forward. I want to have it a bit more rounded at the back. Let's round it off a little bit and have it end in a 5-way, I think. I'd rather have the front taper than the back taper. Return from moving a table? Oh, welcome back. Where did you move the table to? What did you do with it, Bone? Why did you move the table? That also doesn't work, because that's still a result. Yeah, okay. So let's just take you off. You here. You here. What am I doing? I can just do... I can taper it, but in the opposite direction. There we go. That's good enough. Like I said, we can always fix it if we need to. It's not exactly a hard fix, if we have to fix it. Alright, cope and sieve, mold even perhaps, turn you upside down, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air style. That's all good to go. That is the edge of our build. Very nice. Right. Is there anything else we need in here? It's a very long flight deck, but the sides with the superstructure will build it up at least. Like I said though, like with the addition of Tetris instead of just having deck guns, it does make it harder to build up and around these encasemated guns. Like people just really don't build like this anymore. This is very uniquely 2017 style and with like the way the guns are. But I do want to try it because that's a nice little challenge. And plus, we managed to fix over here with the AA platforms, right? So I do want to try it. It's not great. I'll give you that much. And honestly, maybe I should lower the Tetris and the armor here, and then just armor the neck instead. But we'll see. We shall see. I might have to lower those Tetrises down a little bit, honestly. It just might be too high to armor correctly. Yeah, because it's gonna look weird if I armor up there. If I at least armor it at the belt of the fin. It'll look thicker, sure, but it'll at least be properly done, right? All right, let's change it. You've really twisted my arm, chat. There we go. Let's put you in line with these guys. And just line you up here. Realize we got an entire back portion, that's fine. It's not fine, we gotta fix it, god damn it. Thank you. Alright, put you here. 1 second. Save you as the new one, so we don't have to redo the barrels. There we go. Go. You as well. Come on. Okay. And then we can just put the Tetris in here. That worked. Why are you? What? How did we miss one of the... I'm gonna assume it's the rear one, though. Yeah, that looks about right. That is about where we wanted it. Put you in there. And then we just come up here and do pretty much the same thing all over again. There we go. Come on. Yep. Nope. One more. There we go. Deletes. Where can I control X? Thank you. Delete all her decos. You're right there. That's good. Let's move you up a little bit. We wanted like what? In line with the here? About here-ish, yeah. Alrighty, that works. Man, who knew that you know, building an entire battle carrier would be so much effort? Who knew? Are you in line with this guy? Now you are. You know, if you're built, yep. Which means I could theoretically go back and rebalance them with the coolant, but I don't care enough to do it because I already balanced them. What's the FP? Right now it's at. Well, right now it's disconnected, so it doesn't matter what it is, what it's at. Yeah, because these ones have so much more coolant now, but honestly, I cannot be bothered to rebalance them. Please, Chad, I don't want to do it. Don't make me do it. Alright, there we go, that works. That works. Just put it in there, sure. Alright. Let me do the same thing on the other side. There we go. God damn it. I'm not on the turret, am I? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm on the turret now. Glad I was able to detect that, because that would have sucked. But I hate sub-object building, I hate sub-object building, I hate sub-object building. Let me go. I want freedom. Alright, just throw you down there, connect you all up. It's unbalanced now, whatever. I cannot be bothered. I've already balanced these fins twice. All right, we reloaded all. What are we at? We're at 322 firepower. Go sleep. No, yeah, have a good one, Emperor. Why are you not firing, mister? Why are you not firing? Did your synchronization get fucked up again? Yes, it did. Because we re-sub-objected them. Alright, you're 13. Gotta do this all fucking over again, god damn it. Okay, there we go. So now everyone should be firing correctly. Alright, everyone fires correctly now. Ow. Okay, there we go. That solves that problem. And talking about this problem, fix your damn prefab. Alrighty. Probably make this heavy armor, no? No, I'm sure that's fine. What's it gonna hit? What's gonna hit there anyway? Plunge and fire? Nobody uses plunge and fire anymore, am I right, guys? The humble plunge and shell. But we'll be okay. I'm sure of it. Alright, now it's just you guys we gotta sync up, I think. Yes. Okay. So 19, 18, 17, 16. Oh wow, all in a row, nice. So you sync to 19, very good. You sync to 16. No, you sync to 18, sorry. 18, you sync to 17. So now you should work. There we go. We got 28, 26, 25, 27. So you sync to 28. You sync to 26. You sync to 25. Alright, that works. Now it's just you left, buddy. Okay. Howdy, gonna be lurking because I want to train? No worries, it was good seeing you. I'll be back once I'm home. No rush, transgender, Jesus Christ. Incredible username still, honestly. Alright, so you are synced to 11. Nice. You should be synced to 9. You are good. You should be synced to 8. Okay, huge. Just make sure you work. Alright, there we go. Everyone works now. Everyone is here, chat. So now, how does it do against the Selkie? Once I have to aim this normally, right? Alright, I'm sorry, little one. Yeah, it doesn't do too bad. I see that we're also hitting the privateer in the background. So the thing is, the Selkie and the privateer and all of them are actually very bulky because of the armor. So this is the type of fin that we'd want to use Hesh against, from my understanding. Even with the spall liners I have built in them, they're still very thick craft, right? There goes the Selkie. There goes the privateer's turrets. There we go. Can we shoot all of them off? Oh, come on. I know we're running out of ammo here, but I just hit F5. Alright, there we go. We can, in fact, shoot off all the privateer's turrets. Oh, look at this poor guy. Okay, actually, you know what I want to do? I want to take this as is right now, take off the missiles, and use this as a new patchwork build. I should start doing that more often, where I just shoot my ships until they turn into a Riker craft. So like, imagine putting this on as the, as like a Selkie portion of a patchwork, right? That'd be really fun, actually. That could be really fun. We'll see how it goes. Alright, let's get rid of y'all. That's a future plan. Alright, the upside down planes don't need to be here anymore. And now, of course, I do want to test it out against the freebooter. I assume the freebooter's cramps will probably eat through a port right now. Oh, actually, you know what? No, we're exploding those secondaries pretty nicely. Look, he's already sinking. Oh my god, he's listing so heavily just from... I didn't know we made him sink so realistically. That's crazy. Oh, is he gonna capsize? Oh, hell yeah, he's gonna capsize. Look at him go. One second, can I get the cinematic view of this? Look at him go, chat. That's cinematic as hell. I'm gonna zoom out so my Vtuber model isn't in the way. That's such a good idea. Yeah, honestly, I just, you know, do some battle damage, right? Because that's how the part I always struggle with is like, what would get damaged in a battle? Just shoot the fin and then you can see where it gets damaged. Alright, well that's the freebooter sinking. Very fun. So these little HESH shooters do work very nicely. Alright, top attack the freebooter. This is what I get for not having deck armor. Then I do notice that I do have to turn around at the back there to make sure that those guns do not fire over top of me. Alright, so for the back guns here, let's get in their little turret wells. Like this little part right here. You remember, this was a bastion and a half to design back in the day. Rattle them, boys! Oh yeah. Arrow, I made some new quad cannons. They are more effective than the majority of the rest of my fleet. Ignore him. He's a little silly today. Actually, is there more firepower in the frigate bird? Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize the privateer and the frigate bird had the same amount of firepower. That's terrifying to see that a plane has the same firepower as my light cruiser. That's horrendous to hear. Arrow, what are you getting up to today? Are you working on that Stone Age TTRPG that I asked you for? Put like the please emote. Actually, one second, I'm just gonna send you the emote. You probably know which one I'm talking about, but there we go. All right, DM it too. Stone Age TTRPG, please. All right. Solution to every problem: gun. If that doesn't work, use more gun. This is true. This is why we have a 12-gun broadside. And this is just the main guns. We're also gonna have a shit ton of little flak shitters around too. I do want to put a mannequin in the chair, but I know I shouldn't. It'd be fun. Alright, so now how do we want to cap these off is the question. Because I should do that before I work on any superstructure implementation, I think. But let's reduce you, sir. Thank you. So true, Bessie. Also love your vids. True, Arrow does. Can we get a shout out for Arrow, please? If we have any mods in chat. Only if we have mods in chat, though. I'm not gonna do it myself. Okay, we don't have mods in chat. Today we finished Faust. No TTRPG for you. I see how it is. There we go. Don't worry, I got you. Turret just wanted to see what you were doing. Yeah, the turret just turned around and was like, hey, what's going on over here? Shouting out Arrow. True. But, yes, by all means, they do a lot of, I was gonna say bedtime story content. That's not the word I was looking for. They do a lot of reading content on their streams, alongside also exploring various TTRPGs that nobody plays, because everyone plays D&D 5e anyway. Sorry, I can't help but not troll Arrow. But yes, it's a very fun vibe over on their streams. Highly recommend you go check it out. Just don't get shot. A lot of their, I've noticed that a lot of the people tend to get shot whenever they go over there, so just be careful. You wouldn't shoot an arrow, would you? There we go. That can be all flight deck up top. Your bedside content. I did not say bedside content. I said bedtime story content. We wanted to make a TTRPG, but it's very hard to. True. All right. Actually, Arrow. You know what we could do? You know, like Persona 5 reference here. I'm just gonna have you swap in as the party streamer, and then I'm gonna go take a break. Could you imagine we could just do that? It's like, hey, just swap in a new party member. Baton, yeah, can I baton pass the stream to you? Is that what just raids are? Are raids just baton pass? Raids are just baton passes, chat. I mean, how hard is it to make a TTRPG? It's very much dependent on how complicated you want it to make it. That's true. Just working on the lore and stuff. Ooh, cool. Arrow's bedside content? Oh, we don't talk about Arrow's bedside content. Raids are you dropping off the kids, bro? No, that's on ETU. No, that's Hifimi's rank 1 ability. I baton pass with Mui all the time. Alright, Arrow, we're playing Merciless. I'm gonna keep you crit stunned with the by using. What elemental type would you be weak to? I feel like you'd be weak to nuclear. I don't know why, but something about Arrow just makes me feel like they would be weak to Makoto. When we stream each other's content as a baton pass? Ah, I see. Oh, like when we had like the Pokemon / TTRPG stream that one time. Arrow is weak to cold, California shorts. You and me both, brother. Handshake emoji. Arrow is weak to cold, no shorts. Oh, I gotta stretch out my neck. Also, Neko, have you gone for a walk yet today? I went outside this morning, so I gotta keep my friends honest about whether they're going outside or not. Alright, let's get this in now. I think here-ish should work. Sir, I am a house cat. I don't know, like, go hunt birds illegally or something. Do I look like I know what a house cat is? Why are you leashed? Oh no. Guys, not in front of the chat. We talked about this. Alright, is this gonna work how I think it will? Yes. Yes, it does. Very nice. Also, you're a warm-blooded creature. You are the internal heater. Also, Neko, I realized I made a mistake with this build. I can't aim directly forward at any point in time. None of my... I have one gun that can aim directly forward. My little flak guns up the side. I must bask on the stones powered by this. Oh, well, those are my rocks. You stay off those, Arrow. I don't want to have to watch them again. You launch planes and missiles forward? Well, we don't have any missiles right now. In terms of missiles, we have no missiles. I am the coffin baby to Makoto's nuke. I'm not getting your rocks up. No, you get off my rocks. Not get my rocks off. Just build one gun in the front? Well, no, that would ruin the aesthetic. What if we just don't, you know what, we're just not gonna go towards the enemy. We're just gonna broadside at all times. Then we can just swap which side we're broadsiding on depending on gun availability. Torpedoes? I don't know if a battle carrier would really carry torpedoes. Do carriers carry torpedoes? I might include some just as anti-submarine measures, but I don't think we'll need them. At least it doesn't look like a penis anymore. Now it looks like one of those like orthodox crosses. All right. Now, how do we do this superstructure? Well, because those are famously monodirectional. No, it's not the torpedoes aren't a bad idea. I'm just deciding if I want it, like, vibe-wise. You know? It's all about the vibes with this build. And does that still work? Let's go. Look how much better this is than back in the day where I just did this to... Like, the turret wells, the casemated turret wells are actually going to make sense on this build. I'm very excited for this, guys. It feels like I'm finally finishing, like, my dream build from 10 years ago. It's wild. Two-handled sword. I'm not putting the two-handed sword on my carrier. What a question. Alright. There we go. That's not bad, eh? Look at that. Also, Arrow, you missed it earlier. Neko was building. But what if you get boarded? Well, the crew can have, like, one-handed swords, I guess. It's a treat. I'm not paying for two. Do you know how expensive two-handed swords are to manufacture? I'm not paying for that. I'm cheap as fuck. I barely pay my builders. Do you think I'm gonna pay for swords for the crew? Who do you think I am? Need a stockpile of swords for the plains. Why would I need a stockpile of swords for the plains? Name of the Port Royal linked to Montreal's mountain? No. So that's Montreal, which is like Mount, or you know, the Royal Mountain, or Mount Royal. Port Royal was a pirate haven in, is it Jamaica? Yeah, because Port-au-Prince was Haiti. And same with Tortuga. And so pretty much Deepwater Guard carriers are named after pirate havens. So that's why we have the Tortuga. This is the Port Royal. We're gonna have, I want to eventually have the Barbados. Or not the Barbados, sorry, the Nassau and then the Barbados. Because the Barbados are going to be the tandem win. I want to build a hybrid submarine plane based off of flying fish and tandem win aircraft. How I'm going to do that, I have no fucking clue yet. But that's an eventual build that's going to be called the Barbados, because Barbados has the highest population of flying fish, alongside Makassar in the East Indies. And then I'm going to be doing so I'm going to be doing tandem win hybrid submarine craft, with Nassau as the carrier for those. Makes a lot of sense now. What about the Barracuda? Barracuda is Fenno style. It's not the same. It's not much of a carrier, truth be told. It's just the converted Moray. It was named before that became a convention. So that's why it hasn't. And honestly, Svenno stuff is named after fish, so it's better to keep Svenno separate from the generic carriers. Same with the Falkenheim. But like, if it's a big fleet carrier, which the Barracuda and the Falkenheim aren't, then it's a pirate haven. So that's why the Tortuga and stuff like that. You gotta okay, we'll put one sword in the bridge, okay? Okay, guys, no more complaint. We'll put one sword in the bridge as a treat. All right, let's build up these turret wells now. Where was I working? Over here. Right. Okay. Every time I say right now, all I can think of is the one girl from Cassette Beast with the right. All right. What she said? It was the Irish girl. Or was she Scottish? I forgot. I gotta replay Cassette Beast now. There's so many games I want, like from the early stream days, that I want to replay now. We need Carson here. Carson would know who I'm talking about. Okay, so those work. Okay, that works pretty good. Just one, is the captain going to challenge the borders to a duel of champions? Yes. That's how dueling works. What, you think we're going to... Okay, so the population density of Yanwal is already very low, right? So if you're trying to raid someone's ship, you don't want to kill the crew. Because what if you need more crew in the future? How did you even get back there? How did you turn back there? Get out of there. How are you stuck? Like, actually, how did you get back there? Alright, there we go. Now, we don't touch anything because we know these can turn, and then we just gotta do turret restrictions eventually, TM. We'll see how I feel in the future. I hate doing turret restrictions, so that might be a send that to quarry moment. Nobody needs cars. No, don't be mean. The emergency hammer, the sword in case of board and break glass. The hammer is then your side weapon during the ensuing duel. It's cool. The pirate captain's duel to determine control. The crew just follows whoever wins. Yeah, because like this isn't canon, obviously, but this is just my own head canon right now, and I'll discuss it with Paphos later. And then maybe I can put it on the lore of a ship somewhere. But like, Yanwal has such low population density, right? It wouldn't make sense to board an enemy ship and then kill all the crew. Because then that's how you run out of people very fast. Especially with the low population density we already have. So like, you can press gain people, or you can press gain people, or you can take over another captain's ship, but you would probably want to keep their crew. Because at the end of the day, like, that's just business. Like, the crew doesn't care who pays them as long as they get paid. Picturing them back to back, walking 10 steps on the deck of a marauder. That could be actually a really fun little cutscene I could make, actually. Because honestly, I would just do stop motion animation for that, wouldn't I? With mannequins? I could probably just do stop motion animation and have like a full duel play out. That'd be pretty fun. But there we go. Okay, you know what? Dimensions-wise, I'm actually getting pretty happy with this. Now, I think what we'll do is I think we'll have the back slightly open down here as well, similar to the front. So instead of having it solid like this, we'll have a little rear portion at the back that's open with a similar flight deck to this piece up here. So let's actually... Oh, okay, no, it doesn't work, because that front is free wide. Where's the back? Alright, damn, I guess we're removing this and we're going 5 wide like I originally wanted. The times, they are a-changin'. I miss Victoria, too. I used to play a lot of Victoria, too. And one of the newspaper, like, reveal things was always that the times, they are a-change. I should play that again sometime. That's a good Paradox game. Alright. There we go. That is a 2-meter thick flight deck the entire way across. Gee, wait, it even works with how capturing works in-game. You seek out the leader AI mainframe and take them out with no other crew existent. Yeah, this is true. You duel the AI mainframe. Which, remind me, I need to give the AI mainframes a 50 caliber simple weapon. Protect themselves from borders, as the founding fathers intended. Hey Sonny, how's it going? But yeah, no, actually, no, I'll talk to Paphos about that, because I think that would be some fun lore to include. And it would make sense as to why the Deepwater Guard haven't managed to, like, extinct themselves yet. That'd be a little bit of fun lore, I think. I'll talk to Paphos about it. Alright, so we have our turret wells in now. So this gives us predefined areas that we can build our superstructure. Mia's doing good? Hell yeah. Alright, let's get the last one in, and I think we're actually going to call it early today and just do an early roasts. Because I am tired. Actually, Morgana said to tell her when we start roast. So someone tell Morgana that we're going to start roast soon. Alright, early roast soon? Yeah, I'm thinking just after I get this last little turret well done. And then once the ads are done, we can just go into it. Because, actually, we'll see if there's anything else I really want to do right now. The issue is I'm very uninspired on the superstructure conversion right now. And a lot of the transition pieces are going to be difficult for me to do in this. I can do them, it's just going to take a lot of, like, finagling, and I just don't want to do that right now. Because I am quite tired. Ooh, you know what we're going to do, though? I just thought of this. Let's actually get... Okay, Morgana, you have a little bit of... No, you have a little bit of time, because I'm gonna finish out the outline of the bottom hall here. I just realized I can do, like, some, like, weird fly-in towers, kind of like buttresses on the sides between the turrets here for superstructure, because that would be very unique, and it would fill up this massive gap right here. Or maybe, like, some towers type superstructure stuff. Because keep in mind, at the end of the day, this is also a like mobile dry dock as well as a carrier. I'm trying to say I do have to put in the dry dock part at the back underneath the flight deck. Because a lot of this area, a lot of the stern is going to be converted into dry dock. Actually, do I want to do that? I kind of do. Yeah, I think we will. Also, I say dry dock, it's always going to be a wet dock, but it can at least be an area to, like, repair ships as we go along, I think. But I want to do an internal cove now is the question, and just do a split stern. No, I really don't, actually. You ever what my old faction's naming scheme was? Oh, fun. Well, you have until I get the hull settled, and then I'm going to start roasts. Alright, that's a free 2 meter. Why do I build this? What was I cooking? Alright, do some 2 meters. We can do some 3 meter. No. I guess we gotta do 2 meters until we get out of WFA. Ay, ay, ay. Look at this. There we go. That's definitely not my favorite. We can definitely work on that, I think. Plus, having it... I don't quite like this transition here. Let's get rid of this. Alright, so there we go. So we have that connected out there, which works pretty well, I have to admit. Then let's do this, and then we'll do this. We can have one 12 meter as a treat, or sorry, one 8 meter as a treat. This can be a 4 meter, 3 meter. Do I want to do it as a 6 meter? I probably want to do it as a 6 meter, actually. No, I think that works as an 8 meter. That's fine. No, let's do 6. I'm indecisive today. Alright, there we go. And then we'll do an 8 meter. And then we're going to keep 8 meters as the maximum because I really cannot be bothered to do more than that. So the issue with this, though, is that it's not giving us nearly enough room for our armor. That's problematic. So, Potat said do beam, pole. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I'm gonna follow his wise words. Because that was outside to in too, so beam, pole. I believe he meant vertical pole. I'm actually unsure. I think I remember. Alright, let's do this. Get you down there. Alright. And then we'll just do this. Again, plunge and fire, so I want the heavier materials up top. Then again, torpedoes exist, but actually, you know what? No, torpedoes don't exist. I don't believe in them. I actually don't believe in torpedoes. Do you believe in torpedoes, chat? That's crazy talk. Who told you to believe in torpedoes? Alright, so let's imagine this is our armor. It's not the best, but it'll do better than nothing. And you know what? That's what we take around here. Better than nothing is what I appreciate. I don't believe in torpedoes, large hole enjoyer. Alright, then we can do this sideways. I'm sure this won't upset anyone. Oh, I'm sure we're all good fans of this style of armor, aren't we? Alright, and then down here we can just do 2 meters. And then of course we do beam slopes just because I like to have my armor look like actual armor. Is it better? Ah, probably not, but it might be, who knows? I don't, that's for sure. Armor scheming is beyond my abilities. I just stack materials until it works. That's what I do. I say beyond my abilities as if I haven't like spent the last little while just absolutely testing out a bunch of new armor schemes for fun, but I don't want anyone to ask me about armor schemes because I don't want to do. Like from final, inspecting my Trex AC fan motor. I have news. Oh hell yeah! How was the final? Okay, let's build you up. There we go. Got a 98 on the final? Fuck yeah, dude. Good job. You'll love to see it. There we go. We are just finalizing the... Oh, that's curious. Okay. We're just finalizing the armor scheme for the Port Royale at the moment, and then we're going to be going over to roasts. Alright, that works. I don't know why I thought that was weird for a second. For me, yeah, it's okay. It's because it's in here. I see. All right, I got what happened now. Yeah, this is where the free meter goes. All right. Yeah, this is like one of my favorite tracks from the game. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that all works. Very nice. Look at how snug they look in there with their bowls. Damn, so this is what an actually good wooden ship looks like. Hey, Fridge, how's it going? Yeah, no, I'm building up the Port Royale right now. It's a 2017 build I did about 10ish years ago, and I'm just revamping it. So it's gonna be my flagship for the Deep Underground only campaign. Which all I have to do is I have to finish this. I have to clean up the decos on some of the other stuff. I have to build a heavy fighter and a recon craft, and then we are ready to start the Deep Underground only campaign. It's gonna be very fun. My fan fucking disintegrated. I have no clue what remains of the fan art. That is not good, Monster Kicker. But yeah, aside from that, I've been learning how to do APS. So I've done my own little Tetris here to re-Tetris these guns, because this is what I got. Decides to show off. Hello? Hello? Alright. I would like to see my Tetris, please. Oh, waiter. One Tetris, please. Why's my metal not disappearing? Hello? Alright, got my roasting as a work in progress. Nice. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to spawn it in for you. Alright, this is what the Tetris looks like. Did this all myself today. Or last night. Oh, technically today at 3 AM, but it's pretty fun. Get to select the turret itself, if I recall correctly. Ah, okay. But, yeah, so this is a bit, it's basic, but it works. We're on the head for the TG Elite Animal Craft. Nice. Aside from that, it's balanced. It's pretty good. I'm happy with it. It's glitching out now. Because the old one that I was dealing with from Paphos, because this is Paphos' Scuttle Gun from 2017. This is all we had on it. So I had to improvise a little bit. Yeah, it actually looks good to me. Yeah. I think structural blocks don't get filtered if they're on the sub-objects. Oh, okay, interesting. Which is actually bad because this armor isn't on the sub-object. This is armor on the hull here. So, yeah, okay, good. It's not on the sub-object. I was worried for a second when you said that. I was like, wait a second, that's not how it's supposed to work. Oh, weird. Yeah, maybe it's just a bug, honestly. I'm running a few mods for visuals, right? So it could just be a bug. How has it been here since you've been here, Fridge? Oh, you know what? I know what else you're missing out on. We got the Privateer attempt, which is my first attempt at an actual armor scheme on Deepwater Guard for a light cruiser, so that's where I've been armoring since. And this is my first of my own APS Tetris, which I'm still pretty happy with. It's just pretty much bigger ransack gun on a light cruiser. So I'm kind of treating this as a Pilferer replacement. Imagine Pilferer with torpedoes. I gotta fix my paint beard, but no worries, you got time. I'm showing off. You're lucky Makara showed up. Not being connected might mean it counts as important. Oh, fair. Yeah, that's true, actually. Let's try that out. This mirror is weird about ERA slopes are 2.5 material. Are they? Huh, that is strange. Yeah, because they're half the cost of a normal ERA bit. Okay, let's compare now. You're right, yes. So if they're disconnected, they are counted as important blocks. But yeah, you can see it's a very small little Tetris just to replicate the old gun, and then aside from that, the shell is just a Hesh round, super basic, but does the job. I'm only going against like this is only gonna be my flagship against the Deepwater Guard, so I think we'll be okay in terms of resources. Pretty sure ERA slopes and regular ERA do the exact same. Do they? Well, I'm trying to think, is there any other blocks that cost half a material? Oh yeah, alloy too. And metal. Huh. Strange. Interesting. I did not know that. Oh my god, I just realized we're already at 250k cost. This one's already the cost of a freebooter, and with just its main guns, not even its secondaries yet, it's already above the firepower of a freebooter as well. Oh, my flak guns got stuck, shit. Not the Besh. No, I like Besh. Like, I don't care if it's not optimal. Optimization is for cringe lords who can't play the game fun. Gotta wait 1 minute for slow mode. Just edit your blueprint. Also, be sure to delete your other one, because I will just take the one I see first. Besh is optimal based. Alright, get that turret written in. Forget that I'm not on mirror mode because I was swapping around, building stuff. But I'm actually trying to think, Makar, how long has it been since you've been here? Because I probably have a lot of builds to show off to you. I feel like you haven't been here in a while, and like I've been doing a lot of my own building lately. Because I've completely rebuilt my fleet. Like the Selkie is completely rebuilt now. Where is that little guy? He's still, his decos are still unfinished, but functionally he is complete. This is my own Sea-Wiz, or Sea-Wiz slash, what was it called? AA gun that I've done. Wait, why was Besh marked for misogyny? That's hilarious. Automod doesn't respect. No, it's only when you use the emote. If you just type it normally, it's fine. But if you use the emote, it doesn't like. That's so strange. Yeah, so we have the Selkie. We have the Tributary. I think that's about all we've gotten since the last time you've been here. And then the freebooter is still the same, but Selkie, I want to do a quick deco pass over, and I want to finish its decorations. I want to tear up these parts here, put anchor chains in, make them look like a really cute old fishing trawler. Maybe I can do some like torpedo netting. I've not built anything in a long time, but I do again work on something. Hell yeah! Like I said, people take breaks in this game. That's fine. No, it doesn't even filter B. It's just Besh. That's so strange. Why is Besh misogynistic? What did the shell type do to women? Oh no! Why is Besh misogynistic? I'm so lost. I need you guys to be moved up, please, actually. There we go. Because that's going to be where the floor goes. Yes, that floor here is made of floor. That floor here is made of sten. Alright, let's take you. You. And we'll have some openings at the back so people can actually get to the turrets. Make it fully lockable, right? Maybe Automata hates Warp Hunter shipposts. Honestly, I wouldn't blame them. I can't say I'd blame them for hating Warp Hunter shipposts. Let's finish up this armor scheme. Good. Good, good. Oh, forgot to finish you over here. Bop, 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 bop. And then, yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, we have a decent armor scheme now. I think we'll at least be able to get up the Steel Striders with this armor scheme. Wait, what the hell? Deepwater Guard has heavy armor now? Deepwater Guard's always had heavy armor. It's always been around critical components, like ammo bunkers or AI bunkers. And I use it for when I want to have aesthetic turrets, but they're in a suboptimal place. So I use them for turrets like this to protect critical components. Alan, we are so fucked. I love that. The Alan, we are so fucked. But yeah, because the Port Royale is considered a godly, it's allowed heavy armor. So you'll notice on the Frigate Bird too, that the Frigate Bird has heavy armor on its connection points on the winds, so that you can't just immediately cut it in half like the Gotha was. Pretty sure you would have a heart attack if you could see what I'm doing. In which way, functionality or aesthetics? Because combining both now is my passion. I am no longer outsourcing my functionality to Potat. I just ask him for help if I fuck something up. But for the most part, like, this build so far is 100% me, which is nice. This build is 100% me. I haven't even shipped this off to Quarry yet, surprisingly. Well, I did ship it off to him, but I don't think he ever got around to it. Okay, we are so back. Welcome back, transgender Jesus Christ. And I will use your full name every time we talk, because that is just incredible. Thank you for the hydrate, Morgana. Oh, pretty cool looking ship you got there. Nice, thanks. We're just doing some turret wells right now and then doing some armor so we can finish off the hull. And then we just have to worry about doing an armored stern, because I got the bow looking pretty much how I want it. So we just gotta do a stern now. Most peak Twitch name ever made. There's been a few good ones I've seen recently. Like, for example, we right now have both transgender Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ official follow in the account, which is based. We have what else do we have? We have a few good ones. There's a few ones that I can't actually say on Twitch, hilariously enough, because it's like, it's heinous, but it is funny. Who the fuck is Jesus Christ official? Honestly, I'm unsure. I thought you would know. I just figured you knew the guy. Alright, let's get this in. I must go to my GF subs for dad already bought a new blower motor for my truck. Oh, nice. Huge. Have a good one. Very kind of him. Alright. Y'all just ever armor your craft and go like, wow, that's armored. This is the most I think this is actually the most layers of armor I've ever had on a craft. Unironically. Like, I chronically do not armor my craft, guys. You guys do not understand. Yeah, I do that based. Alright, there we go. But I will say, having my craft actually survive a couple hits in a battle has been fun lately. I've been testing out the Selkie against all the easy deep water guard craft, and I will say, it has been fun. Alright, there we go. 6 fully armored main guns. You look at your craft and go, wow, that's armored? Well, now you can. It's all new kitchen gun. This stream was sponsored by actually armoring your fucking craft. Jesus Christ, just stop complaining, do it. What the fuck was I supposed to remind you about again? To check the coyote today. Which I did forget, because you didn't show up until just now. I'll review it after stream, Carson, and send it back to you. Or probably just submit it, actually, if it's okay. Check the coyote today. There you go. I did that when I armored 14 meters of metal on every side of a big blimp. Thrustercraft, derogatory. You're the person who single-handedly got me back into this game, LOL. I'm booting it up at the moment. Fuck yeah, let's go. It's so funny meeting you. So it's okay. So it's really funny. So like, I met you through Raven, right? And it's so funny to me because Raven actually has FTD now, and I will teach her someday. But, which is why I've been on such a functionality kick lately, because I actually want to be able to sit there and teach someone the game instead of just being like, oh, just have someone else do it. And it's so funny to me because, like, I don't think Raven's gonna like this game, but I still want to teach her. I showed up like the day before you collabed with Raven. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, no, Raven's great. But, so she has this game, and like, I am gonna teach her eventually, TM. But I don't know. I want to get back into FTD collab, and I haven't collabed with FTD people for a while. Like, most of my collabs have just been like party games or like you know, like Barony or stuff like that. And it's usually on other people's channels because I don't do a lot of collabs on my channel. But also, Paphos might have reviewed the Coyote already. No, he hasn't. I can guarantee you. Let me go check. He has not. Alright. Try to look if they ever seen hairline, like the ring of hair around the side with none on top. Yes, why yes they do. They have, they're gonna have little caps on, see? They have little hats on, so you can't see their baldness. Hey Gleb, how's it going? Oh, internet, hello, internet had an aneurysm. Oh, fun. Gleb, look, we actually managed to get more of the, we got the gun Tetris done, and we got more of it built into the craft, too. We're just doing the armor right now. Oh, Melizar, you got caught out for smart detection there. What tips would you give a new streamer that will for sure blow up in terms of views? The answer is none, because there is no way to for sure blow up in terms of views. How do I put this? So streaming, okay. I know people say YouTube is gambling. I would argue Twitch is more gambling because the algorithm doesn't have people, it doesn't send people towards you. YouTube, as long as you make good content, you'll be successful. Which I know is it's a rough pin to hear, but I spend a lot of time, okay, we're gonna talk about this and then we'll get into roasts. We're gonna yap about this, so I'm gonna screen off. We're gonna take a look at these ships as we do this. So the big thing that I see on r/newtubers and r/YouTube, like YouTube beginners and stuff like that, because I'm on those Reddits because I always love seeing what tips other people have for my YouTube content, right? Obviously, one of the big ones that people always say is consistency, which yes, is good, but they don't mean consistent uploads, they mean consistent quality. And that's where people make the mistake. They think if they upload every day, they're guaranteed success. That's not true at all. If you upload good stuff every day, that's pretty good. And if you upload good stuff once a week, that's also consistent. So making your, like, the best thing to blow up in viewers is just make good content that people want to watch. What I did personally is I found a niche. I'm the only FTD VTuber as of right now that I'm aware of. There might be more, I don't know. Actually, let's check the tab right now. Is there anyone else streaming right now? There's probably more FTD VTubers since I've started. Goroff is streaming and Menti is streaming. Neither of those two are VTubers. Goroff is very good though, I highly recommend watching him. So, but yeah, and that's the thing, right? And a lot of people who do FTD, for example, do it in a way that it's always functionality, which, yeah, even I'm doing functionality on stream nowadays, but I do it relatively quickly, and then I go back to aesthetics. Not a lot of people do campaign building in FTD. I would argue I'm the only person who streams campaign building regularly. Maybe, I think Tuesday and Bone the Bell have done a few streams each of campaign builds. But I'm the only one who's out here every day building campaign styles like Deepwater Guard, right? So that's my niche. So finding a niche is a good way to get views. Finding, just again, making good content is a good way to get views. Do not assassinate the Prime Minister of Sweden with a flintlock pistol live on camera. Never even played campaign mode. I haven't played campaign mode since 2015, and I build campaign. So, aside from that, too, the other thing that FTD lacks is big personalities. A lot of people who play FTD on streams are just people who want to showcase their skill at the game, right? Which is perfectly fine, but you don't have, like, you know, those streamer archetypes in FTD community. I need to build a McWarless on my ship. True. I have never played campaign. I believe that, Carson. And don't be like me and lose your niche, and we'll live in a country that shuts services down. That's true, but you have to be adaptable in content creation, especially if you want to do it long term. So, for example, my content has changed a lot since 2024, and that was only 2 years ago. We're actually rapidly approaching my 2-year anniversary. So you have to, you know, it's a combination of that, plus don't let numbers get to you. The moment you let the numbers get to you, you've already lost. It's a mental battle. It's a constant mental battle. I'll see a stream, like today, for example, where like we had a few lower numbers at the beginning, and I was like, oh, that would affect my mood. But you have to fight the little urge that says, oh, like, you know, what's the point if no one shows up? It's because you have to trust that your audience will find your content. So, and some days are going to be worse, some days are going to be really good. Like last week on Monday, we had FTD numbers on Avorian. That was huge. Normally, when I play a new game on the channel, we don't get that big numbers. So that's great, right? I don't like talking about numbers very often, but this is just how I visualize it and how I process it. So I think the numbers are important to know. Do not obsess over them. Because the moment you start obsessing over them, that's when it feels like a job instead of a hobby, and that's when you get burnt out. And this goes for you too, Aperture. Because I know you've mentioned a few times to me about different stuff like that, and it's like it's one of those things you cannot let get to you, because that's how it goes downhill. Because that's going to affect you on stream too, and then it's all spirals down from there. Can't stay at work, wishing you an awesome day. Thank you, Kibble. You have a wonderful work. Enjoy. I hope your work goes well for you. Hey, Monson, welcome in. They shut down Twitch. Yeah, Korea shut down Twitch because they wouldn't pay like a 30% cut to the government or something like that. Aperture could probably explain it better. But yeah, so like for example, Aperture, maybe you should fully switch over to YouTube streaming then instead of Twitch. Oh hey Bean, welcome in. We were just talking about what makes a successful Twitch streamer. Talking about a successful Twitch streamer. Welcome in, Bean. How's it going? Hello V, how's it going? Can we get a shout out, please? Don't forget the loot. That's actually a fair point. I said that's a fair point, and then choked on like choked on my spit. But the window is now open. I am now luften. The windows have been open all day for it was 18 degrees. Hey Roastin, hello Bean, how's it going? Did we get a shout out for Bean? Carson, do you want to get a shout out, please? Stream was great. We started Dave the Diver. Did you ever play? I have never played Dave the Diver. I've been building a boat all day. I'm rebuilding a boat from 2017. Did you guys know that I think 2017 was the last time V was taller than me? Viola Bunny, for those of you that don't know. Also a streamer, plays a lot of Fields of Mysteria. 2017 was the last year V was taller than me. There's an archaeologist and Dave the Diver. Oh, cool. I hit the point then. 2017, you were way taller than me? Oh, was I by that point? Okay, maybe. I don't remember. I know that, like, the end of high school is when I really shot up in height. Because I was a very short kid up until, like, puberty. But, thinking of, like, 2010. Maybe. I don't know. It's all starting to blend together, honestly. I know I was still below 6 foot in 2012, because I was shorter than my dad when he passed. Okay, I have to provide context, because this is a very funny story, but it's a little bit morbid. So, like, I remember when my brother and I first learned math, and I was asking him, like, oh, how old will I be, or how old will dad be when I'm this age, etc., etc. And I remember, like, asking him, how old will dad be when I turn 25? And my brother just goes, oh, it doesn't matter, he'll be gone by then. To which, obviously, as kids, we laughed at. Surprisingly prophetic on my brother's part, I'll give him credit. He was right. And then the other thing is I'd ask, like, when will I be taller than dad? And my dad would always say, oh, you'll only be taller than me once I'm 6 feet in the ground. I remember 2012 was the year I hit 6 foot, because my dad passed, and then I got taller than him. So my dad was like 6'1". I've always been under 6 feet. Really? Why do I always, oh, did you wear heels a lot? No. Why do I always have you pictured as like 6 foot in my head? Weird. Anyway, for those of you coming in from Tough Bean and may not know me, I'm Roastin VT. I'm an archaeologist Vtuber, real-life archaeologist, one of these friends from childhood, and acquaintanced with Bean. I don't know if I'm allowed to call her friend yet, but I would say Bean is a friend. Welcome in, welcome in. I am currently playing FTD, or From the Depths, which is a voxel building game where you build ships, planes, trains, and automobiles, and occasionally spacecraft, and use them to go to war against each other. Imagine Minecraft if it was set in the trench warfare of World War I. So this gun here is all individual blocks that I placed together to build a gun. Anything you see here is all individual blocks. Specifically, 1 meter by 1 meter blocks, or sometimes 4 by 1 meter blocks. Childhood friend goes great. Are we not childhood friends? Are you gonna tell me I'm wrong? You came down in a bubble. Grow up. She came down in a bubble, bro. Grow up. Trench warfare is probably the wrong example. Hey, Sav. Hey, Pathos. How's it going? Minecraft if it was in the Norths. Yeah. Minecraft if it was the Battle of Jutland. We are, but I never fought at the turn. That's okay. Enough about childhood friends. Let's talk about childhood enemies. I don't have any of those anymore. I got rid of them. Actually, did I have any childhood enemies? I didn't make a lot of enemies growing up. At least not that I'm aware of. Maybe it was like one-sided, but I don't know. I was kind of always a social butterfly. Don't tell them about mimics. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell them about mimics. Don't worry. I'll go work for a bit to get in the cozy mode. No worries, Bean. Please, by all means, if you're coming in from Bean's raid, go get food, go get water, go rest, do what you need to. If you have to raid and run, that's a-okay. If you're interested, leave a follow. I stream every Friday to Monday. But aside from that, please, by all means, go about your days and have a wonderful day if you do decide to leave. Childhood bully, last time I heard of him, got pissed when my name was mentioned. Still can't believe my friends are still buddy-buddy with him. That's crazy. No, I never, like, we had a pretty big friend group coming out of high school, and then a bunch of stuff came out about, like, bullying and whatnot, so we dropped a bunch of our high school friends. And now, but, like, I still have, like, a core of, like, 10 people from high school I still talk to. Hey, free stream streak, let's go, B. Music is a little loud? Okay. That's Claire Obscure for you. There we go. OMG, I want the war. I'll tell you afterwards, V. I don't think you know any of the people, actually. Oh, no, you do know the people. Never mind, you absolutely do know them. Hard to believe that high school was almost 10 years ago now. One got arrested for drug dealing, the others are just normal average people now with asshole tendencies. That makes sense. So that happens in small towns, I find. Yeah, no, you actually do know some of the people, V, now that I think about it. Let's actually turn this into a 4 meter like the front. Plus, it will work better in case the pilots miss their landing. Which, being Deepwater Guard pirates, I'm sure we'll manage. Alright, let's put you in here. Let's get you in here. There we go. Plus, it gives it a little bit of that Paphos style, you know? Actually, no. Let's move it one further up, actually. So then we can put a 4 meter beam in here. I want to use a 1 meter here. And then we can have this up here to match back here. Hey, look at that. Presto. We made something that looks decent. Crazy, I know. Let's go enemies for like actual scum of the earth. Yeah, like, see, like, we didn't have many, like, I can't really think of anyone who I would have, like, from high school who I would say, like, oh yeah, I absolutely detested them. Because, like, even, like, the people who, like, I didn't like in high school, like, it's like, I understand they were just people trying to live their lives, right? High school's a weird time. Like, yeah, they were assholes and they were lashing out, but, you know, they had their own problems at home. It was Reynolds, Parfos. But also, Paphos, you gotta let it go, dude. For those of you wondering, I made my little Seawiz gun on the Selkie, where is it? I called him Burt Reynolds, as in B-R-R-T. And Paphos just took this and ran with it. Yeah, this is Burt Reynolds. Because he goes like 600, I think it's 630 RPM? Yeah, that looks about 630. Oh, there goes, oh fuck, I did not mean to fire those off. But yeah, very fun little gun there. Everyone who bullied me and called me ugly, haha, joke's on them. True, joke is on them. I can't. I was gonna say V is literally the definition of be careful of who you call ugly in middle school, but that sounds really mean without context. that just feels mean to say. I had such a glow up. I feel like you always had you always had the potential there. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, big glow up for sure. I also had a massive glow up, and now I need to like take care of myself again because I've been. Archie was probably like my biggest glow up. Bomb the Steel Shredder's embassy. Hey, look, happens to the best of us, okay? Didn't really have enemies in either of my high schools to transfer after my freshman year, but first one, at least 6% of people were just abrasive, annoying, and unfiltered. Yeah, that's fair. Well, keep in mind, I don't know if you're probably younger than us, so like, people nowadays, I would not want to be in high school nowadays. Because people, like, COVID just completely ruined the social contract. You did, Roar, and I were like, I'll show you. But I found that, see, all I needed in high school is I just needed to grow a beard, and then I'd be a... Like, my glow up was just adding a beard and, like, not just dressing in the same outfit every day. Now that I have an actual, like, outfit style, it's a lot better. And the beard. Yeah, one of them committed a murder over being owed 60 euro pound. No, that's euros. Is that pound or euro? That's pound. And the guy wasn't even the worst person I knew. That's crazy to me. I mean, I went to a pretty old Catholic school. I'm sure it was less modern than the public schools. No, but I'm talking about the people like who are the school and system may be different, but the people are still, you know, culturally today's people, I'd assume. Unless you're significantly older than me. But like, I know everyone says, oh, my generation was the last good one. I don't believe that. I think people who came after me are okay, but they just had it a lot harder. Because like, you know, I was the last generation before phones were fully introduced. So I didn't get a phone until I was 14. Nowadays, like, I have high school teacher friends who are talking about how everyone in like their 3rd grade class are always stuck on their phones. And it's like, what the hell is a 3rd grader doing with a phone? Who, like, okay, you know, we're gonna talk about iPad kids now too, because this also annoys me. iPad kids are the dumbest thing. If you give your kid an iPad, you are a bad parent. This is my hot take of today. Do not give your kids electronics or iPads. Or limited electronic access is fine. And I'm only saying that because otherwise I'd be calling my mom a hypocrite because my mom was a gamer growing up and she introduced my brother and I to games. But we also had very limited game time. Delay and roll roast, I see. Well, here, I can rant while I do roast. I just didn't want to rant in the middle of people's roasts. I got a phone at 12 because my mom got a job. I just had an iPod Nano before that. See, I never had an iPod. I had an MP3 player when I was 9. And then I got my first phone at 14. And then my first iPhone at 16. And now, from 16 until COVID, I had the 6S. And now I'm on an iPhone 11 that I've had since 2020. I have not and likely will never have a glow up. No, It's all about the mentality, really. I think a lot of my glow up was just me not caring what people thought anymore. And once you develop that kind of confidence, people can tell. Like, I know it's such a cliche of like, oh, just be confident. But unironically, just be confident. It's so easy. There's so much stuff I get away with purely because I just do so confidently. I was a little chuddy in high school and I'm a little chuddy now. Well, it's because you're not confident. Become confident in your chuddiness. Yes, once you're confident, just try to true to yourself. That's the real glow up. Exactly. And like, I know it sounds super cliche, but unironically, people can tell when you're faking stuff versus when you're not. And it's a vibe, right? Like if you're trying to fake quote unquote being normal, people can tell and it's off-putting. If you're just unapologetically yourself, like you don't have to be an asshole, but if you're unapologetically yourself, people normally accept that and go like, hell yeah. Be authentic to yourself. This man is 6'4", by the way. True. I am 6'4" and look good with a beard. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm a strong exception. Maybe this is like, you know, like when the rich people tell you money can't buy you happiness. It's like, no, it can, but money could buy me things that make me happy. Talking about money buying me things that make me happy. Chad, did you know you could subscribe? No, I'm joking. I'm not going to do that to you guys. But become the Biggie Chuddy. I don't know why, but you said Biggie Chuddy and all I could think of was Chuddy Cheese. And I'm laughing to myself now about Chuddy Cheese. Chuddy Entertainment Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese if it was made nowadays. Just Chuddy Cheese. Yeah, I'm 5'9", have good proportions and a decent looking face. I also can't really talk. Yeah, I would say, V, your biggest, like... How do I say this without sounding weird? I don't think you ever had, like, a looks issue. You've always been looks maxing, as the kids say. You just had a confidence issue, because you never really were able to, like, project your voice, right? Like, you were a very quiet person growing up. Is that the Chuck E. Cheese Hikikomori cousin? What, Chuddy Cheese? I was bullied? Yeah, you were also bullied, which isn't great. But, like, I'm definitely not gonna, like, you know, like, sugarcoat that. But I'm saying, like, looking back on it, like, you know, like, once you develop that confidence, you were still you, in my, at least from how I've seen. But then again, I was also, you know, I flew halfway across the country. So, what do I know? But, I want to do, like, a circular tower here, I think, for the turret well. I'm just not sure how I want to do it. Alright, should I delay roast any longer, chat, or should I just work on it? Because we've gotten a good portion of the battle barge done today. You were never able to project military power? True, you gotta project military power. You need what you need is you need a navy, okay? Now me, I know a guy who sells a lot of boats. Look at this light cruise over here, for example. Prime condition. Tower, I hardly know we're true. I'll work on it? Yeah, we'll get you into FTD so you can project military power. This is how we get V into FTD, Navy full of bunny girls. People have done that. That's already a thing. How long would a roast be delayed for? Until I'm done yapping. I've seen this anime before. One day I'll be a bunny girl VTuber with a Navy. Actually based. I would absolutely collab with you for FTD if we got to make that, because that would be so much fun to make. But yes, roasts are delayed as long as I'm yapping. So if you guys keep asking topics for me to yap about, I will keep yapping. Anyway, going back to what I was talking about. My main issue with iPad kids is that obviously we know that it reduces attention spans. It's also instant gratification versus delayed reward. It's people who are, you know, people who grow up with instant gratification and, you know, are very impatient people, which causes issues later in life. And then there's also the issue of, to keep in mind, I'm completely talking anecdotally here. I actually don't have any scientific evidence on this. I'm not a child development specialist. I'm just talking about, I'm looking up, as my poli-sci prof would always say this. The philosophers that we read about were just looking out their window and seeing what was happening. This is me looking out my window. Kids these days are just not raised as well. And I think a large portion of it is because a lot of the people who are having kids these days are the 90s kids who were latchkey kids. You know, both parents at work, so the kids kind of had to grow up on their own. And now they don't know how to parent. That's my understanding, at least. So again, I'm not blaming the parent. Well, I'm blaming the parents a little bit. But also, if they weren't parented better, then how would they know, right? It's a generational problem. And it's going to take multiple generations to fix. As long as a Port Royale flight deck? What does that give me? Like, alright, that gives me 144 minutes of yap. So that's my biggest issue nowadays, is that like people are always like, oh, kids these days. It's not the fucking kids' fault. It's like when people go like, oh, you kids grew up with participation trophies. Who handed us the participation trophies? The kids didn't decide that. Participation trophies were for the parents of the kids who weren't good enough to get first place. And because the parents wanted their kids to get trophies. Because they couldn't grow up. Oh, debut in 10 years? Fuck yeah. Your ship appears to have 6 balls? It does, yes. And so, like, sorry, I'm just getting rid of all my generational angst right now as someone on the cusp between millennial and Gen Z, because I really do not, I don't know, I do not find Gen Z relatable. But it's also maybe because my parents were older, right? Because both my parents were Gen X. My dad was actually almost a boomer, now that I think about it. I think he's just at the cutoff from boomer. What are the years for baby boomers? Baby boomers. I did not mean to capitalize that. Oh no. Okay, so 46 to 64. Okay, in that case, my dad was a baby boomer, and my mom was Gen X, because my mom was just 2 years off the cap from baby boomer. Like 50s to 60s, I think. Yeah. It's 46 to 64. So like my mom, for example, was born in 66, and my dad was born in 54. So like my parents were very old compared to a lot of parents at the time, right? Well, I say very old, that's mean, but like, because I think my dad would have been what? In his 40s when he had me, and then my mom would have been in her 30s. So like, you know, like I was raised. My God, I did not realize my dad was a baby boomer. That's crazy. That's wild. He never got to see the okay boomer trend. That would have been so much fun. My dad is a boomer. Boomer ends in 68. Does it? I thought it ends in 60. It says generally it's 64. My mom was 31 and my dad was 38. Yeah, because I know there's a 12-year age gap between my mom and dad. Because they met in the military. But anyway, unimportant details. I'm getting into the minutia. The point is that, you know, my parents were not, like, you know... Is there anything between Gen X and Millennials? I think it is just, like, Gen X and Millennials, right? So my mom was Gen X, but my dad wasn't. Age gap because they met in the military? Uh-huh. Power imbalance? No, it's nothing like that. They literally just met in the military. They were at different phases in life. Actually, were they at different phases in life? I feel like they... Yeah, anyway, I'm not gonna get into it. But there wasn't a power imbalance or anything like that. My dad was a decent person when it came to stuff like that. No, that's not a haha moment, V. That's just a weird thing to accuse people's parents of. Like, come on. But aside from that, yeah. So like, you know, maybe I was just raised with a little bit of older values. I don't know. But my point is like, it's strange to me that nowadays people, you know, just they just throw an iPad at their kid and be like, all right, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Oh, I won't get into it. Oh, okay. But and so like nowadays, you know, like when people are like raising their kids, it's just either iPad or like, oh, like, you know, go do something else. And I think that is because of the latchkey kids from the 90s who are now having kids. And like, it's just that like apps. I don't want to. Because it also goes bad in the other way. Because if you're a helicopter parent, it's bad. If you're an absentee parent, it's bad. Like, you have to have that nice niche of like, give your child some autonomy, but not too much, right? And I think that's where people are really struggling right now, is because we've switched from helicopter parents back when I was growing up, because a lot of my friends had helicopter parents, to nowadays everyone is almost an absent parent. Where like, you know, they just put food on the table, but they don't like talk with their kids. And then you also have those people who are, it's like, oh, I'm your parent, I'm not your friend. It's like, I want to be friends with my kids. Like, yes, I am also a parent, but also I'm not going to be like, you know, because like I was raised in a way where it's like there was a hierarchy between me and my parents, which fair enough. That is important. But nowadays, I'm friends with my mom. Like, I still defer to her for for a lot of decisions, because I know she has the experience and more knowledge than me on certain stuff. But like, for a lot of the times, like, you know, my mom and I can talk about like work or stuff like that, where it's like we're friends now, which is nice. I really appreciate that type of relationship. Helicopter parents, that fire slippers, I'm good. There's also no spaces for kids anymore. That's true. Like, nobody goes to the malls anymore because you have. So, like, there's always been, you know, kidnappings and stuff like that. even like 90s, 80s, and all that. The issue nowadays is that they're reported on so immediately and worldwide that it causes a sense of fear. Like, kids need to be able to go out and explore areas. They need to be able to go to parks. They need to be able to go to malls. But people are like, oh, like, no, you got to keep them home, keep them safe. And it's like, they need the experience of living life. Because otherwise they get to university and they have no fucking clue what to do. Which is how this conversation started, because I was talking about how, like, you know, university, you have a bunch of 18-year-olds who have no fucking clue what life is because they were sheltered. I feel like a lot of these problems ultimately stem from the economy. That's true too. The lack of regulation on capitalism has led to a lot of issues, and the deregulation of a lot of corporations has made things worse. This is obviously true and visible. But at the end of the day, like, it still comes down to the culture as well. I mean, I didn't, but that's because I refused to touch grass. Yeah, obviously there's going to be edge cases. It's very normal the kids just roam around. Well, exactly, right? So I'm obviously talking from a Western perspective because I live in a Western country. Like I said, I'm looking out my window, I'm seeing what's going on, right? I think the iPad kid thing happened as fast as it did because there's no longer anywhere in public to exist without being charged money for it. That's true. We still have free parks in Canada. Like, a lot of the city parks are free, but also the city parks now are where a lot of our, like, you know, like, unhoused population exists because they have nowhere else to go. Because we closed down shelters and we closed down safe consumption sites, or, like, you know, safe usage sites, which I think was really silly because now because basically okay, I'm gonna talk about my city here. We closed down a safe consumption site because people were complaining about, oh, there's needles outside the building, which, yeah, fair enough, that's bad. So guess where those needles are now? They're all over the fucking city park and the family parks. Because now, instead of having a safe area to consume, like, you know, for consumption of whatever thing they're trying to treat, they're now just sent out into the town on their own. So now, instead of being condensed to one area of town, it's all over the fucking place. What's a safe usage site? So in Canada, back in the late 2010s, we tried, this was pre-COVID, we tried an idea called safe consumption sites where people would be able to go to a government-funded building and receive substances of whatever they're addicted to, right? As a way to safely treat the addiction without, you know, having to resort to black market. So it was pretty much like, it was kind of like addiction therapy mixed in with safe access, because that way, you know, like, this was back during the fentanyl craze when people were cutting everything with fentanyl and people were dying just for buying weed. You do some burpees? I promise they're fun. Thank you. I'm going to talk about this as I do the burpees. But, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hit my head on that last time. And shitification comes for us all. Well, the issue is that people are so short-sighted nowadays. Nobody wants to do anything for the long term. The people who try get laughed at, saying like, oh, well, that's not profitable, or, oh, that's not going to work immediately, so I don't want to try it. It's like, again, it goes back to that immediate gratification versus delayed gratification. You ever did my redeem? Oh, did I miss one? I'm sorry. What did you redeem? Name a ship. I don't have any ship to name right now. That feature's only used during campaign, so we'll refund that. Government's giving safe access is good because it kills the illegal market while making it safer and giving access to help at the same time. Exactly, because in order to take from the safe access site, you also have to be enrolled into addiction counseling and stuff like that. Like, there's other, you know, secondary features. Because the majority of society's ills are usually either cultural or mental issues. Addiction is a mental illness. It's not a personal choice. Nobody chooses to become addicted to a substance, aside from me and my crippling caffeine addiction. But even then, actually, let's take my caffeine addiction. Let's discuss this. All right, so I have caffeine in front of me. I drink a cup of coffee every day. Back in university, I used to drink between 3 and 5 coffees a day. It was bad. I was constantly paranoid. I was always jittery, right? But that's just what, you know, that's what I needed for university. And then beforehand, in high school, I would have a cup of coffee every day. In the place for political doom posting, but does anyone else get the feeling we're just cooked as a species? No, we're not, because I believe in I believe in the indomitable human spirit. I genuinely think that humans just need to smarten the fuck up and we can overcome whatever we need to. We fixed the goddamn hole in the ozone layer back in the 90s. And nowadays, but the issue is that we're run by a goddamn idiocracy, where we're seeing some dumb person who says, like, you know, the things we want to hear and we immediately follow it because there's no critical thinking due to the deregulation and the lack of education funding. And this can all be traced back. We're going to get into class and ageism here, because this all traces back to the boomers who had the best quality of life in human history. And they decided to pull up the ladder behind them because they also wanted to continue that quality of life into retirement. And now that, you know, they're dying off, the ones who are left are saying, like, actually, we're going to remove those retirement benefits from future generations so we can use more of that money now. 3 to 5 coffees is crazy. I tried to get into coffee in high school, but never stuck to it. That makes me feel sick because of my ADHD med. That's fair. So I realized in university that I was using caffeine as a self-treatment for my ADHD. Because I could not focus on anything if I didn't have a coffee. Actually, you can look back at the start of the stream before my coffee, like when I was drinking my coffee originally, I was all over the place compared to now. And even now, I'm all over the place. I'm a yapper. But, Idiocracy, great movie, by the way. It's a fantastic movie because it's exactly what we're living right now. It's satire, sure. But you can see the exact same thought patterns that people are using nowadays. The only way left to effectively combat the status quo is to deny them future workers don't have children. There's that too, and that will collapse. Like the population, the demographic collapse will collapse the economy. That's one way for sure. The other way is regulation. We need to get money out of politics. Now, obviously, there's always been money in politics, but again, since COVID, we can even say since the Trump administration, if we want to accuse one single like focal point, the rules and norm, like the entirety of the American government and many governments around the world, were only upheld by rules and norms, societal norms. So where people would be like, oh, we don't take advantage of this loophole because we're better than that. But the people that the Americans have elected now are not better than that. And they want to use those loopholes. They got elected to use those loopholes. And so, Yappies United, I see myself in you. I've watched your streams. You're not, look, I'm like, I'm like the Emperor of Japan over here, okay? You gotta get on my yapping level, V. But then again, it also depends on if I'm passionate about a topic. I'm sure if like I get you talking about fashion and whatnot, you'd be yapping just as much as I do. Also, I was deciding between Emperor of Japan or the Sultan of Yapistan, because those are both like titles I use for my friends. You haven't been there when I've gone on Yap Tangents? I know, I've been there when you're like Archaeology Max in Fields of Mystria. By the way, Rustin, about that one-on-one Deepwater Guard Duel of Champion Fins. I really like the idea, so I did a quick doodle I put in the art channel. Oh, fuck yeah, I'll check that out. We'll have an early roast today, I'm feeling tired. Yeah, but then I got yapping. The lies of the roast starts. Look, we all know how this goes. Whenever I say it's gonna be we're gonna end early, we always go for 8 hours. You guys know how this goes. We are at least done building now. Now I'm just yapping. It's the lies of the rye. But the biggest thing is just like, you know, again, it's the people pulling up the ladder behind them, right? And that's always going to be a massive issue. Because you run into the situation where there's a very good quote for it, actually. It's like, old men should plant trees in which shade they know they will never sit. And it's an analogy of like, you know, plant trees today so that your children can enjoy the shade. If I have children, which I do want to have children in my lifetime, I want the world to be better off than how I want my children to have a better life than I did. I have a pretty damn good life. I still do. I still want my children to have better, right? One day Roar will raid me. Well, you stream, you end stream before me. But he never ends early. You end stream before me. Now you're the president of Yapa New Guinea is really good. I like that. Yapa New Guinea is incredible. The president of Yapa New Guinea. But I do like the saying the weak must be protected by the strong so the weak can become strong when the strong grow weak. That's also a really good one. But and like that, nah, that's gonna be too much of a tangent. That's gonna actually go into like right versus left politics, which I think is all made up, by the way. As someone who studies political science, if you look at a lot of the policies, the majority of people do want, at least in Canadian politics, like for example, Carney, I love Carney in Canadian politics because he is a Liberal Party leader who is socially progressive, which is nice, but he is pulling back on some of the more economically left policies that were well-intended but not well thought out of the previous administration. And that's exactly what I've always wanted. I've wanted a social. I don't care too much about the economic policies. I think like an economicist in charge is a great idea, as long as he's socially progressive, right? which he is, and that's why I love Carney. The wise man plants a tree knowing he will never taste its fruit. That's a great one, too. The wiser man makes up a story to get idiots to plant trees for him. That's incredible. Leave a place better than what it was when you came there. Yeah, it's like that for hiking, too. Like, don't litter, stuff like that. Also, yeah, like, so many people litter nowadays. And like, I feel like that's I feel like there's 2 litmus tests I have to test if someone's a good person. If they litter, automatically bad person. Just easily, like, immediately go, you know, straight to F tier, not a good person. I will never respect you as a person if you litter. The other one is the shopping cart. So shopping carts in grocery stores have, you know, you take the cart to your car, you load up your car with your groceries, you take the cart back to its little cart pen, and, you know, match him up with all his little cart friends. Otherwise, he's going to get lonely out in the middle of the parking lot. If you don't do that, bad person automatically. I'm sorry. There's a giant problem with Zines here, literally everywhere. I don't know what Zines are. A lot more up versus down than left versus right. Oh, yeah. Leader of the foreign nation of Yugoslavia. Of Yaposlavia. But littering bad and being rude to customer service workers. That's too. Like, I understand, you know, I can understand frustration with a customer service worker if things aren't, if you're already having a rough time with, say, like, you know, customer support and whatnot. I get that. That's, I feel like that's a little bit more reasonable. Because maybe you're just having a bad day, as long as you apologize afterwards. Because, like, I had to call Rogers support for my Wi-Fi last year. And I'm not gonna lie, I was very stern with the customer support guy that I finally got after talking to their stupid fucking chatbot for like 20 minutes. Just constantly repeating, I want to talk to a real person, I want to talk to a real person, transfer me to an agent, etc., etc. And so, you know, like, I was relatively frustrated. And then, like, you know, he helped me through the problem, and I was like, hey, I'm sorry that I was frustrated earlier. Thank you so much for helping me out. And I feel like that is different from, you know, just yelling at, like, the cashier at your grocery store. But, like, that has nuance to it, right? Whereas, like, if you don't put a cart away, what the hell? Maybe you can't walk that far. Fair enough. Maybe there's nuance to every situation. Who knows? Littering, though, there's never nuance to littering. If you litter, I'm sorry. That is just my litmus test of, nah, not respecting you. Like nicotine fin, where she can put between teeth and upper lip. We call it snooze here. Oh, yeah, chewing tobacco. I've never heard of it as Zines, though. I've heard of it as snuff. I've heard of it as chewing tobacco. Snuff is the one I'm familiar with in terms of, like, what people say. The wisest man gets people to build FTD crap for him. True! Oh, cheers to that. People who leave coffee cups in random places, is that a problem? I don't think I've ever seen people leave coffee cups in grocery stores. The only form of customer support that's morally okay to disrespect is the clankers. Exactly. And again, you can be frustrated and still be respectful. And just remember, if you do get frustrated with someone, just apologize afterwards. It costs you nothing to apologize. It doesn't even cost you pride. It's not pride to never admit a mistake. It's stupidity. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the same thing. It's like, being brave doesn't mean you're not scared of anything. It means you're scared, but you're doing it anyway. It doesn't really have a good direct translation like the amazing word legume. Coffee cups in Walmart? Oh, no ads. Yeah, no worries. We'll wait until the ads are. It means just right, not too little, not too much. Oh, Goldilocks. Okay. Person who does not return the shopping trolley is no better than an animal. A savage who can only be made to do what is right by threatening them with the law and the force that stands behind it. Literally, Picaro. Literally. Like... And again, though, like, you know, maybe the person has a walking disability and stuff like that. So, like, I'll use my grandma as an example. So my grandma's doing a lot better now, but for a little while there, she was having difficulty walking. And so she would use the cart as her support. So normally I would, well, then again, also with my grandma, I would always go with her to the store. I wouldn't let her go on her own. And so, you know, like, she'd use the cart as, like, a walker almost. And then we get to the car and she'd be like, oh, hey, do you want to return it for me? The thing is that we returned it at least, right? I assume on her own, she would still return it. I don't think she would just leave it next to where we were in the parking lot, because then that means people can't park, and it's just very annoying. Same also goes with people that leave their electric scooters in the middle of the walkway. Okay, this one is a really big problem where I live right now. There's so many times where people, like, I get it, like, the electric scooters are meant to just be left on the sidewalk for city pickup. But what the hell are you going to do if you have, like, a friend who's in a wheelchair who can't get around it? Like, the city's already not, you know, wheelchair accessible. Stop blocking the areas that actually are. God damn it, people. Gentleman Roy. Well, no, I don't know. I feel like I'm very able-bodied. Why would I not help people who aren't as able as me, right? Like, whenever I go home, I try to help my mom with chores as best I can. I help my grandma with any, like, errands she has. It's also just nice to spend time with family. I don't get to see him very often. I see him about once a year. Last year was special because I got to see him twice. Once in May, once in October. This year, I'm only going to see him in August, probably. Unless, like, you know, I get quite a bit of cash. But, like, at my current, like, operating level, I can only see him once a year. Which is also nice because it gives me a vacation and it also lets me, you know, still maintain my independence. I love my family, but I do genuinely also love my independence. Like, where I live right now, people leave their bikes in the middle of the sidewalk, and I'm like, guys, oh, my grandparents are dead? Yeah. I hate electric scooters so much, they're hideous, too. Yeah, but they are a nice way to get away. They are a nice way to get around, and again, it gives kids something to do outside, right? Because, like, the electric scooters in my area, at least, are mostly used by kids, and, like, they just kind of go around as, like, outside as friends, and I'm like, hey, that's fine. My biggest issue is that they don't wear helmets, and that's how I know I've gotten old. It's because I am now the person going, kids these days not wearing helmets. It's so funny seeing three dudes on a single scooter. They look so silly. Yeah, exactly. But that's something I would have done as a teenager, right? My friends and I would absolutely grab a scooter and just, like, see, like, all right, how many people can we fit on this? That is literally just, you know, boys will be boys. Or, you know, like, teenagers will be teenagers. Well, I miss being able to use boys will be boys without having the bad connotation surrounding it nowadays. Because it was such a good phrase to describe my friends and I growing up, because we just did stupid shit. Like, it didn't harm anyone. It was just dumb. You know what I mean? I've always worn helmets based. It's ironic that my job is one of those guys at the supermarket that has to collect the shopping carts from the bays around the parking lot. Yeah, I had to deal with those folks. Yeah, exactly, Scarab. Like, it's such a... Like, obviously, it's nice that you have a job, but it sucks that there's enough people that is a thing, right? Like, that shouldn't have to be its own dedicated role. I also always wear helmets based. This is gonna bug me more, so I'm gonna fix this up, and then I promise we'll go to roast soon. I normally don't, you know, wax poetic this long during this segment of stream, but y'all got me yapping. But that's the biggest thing, because, like, I never, like, and I can guarantee you about the, like, oh, my friends and I would do that, because when I went home in October, we were having a bonfire for Thanksgiving. And what we did is we went out to, no, I'll say it. We went out to the county, because there's a lot of counties, so V will know which one I'm talking about, the rest of you won't. But we went out to the county, and what we did was we hooked up a trailer to a side-by-side. Was it a side-by-side or 4x... I want to say alligator or something. It was like one of the... It was like a... I'm going to say a side-by-side. So we had like a trailer hooked up to the side-by-side. We stuffed the entire friend group in the trailer with one person in the passenger seat and one person driving. And we fucking ripped it out to the bush to have a massive bonfire, right? We got drunk, and then we decided that, unfortunately, the person who was most drunk was also the only person who knew how to drive the side-by-side. So we said, we'll probably be okay. And so we drove back, and we hit every turn as fast as possible, and it was very painful, because we realized, hey, wait, we're 25 now, we're not 18 anymore. We're now, and then we all woke up with sore backs the next day after that. For the record, this was on private property, this was never on any public roads. And it was only a distance of, like, 5 minutes. So, like, it wasn't actually dangerous. And we were careful with it. We took it slow. Aside from a few corners where we decided to be silly. But... Or public transit? For what? Oh, I'm missing chat right now. Don't let people with bad intentions poison your vernacular. Exactly. Wait, what was that in reference to? I still use boys will be boys. Oh, okay, fair enough, yeah. I see so many 3-year-olds not wearing helmets. Yeah, that's silly to me. Like, how do you not protect, like... You know, you keep your child home and unsocialized because you want to protect them, and then you let them go around without a helmet because it makes them uncomfortable. It's like, no, put the fucking helmet on. Do you know what also makes you uncomfortable? Skull fractures. Do you know what children have? Soft skulls. They got soft hands and soft skulls. They've never done a day of work in their life, okay? Put the helmet on them. Don't drink and drive. This is true. Do not drink and drive. I will say, I'm saying like this is a boys will be boys story. This was a very stupid thing for us to do. Yes, the soft skull thing. The skull isn't fused yet, exactly. Like, I would like to preface the story saying, this was absolutely stupid. Do not emulate this. Alternatively, put them in the mines to harden them up. True, Big wall driving makes it easier to hit the enemy ship with a ramming maneuver. No, it does not. But, I'm just using the story from my own life to explain, like, you know, like, I do stupid shit. We did it as safely as we could. It was still a stupid idea. But, like, and that's why I'm saying, like, when I see those electric scooters with, like, free people to a scooter, it's like, oh, yeah, I would have done that as a kid. Nah, you can make new ones. yeah, if it's a 3-year-old kid, like, at that point, like, you know, you're not past the return by date, right? You can always make a new one. Also, I have this distinct feeling I'm gonna get an angry text from my mom later asking me about that story. Think I might be safe. We'll see. Let me go check. I gotta check Facebook real quick. I gotta make sure I'm still safe. All right, good. Okay, no text notifications. All right, I'm safe so far. It's that story my mom would absolutely like rip a strip off me for. And honestly, I don't blame her. Like I'm saying right now, it's a very stupid idea. Do not emulate me. But all right, let's get in the roast, shall we? Let's see what we got. Don't you know there's a 30-day refund policy? True. Alright, honestly, I will say, for 2 days of building, we're only on version 3. And I've saved twice today, once last night. This is a pretty impressive amount of build that we've gotten so far. Momston is always watching. True, unironically, my mom watches my streams quite often. And I say stories from work sometimes, and I get in trouble later. Because she's like, you know that's a dumb idea. And I'm like, yes, mother, I know it's a dumb idea. But consider this. It was very funny. Also, we stacked 7 hard hats on the same guy. Do you have any idea how safe he was? Hard hat stack. The modifier for hard hat safety stacks. My mom doesn't know what Twitch is. Very fair. Save your vehicle. Thank you, Gleb. Oh my god, it's already 6,000 blocks? I did 6,000 blocks in 2 days? New record. Parents don't even know I do YouTube, let alone Twitch. Well, fair enough. You never know, but like, the reason why I told my family about it because it's mainly what I do for money right now until archaeology starts up again. And I didn't really expect my family to get into it, but my family sees it as a way to be able to like connect with me when I'm halfway across the continent, right? So who knows, maybe your parents would appreciate being able to hear from you via the videos and whatnot. Check DMs, what are you sending me? Oh, do you want me to put that on the craft? Maybe I'll put it on once I'm done. But 7 hard hats. He can survive at least a pebble with that safety. True. I will say, actually, hard hats. Okay, hard hats are one of those fins where like I work with large enough quantities of rock where if I get hit by a rock, I'm dead anyway. It doesn't matter if I have a hard hat on. But I will say, having been hit with smaller quantities of rock, the hard hat actually does work pretty well, and it is very nice to have in a forest. Because a rotten branch fell off a tree and absolutely smoked someone on top of their hard hat. It hurt their neck, but they did at least survive. Because I don't think they would have survived without the hard hat. Because like, it took them at such an odd angle. Maybe how dangerous it is and how I'm gonna get doxxed and get my identity stolen. My mom is turning into conspiracy theorist. Yeah, see, that's another issue I have. All right, thank you, V, for giving me another fin to yap about, so that chat does not get their designs reviewed early. I call my mom out for this all the time. Well, I say I call my mom out for it. I talk to mom about this all the time. My mom was very safety orientated with me going online as a kid, and she was like, you know, never believe everything you read online. And my grandma was the worst for us. She'd always be like, oh, you know, you can't believe everything you read online. But nowadays, I get grandma sending me archaeology stuff that's very clearly fake archaeology going like, oh, hey, is this real? Or she sends me like AI cat memes. And I'm like, grandma, you can't believe everything you read online. What happened to those days? Why do you believe everything you read online? Ah! You know what I mean? That probably peaked the hell out of my mic. I'm sorry. My mic is so close to my face right now because I wanted to talk at a lower level so I wouldn't strain my voice. But like so many people who I grew up around telling me not to believe everything you read on the internet are now some of like the deepest conspiracy theorists because of Facebook. And I'm like, why are you believing it? It's online. And like, you know, sometimes like, you know, an old family friend will be like, oh, well, so-and-so posted it. And I'm like, yeah, they also got duped. Congratulations, you got duped by a duped person. Like, please. You watching my dad clap like a seal using grok for everything? Oh god, don't even get me started on fucking grok. The amount of times I'll see on Twitter, it's like, you post something and then people just go like, oh, grok, is this true? It's like, what the fuck you asking the AI for? You're a human, use your critical thinking skills. That's the thing that scares me most about like large learning models and like AI, quote unquote, is that everyone's gonna outsource their critical thinking. And that's such a stupid thing to do, because now you're completely susceptible to anything that the programmer or the AI wants you to be. Like, why are you outsourcing the main function of your life? The main function of your life is critical thinking. That's what your brain's there for. It gives you pattern seeking, or pattern recognition, and it gives you critical thinking. Those are the two things you get from your brain. And you're just gonna outsource half of that? Hell, half the time you can't even recognize a pattern. People did the grok is this real thing unironically for ages. Yeah, no, I thought it was a meme. No, people actually do it. Grok is either mega horrid or almost epical from what I've seen. Every time it's epical, fucking Musk reprograms it, don't worry. Also, Gen AI is bad for you in basically every aspect you can think of. Exactly. Like, you're like, oh, well, it helps me with art. Okay, well, now you're not developing a skill and it looks like shit. Congratulations. Like, congratulations. Now all of the internet knows you generated that art. All of China knows you're here. Like, also, of course we get Unvia to me as we're talking about, like, a yap. The only good AI are those YouTube videos of the presidents playing Wii Sports or doing tier lists. Yeah, and, like, stuff like that I would say is funny, at least, because it's transformative. But has no real long-term upsets as long as it stays in the path it is now. Exactly. It's a bubble. To quote me myself from earlier, it came down in a bubble, bro. Grow up. But AI art is accessible. Art is one of the most accessible things in existence. You know that, have any of you seen the Puss in Boots movie where it's like the sword scene where he goes, pick it up. Pick it up. One of my favorite gifs is just that scene, but they replace the sword with a pencil. Anytime someone posts AI art, it's just the pencil gif, and it's like, pick it up. Pick it up. It's so funny to me. I wouldn't outsource anything. However, I wouldn't be complaining if I had a little homunculus helping me build stuff in FT. And see, that's different, right? So like, I would actually, no, it's not different. That's a great example. So my skills at functional building in FTD severely declined because I had a bunch of people from the stream community and the Codal community be able to build stuff for me. So I never learned how to do stuff properly. Now that I'm learning to do stuff properly, look how fucking fast I'm building. 2026 has almost free craft done. We have the Privateer, which is almost done. We have the Selkie, which is done because we rebuilt it. And we have the Port Royale, which is already, like, let's say a third completed. Like, we're only in March, so I've done like one craft a month right now. That's the best ratio I've had since I was 17. Actually, I prefer my shitpost slop content made by men. This is true. You can do the president voices without AI. People made videos about Obama before AI. Same with Trump. For your information, I prefer my shitpost slop content made by men. With my parents, I was always the non-getting in trouble kid, and all my siblings needed a lot of help with things, and I was always praised for being self-sufficient, and gaslit myself by accident to be terrified of asking for help. Literally me too. I remember, like, after my dad passed, obviously it was rough for my family. And I tried my best to not burden my mom. I remember having that mentality growing up. And I was trying my best in school so that my mom wouldn't get upset. And, my brother had his own struggles. And so, like, mom obviously had to help him out as well. Because, like, keep in mind, my mom had just lost her husband, too. That's rough, right? Like, I see it as like, oh yeah, I lost my father. But I also had the, it was like, no, mom's also having a rough time. She lost her husband. You know what I mean? So... like, stuff like that. Like, obviously my situation is different, but it's one of those things where it's like, you can't gaslight yourself into thinking asking for help is bad. And so, like, that's a big part of my therapy right now is I'm learning to ask for help. Even nowadays, like, my mom will still be like, hey, if you need help with something, let me know. And I'm like, yes, I know, mom. And then I don't ask her help until, like, the last minute, which is pretty problematic. I need to work on it. For all the accessibility of AI, it's only a pale imitation of true soul. And that's the other thing, too. It's like, people go like, oh, the AI art has no soul. And it is genuinely something you can see. AI art has the uncanny valley into it. It looks almost real, but it's not quite. My example for AI and art being useful is the Blender denoiser. Yeah, so like stuff like that is fine. I wouldn't even really call that generative AI. I would just call it like an algorithm because we've had those for years, right? But AI, at the end of the day, the AI should always be a tool to the human, not a replacement for the human. And the issue is that corporations picked it up and immediately was like, oh, hey, this could replace entire humans. And now everything is shittier than it was before. Hey, Quarry. For me, I will never use Gen AI until it stops being so landed and resource intensive. I'm never going to use Gen AI because it just steals from people. They didn't pay for a single thing they trained it on. And when they went to court over this, they said that their company would not be feasible if they had to pay for everything, for all the data. And that to me, so congratulations, your entire business revolves around stealing from other people. The intellectual property of other people. AI is also playing hell on water supplies. That's true too. AI is a big buzzword recently, but the technology isn't new. I wouldn't call it AI. I would call it, I do not call an algorithm AI, honestly. AI to me is artificial intelligence. Right now, the AI is just LLMs, large learning modules, or large language modules. I forget which one. Like, none of it is true AI. It's just the buzzword that everyone calls everything. And it's no, neural networks is the term I prefer, though. Calling it AI is dumb. Yeah, neural networks works too, but workforce replacement is literally the only reason it's being pushed so far. Exactly, because companies want to make stuff cheaper. But like, who the fuck is gonna buy stuff from companies? Because let's say like, oh yeah, a few people get rich from the AI push and everyone else is out of a job, right? Okay, now who's gonna buy your product? How long are you gonna stay rich for? It's my exact point on AI. It's a tool to assist, not replace people. Yeah, exactly. At the peer edit every student's thesis, and it's so obvious people use ChatGPT. That's another thing, dude. Why the fuck are you outsourcing your uni work? The whole, like, yeah, sure, okay. I'm a firm believer that uni is just a piece of paper, and the majority of your work experience will come from your work. Like, what I learned in university versus what I learned out in the field, two different things. Similar, but uni provided a baseline so I would understand what I was learning out in the field. So why the hell would anyone outsource that? Because my last year of uni was the last year before ChatGPT came out. Or became popular. And that's when like all the weird like AI shit crackdown happened. You don't like the term definitive, people call it AI, and that's what the term is understood to mean, so it's just what it means. Yeah, exactly, right? Again, it's like yeah, it's like Kleenex versus tissue paper. Everyone calls it Kleenex. We know what they mean. But a couple of lecturers recommend using AI, which is crazy. That's insane to me. Because like AI is proven to make up sources when it couldn't find anything to support an argument. So can we roast now? Maybe. I'm still, yeah. I told you guys. I specifically said we will roast when I'm done yapping. If you guys keep me yapping, it's gonna delay roast more. So you guys keep asking me questions on different stuff, or you keep getting me on different tangents. I specified this. I specifically said the longer you guys keep me yapping, the less time we'll have, the longer it'll take for roasts. Rich people, I might say they're willing to do shit like that. They'll automate consumers and then turn everyone into biodiesel. Oh, God. Denial of roast will continue until morale improves. True. I do super big on sustainability, but one course had an AI tool to help give you feedback on your lab report. I was like, do we not care about the environmental implications? Also, have one of your peers do feedback on your bio reports. It helps them because now the best way to learn something is to also teach it. And so, for example, like I would review a lot of my friends' papers because then that would give me ideas for my own papers. Because they would make a really good point. I'd be like, oh, cool, I didn't consider that. You know, and then I would look at it from that perspective as well. Editing your peers' paper is a critical part of the uni experience. And like, yeah, I know it requires friends and whatnot, but like, it's such a critical part of the learning experience. In my mind. The yapping continues until morale improves. I love my peer editing, except that ChatGPT users. Yeah, well, that's because it's not their own ideas. Like, it's such a silly thing to outsource. Because like, if you're using ChatGPT to write your papers, what the fuck are you doing at that point? You're gonna spend more time correcting ChatGPT than you're gonna do like research on the material and understanding it yourself. So I'm gonna start orbiting to Port Royale. Speaking English is so bad, I know you did not write this well. Okay, that part I will contest, because a lot of people do have bad spoken English, but then beautiful writing. I've worked with enough international students and enough ESL students that that part I will contest. Their English will not improve if you don't try. That's true too. Port Royale. Oh my god. We'll do you to assume they're correcting ChatGPT's errors. No, a lot of them don't, but it's just, I don't know. It's just such a like. If you're outsourcing your uni work, what are you even doing at uni? They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna party and make friends. Sure, that works. And then uni ends, and then what do? Those friends move on to their careers. They have other lives, right? Like, I know I'm unique for I still have the majority of my high school friend group. But also that's because I don't experience friendship maintenance. I see someone who I used to be friends with back in the day, I am immediately friends with them again. We catch up, we're still friends, it's a good time. Right? So like, but like I don't really talk to many of my uni friends. You know, so It's just one of those things where I'm like, okay, cool. Choosing education based off friends is very foolish. This is true. I don't know. I think people need to. Again, I'm just gonna put it. I'm gonna summarize this. People need to smarten up, as my parents would say. Just like anything you do, anytime you do something wrong, oh, smarten up. It's like, okay, how would I smarten up? Smarten up. Figure it out. Smarten up and figure it out. Two favorite phrases. Just smarten up and figure it out. All right, let's get in the roast, shall we? Before you guys get me yapping again. Also, someone go join the VC so Carson's not lonely. There we go. All right, we have the. Did we read the Gulch and the Kodiak last time? I believe we did, didn't we? We did, yes. The Kruger Blitz we also reviewed because that was Gorol. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Discord process, you can do !Discord, and then you can join the Discord and there's a submissions channel. If you're new to the channel, then you can just, you know, submit something that way. I don't mind, because I normally don't penalize people for not knowing the system. The Farlotet. Let's grab this. The Farlotet, the Buckshots, the Hive, the Aguila, or Angia? Is that Latin? Or not Latin. Is that like a Latin language or a Germanic language? I'm going to assume Angia. Skipper class, the Schnozzinator, the Antares. Hey, Borderwise, welcome in. Talking about people who might be a little bit late. If any of you want your design reviewed, I'm starting that just now. So if you're in my server on Discord, get them, you know, get them designs in. Otherwise, no worries. Oh, it's this guy. I don't know what that means, but I hope that's in a positive way. Hello, Oliver. How's it going? I've seen you before. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Look at me. A wise border. True. What did you get up to today, Perimeter Intelligence? Perimeter Intelligence makes him sound like a spy. Like, Perimeter Intelligence is the spy version of Borderwise. Hello, we just come back from the 41st Millennium. It was fun. Hell yeah. Which game were you doing? Gladius? I bet it was Gladius. I go see what you were just streaming. It was... Oh, it was Dawn of War 1? Based? Holy shit, dude! I didn't know you played Dawn of War. We're gonna play sometime. I was a massive Orcs player back in the day. Hello, readers. Welcome in. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Archaeologist VT, Archaeologist Vtuber, real-life archaeologist. I am in charge of the land campaign for From the Depths. I do aesthetic reviews. We're about to start it. ! Discord in the chat if you are curious to join and submit. Otherwise, feel free to decompress, get food, get water, rest, raid and run as you need. Dawn of War 1 is great, even if I suck at it. Oh, I love Dawn of War 1. It's my favorite one. Do you play UA mod, Borderwise? Ultimate Apocalypse? Because I absolutely love Ultimate Apocalypse. Treasure, that is an incredible Discord PFP. I love that comic with the... Nope, no mods, not yet. Alright. I'll introduce you to Ultimate Apocalypse one day, because it adds Gargants. Quick doodle based on the idea brought to my stream. Oh, that is cool as hell, Henry. Oh, with the Rambot armor? That is cool as hell, Henry. Holy shit. I love that. Alright. Alright, I'll give people a little bit of while. So yeah. So there's a channel called Roast Submission, so you can submit in there if you're new. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until next Friday, because I'm doing a Vorian on Monday again. Where was I with the downloads? I think I was at the Schnozzinator when I got raided. I was at the Antares class. And then what we'll do is we'll give people a little bit of time to get situated with their blueprints. And then we can yap for a little bit more. The Broadsword, the Anti-Orbit SPG, the Esophagus, and the Marauder. Alright, you guys have until this track is... Which track is this? Actually, I should check which track this is. Alright, you guys have until this track is done to get stuff submitted, and then we'll start. Alright, let's make sure roast is empty. It wasn't. Good. Alright, now it is. Put that stuff all in there. There we go, that's good to go. Alright. I only have the old versions of it and not the definitive edition. I play mostly Soulstorm nowadays. I've never got the definitive edition. I didn't know they made one, actually. Partition Sage is my wizard name. Partition Sage. Yeah, okay, so we got Partition Sage as your wizard. Perimeter Intelligence is your spy form. Fence Smart, I feel like is your customer support. Like, that's like a Home Depot worker. Fence Smart. You know, No, you know what? Fence Smart is your contractor. Like that's like when you're building for people. That's your construction company. Fence Smart. The edition was recently released. Yes. How is it? How would you compare it to the original? Did it have anything good to submit? It doesn't have to be good. It has to be. It's just something you want feedback on. That goes for people who are new too. It doesn't have to be necessarily good. I'd actually prefer builds that are work in progresses so that I can then give feedback, right? Because it's raw roast. As much as we joke about saying I roast people, it's mostly meant to be educational. Fence Smart is definitely my construction name. Just like honestly, if someone comes up to me and is like, "Hey, I work for Fence Smart," I'd be like, "Oh yeah, you guys can build this fence for me. That's a great name." I would trust that name immediately. Boundary Shrewd. Boundary Shrewd makes me think of an accountant. Does that make sense? Definition is noticeably laggy when streaming, though. That might be on my PC. You have a pretty decent PC, though. We were just talking about enshittification earlier for about an hour, border-wise, where it's like the world has gotten actively worse because people don't want to... People are pulling up the ladder behind them when they get successful. And I think that's affecting the game industry finally as well, where it's like, oh, just throw out whatever we can. It doesn't matter anymore. Definitely convenient to have all the games in one launcher. That I can believe. That I would believe. Alright. Let's get into roast. I don't think there's anyone else who put anything in there. Alright, seems good. Let us begin. Alright, broadsword. Ooh. I saw purple glass. Very nice. What do it look like in my purple colors? Okay, thank you. Who built this? MD, thank you, because you finally found a way to make my color scheme work on a craft. This is very nice. The gold trim, the black. This is how I'm gonna style Minecraft from now on. Where's the files? Oh, it's in your documents folder. No rush, Oliver. Don't worry about it. Just when you're able to find it. So it's document folders from the depths, profiles, your name, blueprints. Just submit it when you can, and then I'll go back and pick it up after I'm done the efforts. Okay. Same if you transgender, if you're submitting anything. Don't worry about any rush, because you two are both new. So don't worry about trying to rush or anything like that. Yeah, no, this is a beautiful design. Who did this? Simple and good? Yeah, honestly. There's something to be said that people need to worry. Like, people... I know a lot of people do greeble and whatnot, and a lot of micro detail. Sometimes, just a good shape with some clever details is all you need. Very nice, efficient use of block shape build and the deco details. Yeah, because like if I look at it, let's look at the mimics. They're probably on the engines and the winds. Yep, that makes sense. Mostly for color too. Not really for shaping. And then aerodynamics. Yeah, that looks like how it's supposed to look. They deco hide some heavy armor. That's fine. That's a functionality thing. At the end of the day, it still looks like a plane, which is nice. Very good job on this. I usually do way detail, but building simple is also just fun sometimes. Exactly, right? Got it? Hell yeah. Wait, is that a pack in the nose? Is it? It's a visual camera. I think this one only has missiles. Now let's check your missile decos. Not the worst. I think the hard points could be a little bit cleaner. I see what you were going for, though. It's not a bad look. I do think they could be a little bit cleaner, though. Also, I wouldn't have the hard points face down like this. I would have them flipped upside down so that they merge into the wind. And then the missile rests on the bottom flat part. Because that way, once the missile lets go, it's still aerodynamic. Right now, once this missile is gone, this is no longer aerodynamic, and you actually have some like wind catching on this little piece right here. Around the missile too, which is quite strange. So that's just a visual thing for me. I would want to see that look a little bit more aerodynamic. But the camera details of a glass has a small gap, does it? Oh, it looks okay. Oh, you're talking about on the missile. Yeah, it does have a small gap, you're right. Yes. And the camera feels a bit squished. Yeah, but again, those are such... So that's definitely a thing you could fix, is just fix the glass up here. For those of you who are new, I'm not normally this nitpicky. This is for the more you send in designs, the more nitpicky I'll get, because I understand that over time you're becoming a better builder. And so I get into those really small minutiae. Like if this was someone who was submitted for the first time, this was their first build, I would say you've done a great job. And, you know, like move on to your next one, like learn some more skills, right? But I know that MD does do good builds, and so that's why I'm nitpicking them a little bit. Does that make sense? I do try to gauge skill level when I do these reviews, because again, like I said, I want it to be educational. Absolutely beautiful craft though, very good. And it bonus points because it looks good in my fleet colors. Because the black, gold, purple, and I'm gonna do silver instead of the pure white are gonna be my fleet colors for my main faction in the custom campaign. Well, actually, now that I know how to build APS, I can do it. Based. I just gotta learn a style now. Alrighty, so this is Kyosuke. So Kyosuke, we've been here before. You build very flat, which tends to leave you not a lot of room for definition. When you build a very flat shape like this, yeah, sure, it's decently efficient in terms of game functionality. Then I put the paint on mine. My paint tool is heavily glitched. How do you... Interesting. I'm tempted to send my first ever design to get ultra roasted. Go for it, Makara. I'd love to see it. I am also built flat. No, you're not. B. B. Oh, I shouldn't laugh hard at that. That's so mean. That just caught me so off guard, B. I'm how did that break? I'm used to you being very like reserved and not so, I don't want to say lewd, that's not the right word, but like I'm not used to you being a shit poster yet. The Preglodon, you can't, Jesus Christ. It actually does kind of look like the shark ship, but yeah. Oh, also back here, good point. You have your thrusters coming out the back here. You've done one big bank, now split them down so these aren't, you never want your ducks flush with the hull. Crass? Crass isn't the word. Crass implies rudeness. Favorite funny Rockman. Hey Patch, how's it going? Patch, when are you gonna build boat? Patch, I require more boat. Hoping that I'm proud. It was a good fucking bit. It caught me so off guard. But yeah, so Kyosuke, the main issues, of course, I like the way you did your canted launchers up here. These, very clean. And this is a good amount of detail. So let's take this amount of detail and let's apply it to the entire craft, okay? Now, so let's think, how would we break this down in granularity? You have these missile turrets over here. You have them angled a little bit, but they could definitely use more detail. Like, the box launchers could definitely, you know, just a little bit more than just truss, right? Because, like, look at the shaping you have in here. It's very nice. And then same with the back here, which is obviously more work in progress. It's very flat going up here. Add some ridges. A lot of sci-fi designs, T-Lad's designs are a great one to look for. Because he does a very flat design like this, and then he panels it out with little decos to make it look like it's paneled. Then he does a lot of machinery underneath to make it look like very super sci-fi slick panels, right? It's really cool. I've seen this bone in Discord. Oh, nice. I have not. Aside from that, obviously paint would help, but again, I know it's work in progress. And texturing. This is all, what? Alloy? Oh, no, it's painted metal. All right, so this is all metal right now. So find some places to add alloy. Find some places to add heavy armor. You know, really texture it. Make it make sense, too. So, like, right now, just heavy armor nose here, it doesn't really make much sense. But like, what if you did like, you know, heavy armor coming up in stripes, right? Kind of like what SE does, Steel Empire. I do have FTD, so wait, do you, Patch? How is it? Okay. Where are all these people getting FTD from? Because I swear to God, all these people who I meet through my friend VTubers and whatnot have FTD, but no one plays it. A good paint job would slap. Yeah, exactly. A good paint job. A little bit of definition, like what I like to do. I'm gonna do one of those in-depth roasts today because I have the motivation for it. Just, you know, like add some more areas where you can have differentiation. So like here maybe add a square bit coming out for an intake, stuff like that, right? Maybe not necessarily there, but you know what I mean. I don't know what your vision is for the craft, and you're not in chat right now, so when you watch this VOD, you'll probably be able to comment saying like, oh hey, I actually meant to do it this way. And I'll be like, okay, cool. But the CLS here. Very nice. Let's extend this level of detail to the rest of the craft. Like, a surprising amount of people have or heard about FTD. It's whack. I know, right? Like, so many people have it, and then just no one plays it. Which, fair enough. It's hard to get into. I don't blame them. But, okay, Sulphurous. Oh, very red. Okay. Oh, it doesn't float. Damn, Morgana. Alright, so let's take a look at this, shall we? Your hull shape? Pretty nice. I gotta admit, it's visually interesting. It still makes sense on the bottom, so it's not just a sprue of parts, right? It doesn't look like you just took your sprue and threw it on a model. So that's some nice shape in there. The double turret here, very cute. I love that. And you have a little It almost reminds me of very early Scarlet Dawn designs. Now, these plates here, I don't fully see what they're going for yet, but maybe that's just work in progress, right? So I don't know. City is easy, provided you don't know what the word easy means. This is true. Though I will say, now that I'm less overwhelmed and actually doing a lot of my own functionality border-wise, I would say maybe it's just because I've been surrounded in the community for so long. I do find it a lot easier now that I'm taking the time to sit down and learn and doing one. I do one system per build. That's how I learn. So like a lot of my newest builds have been APS, so I can learn different types of APS. And then, you know, and then I just like, okay, now let's learn how to do a steam engine. I will get bullied to death, but I will do it for stream. Okay, I got a collab idea. I got FTD and you teach me how to boat. So the issue is, I have a few requirements before I agree to collab teach anyone FTD. I'm fine with doing this. You have to learn the camera controls on yourself, or on your own. So try to learn a little bit on your own, and then I will teach you any remaining points that maybe you missed. That's my one condition to like. I'm willing to collab with anyone to teach them from the depths. I just want you to try on your own first. That's my only condition. I watched too much Lafrix Border before getting FTD and way too confident. That's so fair, Oliver. I get that. Okay, learn camera. Yeah, camera controls. So like, for example, learn how to start building the boat. So for example, here, you press B to go into the build menu. You hit caps lock to lock it into place, right? WSD to move, tab to lock onto the nearest vehicle, double tap tab for free cam. Simple stuff like that. Make the worst ship ever for you to roar. That would be a great starting point, actually. Why don't, yeah, V, if you build a boat that you think is nice and good, and then send it in to me and I can tell you maybe where it could be improved and whatnot, that'd be great. I would even be willing to do functionality reviews for you. Oh, is that, oh, should I pick favorites and just say functionality, full functionality reviews for fellow content creators? Should I just be a little goblin? So like if Borderwise submits something, I'll be like, yeah, like full functionality. Oh, actually, Borderwise, send me a BP. We're doing that today. Send me an APS BP, please, if you have one. I haven't fully relearned Cram yet, but I have relearned APS, and I've gotten really good at it. Okay, yeah. We're gonna review Borderwise's APS designs today. Because honestly, it's completely possible. Oh, actually, I say it's completely possible. It's very likely that Borderwise probably knows better than I do for APS. And so maybe I'll learn something by reviewing his APS. I will say, these plasma decos pretty nice. Just watch out, because you are clipping a little bit in the barrels here. But it's not too bad. And then the oblique polos here, I quite actually like. Though I would say, change the mantlet color if you're going to be using red for the barrels. So maybe take this black color and put it on the mantlets if you want red barrels. Otherwise, keep the barrels black with that silver trim. That would actually be really nice. Oh, we need to wait for the game to go on sale. I'm not paying full price. That's very fair. I got this game for like $11 back in 2014. I think it's 32 Canadian now. So I do not blame you. Actually, one second. I probably have a code lying around. Do I have any spare codes for the game lying around? I'll look after stream. It's fine. Alright, thank you, Borderwise. Blind Guardian Battle Cruiser. Hell yeah, I'm excited for this. Alright, we're going to be doing a pretty lengthy review process today. Alright, there's Shadow Knights. And then I don't remember if Transgender said they were going to submit or not today. I'm going to assume no if they haven't yet. If I'm incorrect, please let me know. FTD was not 25 USD when I bought it, but it is now. Exactly. Person froze spare codes to the unwashed mass. Okay, first off, do not call my friends the unwashed masses. Shadow Knight is mine? Yeah, I figured that much. I won't be submitting stuff? Okay, no worries. Sounds good. Alright, so Morgana. Same with back here. Again, this is a paint where it's just... So you have all these very nice details, but they're all painted the same color, so they blend into the whole. So just do watch out for stuff like that. First time I've ever done the inside of a bridge? Ah, but see, I don't do interiors for non-subscribers, Morgana. Mwahaha. But no, joking aside, definitely break up some of the painting out here. Oh yeah, that's because the paint is incomplete, by the way. Yeah, I figured as much. I'm just explaining it. So keep in mind, I know that you're probably have this as a work in progress, and that obviously that's going to change over time. I'm still saying it for the sake of the VOD, and I'm saying it for the sake of anyone else who watches, who may not know that, hey, having stuff painted like this tends to blend it all together, right? Oh, damn, I gotta see the interior now. All right, we'll do the interior. Oh, very nice, very cute. Very humble, I like it. Nice. All right, and then the smokestack looks fun with the truss blocks there. But keep in mind, if you're gonna have something above a smokestack, you want these to be darker colors. So like, for example, this truss here, I would turn into deep water guard trim, for example. Because that, oh, that's secondary. Sorry, what am I doing? There we go. So because that shows that it's like soot stained, right? So you'll notice around a lot of my smokestacks that I use trim a lot more and then like darker colors a lot more to represent that it's like soot stains and other stuff that the smoke would cause. And then back in the day, I used to also like paint the bottom of my hulls darker to show that it's like water marking and whatnot. Okay, the hull down here is pretty nice. All right, yeah. Overall, it's very nice. I like the shaping. Like I said, you gotta use paint to make your shaping pop more. Yeah, smoke discolors a lot. I live in Cologne, and we are very aware of that. So true. All right, follow tets. What? Excuse me? Who the fuck made a maglev train? Holy shit! This was made before Who the fuck made this? This is incredible! What? Which one of you fuckers made this? Melazor, what the hell? This is insane! Me? Fuck yeah! Good fucking work! I love this! God damn, okay. I am going to... is Potat here? Someone summon the Potat. Oh, he's not in chat. Okay, we can't summon the Potat, damn. Actually, no, he's Potat. He's quite summonable. Is he online? Is he online? No, he's probably... what day is it today? It's Friday? He's probably went out rock climbing. Shit, okay, well, I'll show him this after. I'll keep this BP to show him, because this would be fantastic as an idea for an LH cargo train. What is this design? This is Melazor. Yeah, Melazor, give me some context here, please. And Eclipse, I guess. He carried me. No, this is incredible. Very well done. So you got some really good shape in here with some very nice greebles. So for those of you who may be newer, greebles are small details that actually have no functional... They have no functional, what's it called? Purpose on the craft? But they are a little bit, how do you say, like they're decorative. They make it look like it can function. So these pipes, for example. These pipes actually don't have a function on the craft, but they make it look like, you know, this wheel could function. Or like this turbine here, right? So these are obviously all decos, which is a game term for blocks that are not, do not have like physics. And so they can clip inside out of our blocks, but the term from an aesthetic sense of point is greebling. And then how do you make this? I don't get it to do combat. Does it have? It only has a little particle. Oh yeah, it has the little melee particle cannons. I think it's just a cargo craft. Try to figure out an alternative modern style RGE that incorporates signed emissives and some magic elements. This trains were built mainly inspired by the Scarlet Dawn. Shout out to Cruiser for the train technology. That makes sense. Yeah, I was gonna say I do recognize Cruiser's little gap technology there with the trailers, because I bet you if I do this, I would see it. Yeah, there it is. The little spin block around the rubber. So these are all separate vehicles, yeah? Yep, pack cart. Plasma cart. Yeah, there's all the FB. Yeah, exactly. EPS cart. Very nice. I really do like this. How are the parts interlinked? They are sub vehicles that are put inside each other. The easiest way to see this is on the Desert Boa. But it's linked like actual trucks are. Cruiser does a great job with these. That's why I get him to do a lot of stuff for Ashes. Where is the Desert Boa? So you can see here. See, it's an actual like physical coupling. Then you just deco around it. But if you do this. Alright, I'm more confused now because it's not supposed to quite be like that. Either way, it's something to do with sub-vehicle spawn and shenanigans. But you can pretty much hook sub-vehicles together, and using a lot of rubber, you can keep them safe too. Remember, chat, always wrap your vehicles. Alright. God, that thing's so majestic to look at in the background. Really good job on this, Melazor. Also, Melazor, start getting the clips to submit stuff too. I would love to see more of their stuff. Is that a regular spin block then? No. Because a spin block, you'd have the breadboard, and it gets a lot more stiff. This is actually just the sub-vehicles following behind them. Doesn't matter what vehicle has the rubber room. As long as it has rats. True. It's the most combat inefficient craft I've done in a while. Yeah, but sometimes efficiency is for cringe min-maxers. Aesthetics is for based FCD enjoyers. I do love these, probably prop hubs you have spinning for the turrets, right? Yep, there you go. So for those of you that don't know, you can use spin blocks for rotational blocks. I use prop hubs nowadays because they're a lot less resource intensive on the computer. And you can set them at any speed you want. And they don't get, like, funky with sub-objects. It's very nice. Crazy? That was crazy. That's so fair. Not spin clipped? Yeah. Rubber. Oh, okay. Chat's just stimming now. But no, honestly, Melazar, I really don't have many critiques for this. I think you've done an excellent job. Be proud of yourself. Tell Eclipse to submit stuff as well, so that way I get 2 builds like this to stream. And then we'll go from there. Made the packs functional. It could drive over craft and shred them well. That is a horrifying idea. Roy, when you get your mom on FTD? I think she said like 10k followers. I don't know. I actually did ask her if she, because like she does play FTD, my mom. And she actually does enjoy it. She's just like, because she's similar to me. She uses it as like a replacement for Blender. But then my mom also got back into Blender recently, and then her computer died. So she needs a little bit of time. But eventually, she did say she wanted to join me for some FTD streams at some point. What, FTD Mumson? Yeah, my mom's a gamer. You guys know this. No, very nice on this. Very good job. Gonna make her my new code will help. She will not be joining the OFTD Discord. I think the only Discord server she's in is the family server, I think, now that I think about it. Roar mom guest? Yes! Didn't know she enjoyed FTD? Yeah. No, she's done a few builds. She sent it to me. We had a good laugh. Yeah, I'm gonna head out to bed. Glad to see I got to see this absolute masterpiece. Yeah, no worries, V. Have a good one. Get some sleep. I'm excited to see what you build in the future for FTD. Because if you need any stylistic help, I'm always there. I've gotten decently good at 3D art lately. Alright, that was very cool. Alright, Hive. Also, I apologize to whoever submitted this one, because I feel bad, because it's definitely not going to compare. But please do not feel bad. People are at all different levels. Alright, that does not work. That also doesn't work. What color works the best for us? Let's hit him with the white flares. No. GT event, it's an airship. There we go, that works. Alright, you annotated stuff, which is cool. Yes, they are copies of Lockheed's. These Jagums. Okay. And then the lifeboats are certainly a collection of mimics. Okay, so actually this is a great time to talk about this. When you make round stuff in FTD like this, it looks jarring and not great because it doesn't look like it fits the rest of the craft. Why is this lifeboat so perfectly round when the rest of the craft is very chunky and voxely? That's my question. Who made this one? Purigen, okay. I don't know if Gorol is in the chat right now. Gorol? How do you do annotations? Where is it? It's the annotations. Yes, I am border murderer. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Borderwise, what do you mean by this? My GF tried FTD and it was hilarious. She got mad and sad when I hit the kill Rambot button. Oh no! But yeah, so biggest issue with this, of course, is that so you have the big missiles here, which are very nice, very well decorated, and they fit with the rest of the craft. Good on those. But these they don't fit with the rest of the craft. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why are these so round when the rest of the craft is so square, right? So that's a big thing to worry about when you're a newer builder. Is you want to make sure that your craft is visually cohesive and your art style is consistent throughout the entire craft. So that's one of the things I'm really happy with Neater about, is that all of the factions, well, the majority of factions that are updated, are internally consistent with each other. You can look at a Goldwater Deepwater Guard build and you can look at a Riker Deepwater Guard build and you can tell that they're both Deepwater Guard, despite being two different substyles. Same with Steel Empire with their shark ships and the normal ships. Same with TG between the female and male mechs, right? But keeping it internally consistent on a ship is also important. So the BP on half of Eclipse? No, you can't do that. You know the rules. Look, my Twitch, my followers. Look, bigger number, better person, Velazor. I want to have more numbers. Wait, TG has male and female mechs? Yeah, so the two styles are between Eris building the female mechs and Thanatos building the male mechs. And so like they have different weapon restrictions and whatnot. He's not in your Discord though? Man, if only we had a link somewhere. If only. If only they joined the stream to obtain the link. I will be petty about this. I want my numbers. Number go up. Big number go up. Non-binary too. There are some that are beginning to blur the lines, I think. I don't know where Bean wants to take it though, so I won't talk on that because I don't know where Bean wants to take it. But I'm very happy with TG in Niter right now. It's very cool. Alright, so aside from this, what else is there? The missiles are good. The hull could be a little bit better shaped. So the issue with airships, you can get away with a hull like this on a waterborne ship because most of the time you won't see it. The issue with airships is you see the underside the most. But that's going to be using annotations for bounty submissions. I think that's a very good idea, and hopefully it gets incorporated for all the Evercodes to put annotations on their craft submissions. I think it can be used well. I want to see how PubChat does it first before I start doing it. But yeah, going back to this review though, I want, make sure, so for an airship, it's harder to build than a normal ship because you got to make sure both sides of the ship look good. So I would definitely want to see more work on the bottom of the ship. And also your props could definitely use a little bit of work. So I would definitely recommend switching them to oblique texture maybe, which I think you have done here. And then find some time to actually look up a propeller shape and implement them instead of just having these thick, chunky default props. Maybe do a casing around them too if you're very fancy, but if you want to keep them open, then you definitely want to modify them a little bit to just look a little bit better. Aside from that though, it's not bad. The main gun's barrel is too long, it feels. Actually, wait a second, I know APS, I can look at this. So let's see, how much muzzle velocity do you need? So that one needs barrel length, okay, that's the railgun. For base inaccuracy, 18.3. Okay, I see why you're doing that then. That needs 2.4, 17. Okay, I see what you're doing here. I don't know, I feel like you could still probably work this a little bit better. This is definitely over 18. So you could definitely reduce down the barrel length here. Make it feel a little bit more proportional. Because that's a casemate. Yeah, that's a casemate. It's not a, well, actually, if it's a casemate, then you could even put a stand for it so it feels like it would be able to support itself. Because right now, it doesn't look like it can support itself. It looks like it's just going to droop down. And then you run into barrel dysfunction, which, to be fair, 5 out of 10 FTD craft do suffer from barrel dysfunction. But don't be one of them. Fix your barrels. Support your barrels. Alright, also, you do tend to be, now that I'm looking at it from the sea level, you are very nose heavy. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I want to work on that as well. So I had never joined the Discord to know. I'm sorry, where's the blame Merxy? You know what? I'm down to blame Merxy, but please don't apologize. People come and go as they please and as they need. It's an excavation site, you know? I'm never worried about who's where. We kind of engine on the props with some driveline going to them, thinking about how they would be powered. That's a good idea too. Problem with annotations is that they're a pain in the ass to add, edit, and remove. They're a pain in the ass to add and edit, but Shift F isn't that bad. Talk to your doctor about barrel dysfunction today. True. Right, talking about barrel dysfunction, we gotta add these two to roast. There we go, just so I don't forget about them. That was the hive. All right, there we go. There's the blind guardian back. We'll do that one last because it's border wises. All right, the Mott TC. Actually, border wise, when do you have to go today? Do you work today? If you have to go relatively soon, I'll do yours priority. All right, so this is I want to say, yeah, persons. Very well done here. This is a very good amount of deco work, I would say. So you got some, actually, let's see the shaping. I'll judge the shaping separately. Yeah, so the shaping looks great. So the reason why they're using the rams on front here is to prevent melee damage from the front. So that's a good use of rams. And then up here, it look like their tank looks like the shape. I think all they did was just add or increase a little bit of the layer here. And then they added on a bunch of greebles. Tanks really need greebles because otherwise they're just boxes. So this is a really good way of doing it. And presumably, if this turret found an enemy, that would, yeah, look at that. That's probably set on an ACB to pop up and then rotate around. Or the spin block's probably on an ACB to pop up and then probably just the turreted radar. Make it look like an ADATS almost, right? The spin blocked missile turret over here looks great, but you are clipping just the tiniest amount. It's not the worst in the world, but I would be careful with it. You have the idle animations, which I will say makes it very annoying to review. It's one of the issues I ran into Ashes. I wanted Ashes to have idle animations on the turrets, but then I realized that like the only time you're gonna really see it is if you're reviewing it in Designer. And if you're reviewing it in Designer, you don't want it moving constantly because you want to be able to see what you're looking at. And having it move all the time is very annoying. Clipper, I hardly know her. True. Aside from that, your tracks look pretty good. But they actually do look a little bit thin, I would argue. I would maybe go to the 1 meter wide tracks. Because right now your track, like, this one looks like it cannot turn to save its life. So I would definitely widen out the tracks just a little bit, give them some girth, you know? And then go from there. But honestly, it looks good. Buckshot's a great name too. Good work on that. Actually, I do have errands to run soon, so okay, yeah, we'll do it. There we go. Okay. Let me just get rid of this. Okay, let's take a look. So, first off, your color palette, pretty good. Can't complain about that. Black and red is a classic. Now, what happened back here, my friends? Do we want to... This was like that meme where it's like the elephant and he goes, please address me. So aesthetically, border-wise, I understand the functionality of these props. Aesthetically, what's actually... No, your clearance is only 22%. Oh my god. Border-wise, what are these... Border-wise, these are barely doing anything. No wonder you need so many of them. They don't do anything. Because they're blocked both forward and back. I forgot border-wise did this. There's a herd of elephants. Yeah, this is like a full family unit. My god. This is multiple pods. Yeah, not ideal. So functionality-wise, this doesn't work. I can see, in hindsight, it's probably could be done a lot better. Okay, so functionality-wise, it doesn't work. Visually, it also doesn't work. If you want to do an Azipod or have these side propellers, that's fine. I would do one big one and maybe add, like we said earlier, a little bit of greebles to make it look like an engine on the outset, right? It's about the APS, not the props wall. It's a full ship review. I'll get there. I always start with aesthetics, and then some people I'll do APS review. The big rangefinder I just consider a stylistic fin, so I'm not gonna get you for that. Though if those are heat decoys on the end of it, all right, I am judging. I am judging for doing the heat decoy stick, just so you know. You little cheeser, you. All right, and then you have was this lambs probably? Yeah, probably. All right, so let's take a look at your APS. You got a, what is this here? Yeah, okay, you got a little APS here. Let's take a look at them, shall we? There we go. All right, these are diff guns? Spinny Deco go wee. Diff guns, border-wise? Built exactly like Gmodism's tutorial, by the way. I just watched the diff gun tutorial last night, actually. Incredible. Oh, you had the ammo customizers on there. You don't need those anymore. Incredible, border-wise. Thank you. This is a real treat to see. Yeah, 500mm diff Seawiz, I assume. Diff Seawiz? Yeah, oh, it pains me. Oh, I do like the little teeth up here. This is really cute aesthetically. I like this. I like this idea. Look at him. He's just a little guy with the largest mouth known to man. Just like me, for real, for real. All right, we're in ads right now. Oops. Beef Whiz, just like the Asphodel. Does the Asphodel have, or does the Asphodel have Diff Whiz? Goober, Painston. It's amazing the difference that just makes one Diff Seawiz makes. I'll have to try it out, honestly. I've never tried Diff Seawiz. Yeah, no worries. We'll wait. We'll wait. Alright, in the meantime, I will reveal the rest of the internals. Alright, you're running fuel engines. I've been more of a steam-pilled enjoyer lately, but fuel engines aren't bad. There's a free barrel Diff Whiz in the back. Okay, we gotta stop calling it Diff Whiz. I keep reading that as DILF. A free barrel DILF in the back is crazy. Help, I can't hear the criticism. We're not reviewing, don't worry, we'll wait. Borderwise is known for canoobers. This is true. This is true. That's why I'm not judging the aesthetic shape. Dilf Whiz. That just sounds like Cheese Whiz that's gone off. That's like that's like Cheese Whiz that's kids gone to college. That's disgusting. Mod hates Dilf. Okay, that one I'm not allowing. You get one Dilf post, okay? Look, chat, you get one, alright? Alright, I'll wait for Borderwise to come back from the Adderwise. No, that's Prime Age cheese. Ew, don't say Prime Age. Ugh. Ew. That's disgusting. Wow, Automod got Dilf, but it didn't get Daddies. That's crazy. I figured it would get both. Okay, so we're at the ads? Alright. Let's get back into the review. So you have a belt fed here, presumably. this a belt fed actually? What am I supposed to do this? Okay, they are belt feds. I was a little bit confused. Is it balanced? Okay, so this is 298 RPM. Border-wise. B-dubs, my man. Look how much diff I stuck on this. Was this pre-FD was this pre-APS update? Or is this like a recent build? I know you're a cram fobber, so I'm trying not to judge too bad, but had to overdo the coolant on APS, yes. You don't say. The funniest thing is that the coolant isn't the issue here, border-wise. There's a little other number here that I'm looking at more that's a little bit more problematic. 937 RPM on the ammo intake rate. What did he mean by this? Yeah, they balance between the gun at least 298, 298. Okay, you at least balanced them between the gun. I'll give credit there. But somehow your how is your coolant not balanced between the guns? What? Okay, I know I've been like super asinine about balancing my guns and getting them down as close as possible to the max RPM for every stat. Belt feds need that, they reload faster. Oh, do they? Okay, no, hey, that like I said, sometimes I'll learn something new, right? I didn't know about ammo intakes. That's actually really helpful to know. Thank you. Yeah, in that case, it's just a coolant discrepancy then. Very cool. Okay, yeah, so you have pretty coolers on this one, 29 on that one. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, let's go look over this turret now. Alright, I guess they said we're going to the free barrel diff on the back. Diff guns are so silly. I love them. Right, here's the big one. Default fire rate for ammo intake for belts is too low. Okay, interesting. Regular loaders, you need the loader balance, yes. Okay, fair enough. I haven't built many belt feds yet. And the one belt fed I did was for the Selkie, and it was a 5x5, so I didn't really care too much about it as long as it was balanced. Less reload is always good. That makes sense. No, I agree with that. Like I said, I just didn't know that was a mechanic. That's on me. Okay, so this one, sorry. Alright, 7.9 RPM, 9.8, 9... Okay. This one you got no excuse for. A lot of these coolers could become autoloaders. Oh wait, you're 8 meters though? Maybe not. You could probably fit one vertical, or one horizontal one in here. Yeah, I feel like this could definitely... How's the balance looking down here? I know free barrel or APS is hard to balance. I'm not gonna fault you there. But I feel like I could get a little bit closer, no? Take some coolant off the side ones, because they're at 12.9, and then put some sneaking autoloader in here, do some like weird Tetris. Stable chemical is always just a bit hard to make work. That main gun always felt disappointing. Honestly, it fires stable frag. Please don't judge me. Sabo frag is a curious choice, because Sabo, if I remember correctly... Oh, it's AP heat frag. This one? Super cavitation base? I didn't know people actually use that. Are you sure it's Sabo? Okay, what happened here? Okay, my only modification I would honestly say here is I would get rid of the super cavitation base. I don't think I've ever used it. It also lowers your warhead payload to 75%. So like, all right, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I have never used super cavitation, and I take out submarines all the time. Then again, I'm also more of the opinion that submarines can just get taken out by torpedoes. It's ejector too? Yeah, true. He did ejector it at least. I never ejector my builds because I don't need ejectors on my turrets because I simply just don't get my armor penned, or if I get my armor penned, I simply die. All right. Oh, you wedge fiend! I knew. How did I know you were gonna use the rubber wedge? Use full rubber blocks. You're already gonna be 300,000 anyway. It doesn't change anything. You're already 36k volume. It doesn't change anything. Use rubber blocks. Stop using wedges. Frag heat is mid. You got to ejector, dude. No, you just got to armor. What's your armor scheme looking like? Show me your armor. Borderwise, show me the borderwise armor scheme. Show me the armor facts. All right, you got 1 fin of alloy, slopes. Okay, so one of the tricks I learned is flip your slopes upside down. So apparently it's better against plunge and fire, which most fire you're going to receive will be. The wedges are so you can see what you're doing. Fair enough. Okay, I can respect that. I think that's the most respectable counterpoint to using wedges. Yeah, so I'm curious as to why you have your slopes upwards. Just got an armor. Rorson V teen. Also, a person who only has 2 armored ships and has to rebuild the rest of his fleet to be armored. Because I never used to armor my ships. Yes, the beam slopes need to be better. Didn't know better at the time. Hey, yeah, I made the same mistake last week. I'm not faulting you for that. I'm just saying, oh, hey, that's a neat little fin I picked up. Because plunge and fire will come down at it at a 45-degree angle, right? And so it's hitting the flat side of the slope. So if you flip the slope upside down, it's almost as if it's sloped, but on a normal scale. It fucked with my mind when Potat first explained it to me, but now that I've seen it in action, I'm like, oh shit, that does work. It's not a matter of if you get penetrated, it's when. Well, no, because my guns... See, my guns are balanced, and therefore kill the enemy before I get killed. Especially for a ship, that's true, honestly. Yeah, especially because I don't do... I still need to learn how to do roof armor. I have been slacking on my roof armor lately. It's also just because roof armor's not real. I don't believe in it. Alright, my ship is never gonna get attacked from above. I'll be fine. Armored flight decks are for the weak. Won't most fire not be plunging if it's an airship? Yeah, if it's an airship, then you'd probably want to reverse it. I would argue. I don't know, though. I don't build airships very often. I'm more of a tank guy myself, honestly. Toe 2Bs would agree with you. Toe 2B. Yeah, no. No, honestly, I do really like this borderwise. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing it with us. Because learning about the ammo, the belt-fed ammo intakes was actually really nice. Then had to fight a Cassiopeia once. Which I just meant this fin didn't die immediately. That's so fair. Luckily for me, I don't have to fight a Cassiopeia. No ship will ever get hit by plunge and fire, but British probably. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no worries, Borderwise. Thanks for tuning in today. Thank you for sharing your community as well. It's always nice to have you. All right. Now we're on the no, the Malleus is one of the other ones. So let's do the other ones first, then we'll come back to the Malleus because it was a latecomer. All right, Marauder, I hardly know her. So this is the Marauder rework by Paphos, who's been slowly redoing everything. Very nice. I love the new engine block. This is clean as hell, Paphos. I love this. Maybe a little bit of paint on it, though. Maybe, like, just up here. Just to showcase a little bit of color, a splash of color, right? Doesn't have to be too much, though. Just a little bit of paint at the top there. Maybe not purple, though. Maybe we'll do secondary up here. Because it's around the smokestack, right? So you want to have, like, those sootier areas. Oh my god, sooty? Borderwise reference? Saw Z clipping in front, did you? No, you didn't. Shut up. Did you see Z clipping? Shh, no, you didn't. Alright, this transition here could be a little bit better, especially in here is a little bit awkward. Sooty? That's what I'm saying. I think I tried that and I thought it looked susamungus. Maybe you can fiddle around with it. I'm sure you'll find a way to make it work. I think it would look a little bit better. But yeah, this transition in here needs a little bit of work. I would honestly probably just solidify it in here. I don't know how well that would work, honestly. It's always a shaping fin, right? The Marauder has such unique shaping compared to a lot of other stuff. That should be main color, sorry. And then that way over here can just be uncolored. And just come down like that. It just looks a little bit more solid, right? Whereas right now it looks crinkled. You want to avoid crinkles, in my opinion. Obviously, I built Deep Underground different than you do. Is that just straight up the Marauder? Yes, Paphos was rebuilt. Paphos has been slowly refurbishing it. The Marauder rework is just the Marauder. True! Proof nuke, as Paphos would say. Alright, and then same with over here as well. Just fix this up. I think this... I don't know. It's up to you. I personally think this looks a little bit better. Just a little bit more clean. But if you don't want it to be clean, then that makes sense. If you want it to be clean, then I would do it something like this. And then obviously you would just like deco the corners there. Ro didn't use mirror mode? No, because I don't do it in roasts. Because I want to show it twice so everyone can see it. Aside from that, I love the rest of the changes he made. Everything else looks pretty good. Bottom hall, I feel like it's been long enough now where we can shape it properly. Give him a few extra blocks as a treat, you know? Actually, would this even work? Maybe not. I actually don't know if this would work. Unless maybe you move this out and then have this cover the keel. I don't think that would work though, no. Ah, maybe not then. Maybe just leave it as is. Then Carb will talk about size creep. I don't think you will. I think you'll be alright, because it doesn't really increase the volume. Roger's such a meme and I love it. It's the superior combat vessel. Everyone knows this. Ooh, very nice in here. And then you switch it to a steam engine. Huge. I love the look of this. This is so cute. Good job. And then over here we have the gun. Did you re-Tetris it at all? You're up to like just shy of 20 firepower. And back in here we have the Heartstone. Very good. We have the captain's quarters. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I like this a lot. Is that a custom wheel? No, that's just the wheel you painted. Okay. No. Honestly, the biggest change is just this little area in here and then fixing up back here, which you did a great job of. Good job. Very nice. Very well done. Should have redid the gun. Did you? Okay. Wouldn't want the Marauder to beat the new Snake? True. What if we just give it all hardener pellets so it just goes straight through the Snake, front to back? Top of the AI compartment is no longer a convenient duel they're in. New engine looks cool though. Yeah, I do like it, but you can still duel over, like, you know, we can duel over the Rancor pit. Just put Slowboy down, just put a mannequin down here that represents Slowboy. That's the new Rancor pit. So if someone fails the duel, they just get dropped into Slowboy's Rancor pit. Yeah, tons of different areas for people to sit though. Ooh, I love these catwalks. Good work on these. Very well done. I'll have to copy these for my own Marauder. Very nice. Very well done, dude. Look at the Heartstone. Yeah, I saw. Oh, the image isn't loading in. I didn't download it. That's my bad. I'll leave that as an Easter egg for people when the new Marauder goes in the game. The only thing I would say with the catwalks is take the railings. Add original mesh. Scale, was it 7.5, I think? Was it half? I think it was just half, wasn't it? No, it was 7.5. I was right. And then put these at like 3. There's a way you could do it where it doesn't look as like the railings don't come down as much. But I think that's only if you're doing it against other blocks. Yeah, I would mess around with the railings a little bit more so they don't have like the weird foot hangings off the side. Wood texture for the catwalks, but the wood texture didn't work. Yeah, that's fair. The wood texture never works with the deco mode. Also, Papos, hear me out. What if we, you know, we just don't tell anyone, right? What if we just do this and we don't tell anyone? How do we feel about this? No, who would notice, Papos? Who would notice? You don't want to squish the railings too much? No, probably not too much, but I think there's an idea. It's an idea I do in a lot more of my like builds that have slopes underneath them. This style though doesn't really work because it's 2 meter slope underneath instead of a 1 meter. Dalio, lads! Yeah, bigger guns. Hey T, how's it going? Great shot! But yeah, hear me out, Papos. What if we ooh. What if we power creep the Marauder? Actually, I do want to make a Marauder now that has like top deck guns as well. Make it like an Age of Sail Marauder. Give it some sails. That would be a really fun modification, actually. Alternatively, you could just do ladder stretched out the active railings. This is true as well. Hey, Tied Up, how's it going? Zero override, cedar equals wood that works better. Cedar still doesn't work completely, though. Make Marauder cost equal to Megalodon. True! What if we had the Maraudodon? Simple weapon power creep is wild. I don't know why I read it like that, but you know what? That's the voice you get in my head now, Bone. Even though I know what your voice sounds like. Alright, no, very nice. Very good upgrade, Pathos. Good job. Will be converted at the moment it gets in game. Alright, the Schnoz. Who the fuck named the... How did I know? The moment I said who the fuck named it the Schnozzinator, I knew exactly who it was. Thank you, Bone. Very cool. Ah, no gold? All right, first things first, your cockpit's too wide. If you want to match the reference art I sent you, I would definitely recommend bringing the cockpit in by one, because it looks sleeker. Right now, it looks way too wide. And then, so that way you can bring all these corners in, and you can pretty much spin out the entire fin by one. I see you wanted the APS in the nose, which is fine, but you can definitely still get that effect with belt feds and make it a little bit thinner. Because right now, this right here is just too wide. Is that a full match? Okay, fair enough. I would still say for a plane, though, it's too wide. Especially because this looks like a single-person fighter. But it's massive, right? 39 by 31 by 11. That's a massive single edge. But I will say the placement, though, of like the jets with the... Somebody didn't make their tailplane high enough, Bone. Someone's burning off the rear of their jet, Bone. Looks like a hover car. Kind of, I can see it. The missiles are nice, though. Oh, I love the offset payload. Always lovely to see. I think the sphere over the APS barrels doesn't look great. It doesn't merge great with the wrinkle parts around it. I was going to mention that. So this goes back again to... this is a very smooth design. And it doesn't match the rest of your craft, which is very bricky. Yeah, for a second, we'll make it fin. Of course, of course. Again, this is all learn in progress, right? Like, you've done... Again, I think shape-wise, you've nailed the proportions of it. In terms of, like, the jets look like they fit with the craft. I would just say the craft itself is a little bit too big. Call it asymmetrical thrust vectoring. But yeah, the moment your tail burns off, it's definitely going to be asymmetrical. So it's a good attempt, Bone. And then up here, if you absolutely want this to be spherical, just make it wider so it fits over your corners here. Actually, what are these corners? Okay, what is this shape originally? Ah, I see, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have these square corners here, right? I wouldn't have square corners right next to a spherical object. That's my only big gripe there. Aside from that, not bad. It's a good start. Excited to see where you go with it. Don't worry, we don't need the elevator. True! Elevators are for nerds. Alright. Skipper class patrol ship. Ooh, okay. Oh, no, that doesn't work. See, my custom color scheme barely... Oh. Alright, this works, but in a completely wrong way. The way people assign paints to their craft is always interesting to me. Because I always, like, I actually use the fleet color names correctly, so, like, my main color is the majority of my ship. Oh, I guess, you know what, no, actually, no, that's not true, because for Silver Snow Shogunate specifically, my main color is used for the superstructure, not the majority of the ship, and then secondary is used for the hull, which is the majority. Interesting. Cool. Alright, first off, great turret shaping here. Really good job. I follow Neater faction styles, very good. Love this in here. Just a little fellow. Love him. Good setup at the front. Your anchors are a little bit small, though. You could definitely get away with using the bigger anchor. But if that's the size you want, that's the size you want, right? Main is main, second sec. Yeah. Your bridge looks very nice, and you even fit in the little casemates. I would... Oh, these are... Very good. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you did here. Very cute. They're casemated, made to look like the little turrets. Very nice. I like that. Not really size for change. No, it's not, but I like over-exaggerate. So, something I like to do for my builds, I think this is... Oh, this is a Horse Nader build. I thought this... Wait a second, this isn't a Horse Nader build. Where's the cool style stern? I was lied to. I was bamboozled. But the big thing for me when I build is I like to have a few features exaggerated when I'm building small to make it look cuter. That's just a holdover from Deepwater Guard building. So that's why I'm recommending it. Tried something new? Well, you did a good job on it. I like it. I still love that you always have the two long barrels out the side of the craft, though. You gotta work on your barrel size, dude. It's so massive. Alright, aside from that, the lifeboats. Hey, look at that. The lifeboats are secured. This is a great example of a lifeboat in this game. Because, like, it fits with the rest of the boat. And also, it's secured. One of the big things is I always say people, oh, add lifeboats. And then the next time people add lifeboats, and then it's like, okay, but why aren't they secured lifeboats? Why are they just going to go flying off the ship? Then you got the Tauruses for your life preservers, which is fine. Not my favorite, just because, again, it's very round. But I also understand that it's to keep decos low, so I'm not going to blame anyone for that. And then aside from that, you have presumably a Sea-Wiz and then two main guns. No, why is this one double barrel? Oh, let's see what you got for Tetris. Show me your Tetris. Is it balanced? Come on. 50mm, 207, 207, 208. Okay, that's fair enough. Cooling limits aren't always exact, so that's fine. What about you? Same fin, okay. Why does this one have 2 barrels? Is it a smaller gauge? 50mm. Oh, okay, cool. It just has 2 barrels. That's cool. I like that. That's a neat little touch. Very nice. Oh, duct armor. Ew. What are you doing? No. No, you can't do duct armor. All right, 100mm. Oh, okay. You do have a little bit too much coolant on this one. What am I looking at, Horsenet? No, you can't do duct armor. That's cringe. I don't care if it works better. I don't care if it's more health. It's gross. It's an unintended feature. You know, just for this, I'm writing this up in the bug report. I'll say it's been so long since I had done 1 meter non-belt feds, I can't really comment on it. Yeah, if I'm doing 1 meter, I'm just doing belt feds, right? So, because if I can get away with being lazy, I will absolutely do it. At least I'm building my own craft now. So we have some progress in that department. God, crack my knuckles. Ugh. Said gotta crack my knuckles, went to crack them and ended up cracking my shoulder instead. Don't get old, Chad, it sucks. Back in my days, Sonny, I used to be a spry young man. Alright, aside from that, everything else I quite like. Really not much to complain about. That's my normal gun for small stuff, works really well. Nice. Yeah, how do you stand accused of the duct armor, though? Because don't think we didn't notice this, Horsenator. You are accused of using ducts as armor. How do you plead your case? Ah, really cute little ship, I like it. Good job. Alright, anti-orbit SPG. Ooh. Holy shit, Henry! Imagine how much... I'd be pissed if I'm just going out for, like, you know, my daily stroll through the solar system and I get nailed by something from Earth that decided it wanted to play Interplanetary today. Is it to be in white flares colors? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, like, imagine, like, you know, you're just going, like, about your day. Like, imagine I'm playing Outer Wilds and I get nailed by one of these. I'd be pissed. Yeah, I don't like it, but it works. Well, just build better armor. Develop an armor scheme. Don't use duct armor. If I see duct armor again, I'm gonna... this will turn into roast and roast. Alright, so really good macro shape in here. This is what I call more of an RTS style. For those of you who are newer to the raw roast. Where you get these large sweeping details that add a lot of detail without adding too much greed. So you have these little crates back here, which are really cute. You have the big over-exaggerated stabilizers. You have a central hull with big side pieces. This is what I mean when I say break up your flat shapes. So Kioske, if they're still watching this far into the VOD, add some of these heavy armor textured blocks to the size of your flat craft. It'll help a lot. It's microscale. Oh yeah, it still looks like an RTS unit though. Then don't look at any of my ships. I'm just saying, build proper armor. It'll work better. Those are shipping crates. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. So it's meant to be a mass. Okay, I see what you mean. Those are meant to be shipping crates. I thought they were just using shipping crates as containers for smaller. No, in that case, still the same idea though. Is that, you know, big gun, it's over exaggerated, it showcases something new. You have the crane for scale here. You have the shipping containers for scale. And then the gun breach. Oh, using the flamethrower piece, the pressurizer as a breach is a very interesting idea. Very nice. I really like this idea. I like this. This guy looks kind of like the Dune Harvesters. Kind of, yeah, I can see it. At the front there. Very basic shape. I still need to make a Jawa sand crawler or ashes at some point. So if you force perspective. No, it's really good use of it, honestly. Good work on this. Yeah, because look, there's the little bridge there. What you needed was a very tiny mannequin to showcase the perspective. Very nice. I love the concept of this. I love the idea. My only complaint, your wheels are lacking. So you have a lot of this detail about the stabilizers and the drill. I would like to see a little bit more detail around the wheels. You can deco wheels now, so maybe just add some color to them so they match the rest of the style. Or go from there, it's up to you. But they feel a little bit sparse right now. Even maybe just some suspension underneath would help. I do not use protection on my builds. I do not armor. I do not shield. I do not use surge protectors. I do not use Sivas or interceptors. I evade, and if I get hit, I perish. So based. I think the middle section is fine. Yeah, honestly, I like it. It's dominated by the gun. Maybe you could have, like, I don't know, like some pipes coming down. Maybe some pipes or wiring coming from the base of the gun coming down to the side. But, honestly, I think it's okay. Looking at it too long, but it feels like smaller cubes look so weird to me. No, I like him. It's a nice visual buffer between the rear and the front. Because if you just had these at the front and you didn't have these cubes, it just wouldn't make sense. So I like having the cubes here. Our president will start a war with the Lightning Hoods because he absolutely has no ability to negotiate. He is weak and he's ineffective. The Steel Empire president who will start a war with LH a decade later. Well, see, the issue is that the Steel Empire never had a president. It was the Steel Monarch. Okay, guys, knock it off. Yeah, aside from that, just some suspension on the wheels. I think this would be a complete build, Henry. It looks really nice. All right, let's look at Oliver's now. Oh! Alright, you got that water start. I can respect the hell out of that. So, okay, so very similar to what I was just describing on Henry's. You have the same issue that Kyosuke's has, where you're a hovercraft that's very flat. So let's go for a checklist of what you want from us. What is this meant to be, Oliver? Let's start there, and then we'll work our way up. It's a pressure graph, right? Oh, no, my first ever... Oh, okay, if it's your... Do you still build like this is my question, then. Oh, actual inset thruster. But yeah, I will say, good job on the inset thrusters. That's nice. That's always one of the first things I recommend to people is offset or inset your thrusters. So if you still build like this, I'm going to assume you still build like this, and then as you send more stuff in the future, I can give more refined feedback. Because ideally, I want to be able to educate what people are currently working on so that then they can improve currently, right? I have 44 hours in game. Okay, you still build like this. Honestly, the fact that you got something functional 44 hours in, that's good. Like, that's really good to have something functional 44 hours in. That is very early. Yeah, exactly. So, let's talk about what do you want from this? Is this meant to be destroyer? Like, what role is it play? Let's start there, and then we'll work our way down into the details. Especially a thrustercraft. Yeah, thrustercraft are hard to get worked because the balance and the power ratios. Pretty stable. Did you figure out PIDs that early? Wish I had a functional brick at 44 hours. Honestly, it's not even that much of a brick. It's actually tapered, and it has intake. It has like, it's not as big of a brick as some people's bricks are. It's supposed to be more of a heavy interceptor. Okay. So in that case, like a space, or are we talking like plain interceptor? Because in that case, if it was an interceptor, I would do winds. Obviously, winds would be a great one. A cockpit. You always want somewhere where you're gonna sit as the pilot. It's got some prefabs in it. Ah, okay, that's fair. But the big thing, right, is that if it's big enough to have a bridge instead of a cockpit, then you want to include that. Otherwise, just put a cockpit somewhere where you can pilot from. Maybe you have one at the front. No. Okay. So cockpit would definitely go on the checklist here. Yeah, I'm not good at super. Hey, I suck. I have what am I at? 2.5 hours, 2.5k hours. I suck at superstructures too. It's a grind for me. I'm good at superstructures, but I sit there and I complain the entire time because I hate doing them. But so the offset cockpit from the front would fuck. Oh, absolutely. Mounted it around a bit, yeah, for sure. But I'm not gonna tell you how to do stuff right now. I still want you to develop your own style, Oliver. I'm just gonna give suggestions for what you could at. So cockpit's a great one. Maybe some winds, or maybe just some little offshoots for mounts for more weapons. 2.5 hours, true. Can you get the internals? Yeah, I can do internals. I normally don't do an internals check, but all right. Pack gun. Yeah, that's a pack gun. That's what a pack would look like. Surge protector there doesn't really. So keep in mind, surge protectors don't protect fins from surges. They draw the surges towards them. So you want your surge protectors away from your EMP weak stuff. Just keep that in mind. So right now, probably what's going to happen is you get hit with EMP. The metal is going to go onto the pack tubes, kill the pack tubes, and then follow the pack tubes through the heavy armor to the surge protector. So you want your surge protectors away from your important stuff, because you want to draw the EMP away from it. I just put it there as filler. I'm doing better with them now. Okay, huge. That's just something to teach. It's just a teachable moment. Balloon deployers, yeah, you figured out water start, that's fine. I don't think you really need that if you, like, you know, get your jets working correct, but that's fine right now. So, issue here, you have metal touching your AI, which completely defeats the purpose of rubber. So the rubber needs to be around everything if you're going to use it. His planar shields with ACBs, yeah, that's fine, that's normal. But do you just, yeah, there you go. Very nice ACB with the planar shields. So yeah, figuring out ACBs 44 hours in, that's not bad. That's really good. Even have it set up so that the balloons will save it from a water drop, not just a water start. Very nice. No, this is all, this for 44 hours, this is good, Oliver. Again, like obviously, the one thing I don't want you to do, I don't want you comparing yourself to some of the other builds you've seen today where we're doing like really cool immaculate shapes, right? The people doing those have thousands of hours, okay? You're going to get there one day, if you stick with it. But don't feel bad that you're not there right now. Because you're going to pick up skills over time as you build more. I think the Disruptor's AI would beg to differ. Does Disruptor have a AI touching metal? Because you don't want that for in terms of EMP. Like if you're gonna use rubber, you want to have it all the way around. Yeah, 3.3k hours, so no worries. Exactly, right? Your engine looks fine. You're exhausting, you're using inline turbochargers, yeah. That looks fine. That's probably a prefab if I had to guess. Ammo storage. Hey, you did the checkered ammo storage right. Good job. Very good job on the ammo storage. Still can't do cram. Prefab engine. Yeah, I figured as much. I recognized it once I was looking through it. And again, it's perfectly fine to use prefabs. They just got updated so they actually work. M1 fuel. So just keep in mind, you have alloy around your fuel here. Alloy is flammable, if I remember correctly. Yeah, flammability 25%. Fuel, when the block gets destroyed, it sets fire around it. Has exposed AI on top and bottom with front wedges around the rest of the fin. I see. But I'm sure Potet has a reason for that due to the volume cope of the disruptor, but in general, you want to avoid having metal touching your AI. I think that's still a good rule to tell newbies, and then they can learn edge cases and exceptions on their own time. I think just having some baseline rules and then, you know, let the person build up from there instead of trying to teach them every exception and every edge case is perfectly fine. You have any criticisms of the movement? I normally don't test movement, if you're told.
Listening.
Let's see how it moves though.
Moving and fly with fleet.
Okay, so it turns. Very nice. You can move this engine back over here so you get more pivot. But aside from that, it's not bad. You maintain a solid altitude. Let's see how fast you can go. Your wind-up time on your rear jets is very slow, surprisingly. The biggest one, of course, is aerodynamics, right? You're not a very aerodynamic craft, so you're gonna suffer in terms of movement. Because you have a lot of that red space there. So do watch out for stuff like that. But also, once you get good enough at custom jets, you're not going to care about aerodynamics. Because you can just power through it. They're prefabs to custom jets. Yeah, so once you learn custom jets better, like once you understand what makes them tick. So honestly, I would use this build, take the time to learn custom jets on this build. And see how fast you can get this guy going. I think you can get this guy going probably like 90 meters a second. That's very stable. It's got to have a PID. Well, we can check. No fake points. That looks baseline. Yeah, everything looks fine. Everything looks baseline here. So I don't think there's anything too wrong with it, actually. Gave it very high pitch of 40. Oh, that would be it. Okay. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, no, that's fine, because it gets you a very smooth ride, which is what you want, usually. Yeah, because, yeah, so they're constantly replying to the pitch of 40, but that makes sense. Yeah, very stable build. Good job. Stable builds are hard to get early on, but you've done it, so good job on that. I know some of my aircraft I still have to send over to one of my friends to fix with PIDs because like I make horrendously unbalanced aircraft. I don't want to mess with PIDs for the first build. That's perfectly acceptable. Hell, I only started using PIDs on the Selkie, and that's just because I wanted to have it like aesthetically look different at the waterline. So do not worry about not using them right now. All right. Honestly, for a first build, this is pretty good. Your movement's fine. Like, good job. Honestly, I really don't have too many complaints with this. You've done a good job. It's your first build. Be proud of it. Now, for the next build, though. So let's consider that build done. Leave it as is, so that you can come back to it in the future to see how far you come. For the next build, think of features that you would want to have. So a big one, like I said, was a bridge. And, like, you know, maybe some walkability. Maybe make your build so you can walk around it, right? Tons of stuff like that you could do. One of my aesthetics function was picked up from Lafrix and Borderwise. I love Borderwise. And that's all I'm going to say on that, but I'm pretty sure if you stick around long enough, you'll know my opinion on Borderwise's aesthetics. You saw my opinion on his props earlier. Love Borderwise. Love that man to death. He's an incredible guy. Love being friends with him. He builds canoes. And I mean that as respectfully as possible. Had a few more builds since then. Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing them over the coming weeks. If you stick around, that is. If you don't, no worries. But, canoe. True. Many such cases. Anyway, that's going to be all for me today, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. Let's go find some in the raid, shall we? Are any of my friends online? I see Tears playing Warframe. Gorlaf's playing FTD. Have I raided Gorlaf recently? Who did I raid? Did I raid Gorlaf the other day? Wait, was I lied to? No, I said I told you I'm gonna review it after stream because we got to roasts by the time I got to the Coyote. But the Coyote wasn't reviewed yet. No, that's why I told you when you forgot to tell me earlier until roasts. I said I was gonna review it after stream. Goraf has been live since forever. Yeah, Goraf goes about live around the same time I do. Let's go raid into Gorlaf. I don't know if I raided him the other day, but I've wanted to raid him for a while now. Raid Gorlaf streams. It was either Gorlaf or Corbett playing EU5. He's been live for 4.5 hours. Okay, he's still building stuff. So yeah, let's go raid into him. Alright, anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some EU5 myself, because I want to test out 1.1. The new update just dropped. And aside from that, Saturday, Sunday will probably be reserved for EU5. Monday will be Avorian. Oliver, thank you for joining the assemblage. It was good meeting you. And aside from that, let's get a raid message. We'll hit him with the stream safety inspection. We'll hit him with the safety snom. Stream safety inspection. Snom. There we go. There's our raid message for today. And I will see you guys all tomorrow for some EU5. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.